Welcome back, everybody, here to some Valorant action on a Monday night. It's the beginning of the week here for the NECC, and we are getting things going. A matchup between two teams, still early on in the season, still a lot of things still up in the air, but still a lot of action to catch nonetheless. My name is Mick. Joining me tonight is the likes of Zobi. How are you doing
Hello.
on this great week?
I'm doing great. I've been very busy in all scenes and all views of, the Valorant world of casting, and I'm excited to
Yep.
jump back into collegiate, specifically the Champions Division, week 3. We got to see some Ontario teams last week, and we're seeing some Ontario teams again. Actually, from I will double check that this is correct. The other side. So we had Ontario A last week. Now we're jumping over to Ontario B. But whatever our two teams, Mick.
Yeah, it's going to be the likes of a Lancer Gaming, going to be the likes of the Fanshawe Fuel, which is going to be that Windsor University, which is going to
Wee.
be the University of Fanshawe. Fanshawe, we're going to go ahead and just not go University of Fanshawe Fuel. We're just going to go ahead and make it easy. Fanshawe. It's all
We're the
encompassing as
Redbirds.
things go. But regardless, we can go ahead and talk about these two teams and at least what they have to provide to the table, knowing that already getting things kicked off with the Lancer side roster. It's going to be Sobez, Lucan, Jakey, Kaz, and Banson. Absolutely disgusting players already going ahead, starting out their season really hot, being 2-0 here as we get into things.
Yep, and on the other side, the underdogs here, Fanshawe Fuel, composed of, drumroll please, Slippery, Boyce, Walk, Jakey G, and Mink, who currently are 0-2, but they had a close matchup, so they're coming back hot and for vengeance. So as you said, write their record before it gets too late into the season.
Yeah, just not really too much of a concern just yet, but still, as things go along here this season so far, you can go ahead and look at the biggest thing here for Fanshawe. I want to say it's going to be the likes of hitting those double digits in the rounds. Because for
Hmm.
the past 2 weeks, while things have been kind of possible for them, they've only hit that 2-digit round threshold twice. And that was
That's true.
on one map that they found, and the other one was only sitting at 10. And it hit that 11, 12, kind of hit that final countdown. And what we talked about last week when you asked me, is a 9-3 curse real? I say it always locks at those double digits, and that's where, I mean, this team kind of brings that to life a little bit. So I want to see them at least today kind of go ahead, lock things down, show that maybe third time's the charm, maybe third week, who knows? We're going to at least be able to see that possibly unfold here today, knowing that they've had themselves a little bit more time to get things adjusted.
Yeah, and I don't want to be, you know, too much of a negative Nancy either. So I do want to focus on the fact that although they are 2-0, although they have not dropped a series on the side of Lancer Gaming, they have dropped a map. And it was a 13-4 loss to one Icebox, which is, a strong map for Fanshawe Fuel. Now, I'm not going to spoil map picks to know if we're going to get there or not, but we're just covering our bounds, getting you the history lesson that you guys need. But this does show how, kind of flip floppy, wish washy Lancer Gaming is, and it can depend on what team we're going to see tonight. And as you can see, Lancer Gaming,
Yeah.
understanding Icebox is not one of their strong suits, understanding it is a strong suit for Battlefield, or sorry, they're going to go ahead and ban that right out the gate.
And making sure that's not even really a property here on the field, all things considered. And even going for a little bit different in terms of the map picks overall, considering the ice box kind of feels like that standard, like what we see in Sunset, like we will see in Ascent to some degree, which will only be decided if we get around to it. But obviously, you're trying to knock this thing out fast. You're trying to go ahead and get home. You're trying to feed yourself pretty early here tonight and get yourself
Hmm.
into a 2-0 lead. But already looking at the split and the bind start, that's what really starts to screen to me because, I mean, out of all the maps that are available inside the pool, obviously, you have the triple site map, which is going to be that Lotus already going ahead and getting knocked out. But everything else, like Split and Bind, they're the two that kind of have those real kind of curveballs being thrown at them. One being all that verticality available to it, the other one having the TPs available. So they obviously like the gimmicks here that Riot likes to provide inside the game. But so long as there's only two sites, that's what they really want to kind of hunker down on.
Yep, and our first map and our agent picks for this are live on the screen for you. As you can see, Fanshawe Fuel starting out in the defense, Lancer Gaming on the attack. And I'm not going to lie to you, this is very spicy. I mean, my friends always yell at me when I say that a Gecko pick is viable on this map. All right. And so the fact that JKG is locking that in, lifts my spirits a little bit. And maybe it'll prove my friends right. Maybe it's going to prove them wrong. But the reason why I like it so much is that they've actually tried this out and they had to transition to the Gecko on Lotus. So the fact that it was so much of a success there that they're bringing out on Split, I think speaks volumes to the effectiveness we might see from it.
I think Gecko has a lot of possibilities to kind of just excel anywhere in any kind of map. Considering, I mean, initiators are all encompassing to some degree. The only one you really find some restraint on is going to be Sova, who excels in those kind of long range areas, with that dart being the one thing that actually recovers. If you don't have too many onside angles or really capitalize off the back of that, you're going to go for something different, which they're all so darn strong, you really just pick your poison. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. But the other initiator on the other side of the field going to be Lancer Gaming, looking at that breach, looking at that sky. The other two to just kind of go ahead and combo that thing. And even then, looking at the aggression of how that's really going to be a catalyst to the rest of the squad of what they can do to get on these sides, because they're already kind of peeking up towards the middle of the map, seeing what the information they can find themselves, and just waiting for this boat to go down to see what kind of avenue opens itself up. And obviously they're going to learn that B may not be the best idea when they run into that trademark.
Yeah, I mean, then on the side of Fanshawe Fuel, right? Yes, their mid hold is this strong, but they're putting all their eggs in one basket. So if you see this Cypher, like if you see these players be main decide to go somewhere else, it could pose a different outcome. For now, though, not the case scenario here. First blood being drawn. That Gecko no longer a factor in this round. But in the meantime, they're going to try and flood towards where this rotation of the spike is into A. Going to try and pinch these players, but Slippery being quite slippery. A 2-frag off of the paint shell, off of the frenzy.
30 seconds left.
Despite this, though, the 2 players remaining have slipped their way into the A site. Might even be able to at least secure a plant on the pistol.
You already see Jakey sitting over the strike click on that classic, knowing it is just nearly as busted as what a shorty can be if those shots line up correctly. But already letting that spike go down, letting those audibles play out, you get to see what this retake looks like from the likes of Fanshawe Fuel. You can already see the setup coming back from the passing sides on. Cross is going ahead and occurring. You know players already going to be on site, but it comes down to what's really going to happen. Knock out the player on site, force that Cypher to go ahead and walk out and panic to have to fight everybody else. And it's a 1v3 situation you really just can't.
Yeah, and I will point this out now. Slippery, no matter if they are winning or losing, they have been at the top of the leaderboard on this duelist role in the past few weeks for Fanshawe Fuel. So that's somebody to keep an eye on. Another thing to keep an eye on, though, is boys, right? Chamber. I feel like we don't see it too much recently, especially on Split, but maybe they're leaning into the buffs. They're going to be leaning into the Outlaw here, too, as their weapon of choice for this buy-up. And it's just like they got all the boxes ticked. They got the powerful weapons with the Bulldogs. They got the close range with the Bucky. They got the long range with the Outlaw. And I can't wait to see which one is going to get a chance to shine with Lancer Gaming heading towards the B-side pretty directly.
I love these teams that go ahead and kind of don't really fully allocate themselves. They kind of take it a little bit slow. They have one player on the pistol to pick something up.
Oh.
Stray, but already speaking of Stray, you're seeing Stray nades, Stray bullets, all moving towards this B side as fast as humanly possible. And Lance are able to kind of take this thing for free, it feels like.
Yeah, but they are not happy with just that. They know that they're going to get flooded on the retake. They know these better weapons are going to make quick work of them. So they're aggressing, trying to re-leverage that Outlaw here on that long hallway into CT. But Slippery aware of this, using their own bomb bot as protection here and leveraging this raise kit beautifully. The flash comes in late from Mink, but the trade does not. While it's a little bit messy, the bonus comes through. 2-0 in favor of Fanshawe Fuel.
Great setup there from Fanshawe to just go ahead and find themselves on the retake, but still, I mean, you knew that was kind of going to be the result nonetheless at the end of the day, but making so many sacrifices in the meantime, dropping 3 players just to get that result is going to be a little bit difficult. They have to go ahead and decide which guns are going to be the most expensive to carry on over. That's where we're looking at the Outlaw, because it's going to be so utterly disgusting if we see any of these players go for half shield. But knowing the money's there, knowing both the plants have been there, they have the money, the allocation to go ahead and buy themselves those full shields, knowing that gun's going to be in the play. And you cannot have half shields, because even then, it's just like an operator, and it fires 2 bullets basically simultaneously. So going ahead, getting that one out the way, you want to look at what else we have here being provided by Fanshawe to kind of make things relatively expensive. That's going to be the showstopper. You talked about Slippery, you talked about the impact player. We're going to be seeing these ultimates available a lot, and they can really kind of turn a wrench into these plans so long as you find the timing from them. But because it's an A site, you don't see anybody just yet, and say you see a lot of shots in mid, trying to make their transition somewhere else.
Yeah, nice shot off, but even with the Skyner, Lancer Gaming keeping it a part of the repertoire, likely for that regrowth, so that duelist still has the capabilities to entry here, either into A Heaven or B Heaven, wherever they may choose. The Guiding Light's going to give an indication of B Heaven, but Walk able to drop them in an instant, so it's going to try and go for the trade, but that's not going to happen either, so all of these rifles starting to fall on the side of Lancer Gaming.
Then go ahead, smoke things up, give yourself some space to work with, and give these 2 players a rifle to work with in their own. And it's almost like the entire team is is on a full buy round. They're just lacking a little bit of armor, but you couldn't care less because you were the one that had the outlaw in the first place. Gotta look for Jakey here coming through the flank. Gonna come over the top, and boy, ready for it a little bit to get that singular shot off, but it comes out to the rest of the team. What can they do in a 3v1 situation? Luke trying to just kind of survive, keep things rolling with the spike in hand, can't get that plan off. You got to make sure the real estate is given to you, and they are just not giving that up. A third round for Fanshawe. This is an outstanding showing from the squad, showing some new signs of life here, starting off week 3.
I couldn't have put it better myself. I mean, they get the weapons handed over to the players to now flood into that site, isolate the players around Pillar, and then you have Lucan as the last remaining. And now, Voice has upgraded that outlaw into the operator. It's probably still going to be actually repositioned from mid now to a main, which is exactly where this pressure is coming from. And I hope we don't see a repeat of that B exec fast where they couldn't get out of dodge, but now they're flashed. The rendezvous out. Raze has already taken ramp control, so they have to reposition.
Last spike already coming in. You know the players up there towards ramp. And then the Raze is allocated back to the middle of the map. So you're looking to see where this retake and when Slippery's going to take place. And honestly, you couldn't care less. You're already seeing so much of an effect in the round so far. Where that exact as you mentioned, that pass is coming through. Well, it worked in the first couple rounds. Fanshawe, they know it just a little bit better, and they can just chop up house in nearly a flawless manner. But you're not really worried about Slippery too much. He's already done his due diligence and is able to compensate.
I mean, Jakey G definitely doing their due diligence. 3K, you know, switching between the Vandal and the Deeg as required to hold down that ramp's control. And I mean, I want to see Boys in the right place at the right time and still find impact with that operator, but so much of this utility coming in. I mean, the double initiator, you're flashed, you're mollied, you have to be consistently moving. It does make that chamber nerf kind of hard to navigate around when you have a single anchor point that may also be affected by that utility. This time around, though, looks like Lancer Gaming trying to step up their play style, trying to sell potential fake here on B main while the spike is headed. They're still deciding, but that Gecko presence B main kind of pushed the Raze back a little bit. And now it's actually an over rotation on the side of Fanshawe Fuel.
This is just a massive spread coming from Lancer Gaming. Obviously, just kind of looking for anything that's going to be given to them. Quite frankly, you don't really know how much is going to be given up. You know the operator's going to be over there for screens. Yeah, look, possibly another avenue, and even then that trap already going ahead, showing that towards heaven. That's where you're going to see a little bit of pressure. You're not going to go ahead and just fake a smoke. When Luke hits a shot like that, that's something you can't fake either. Honestly, that's more of a miracle, I would say. Something like that is not what you see every day.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say they're still 5 seconds away from dark cover, and
oh my god!
Right before another smoke comes into play, Kaz drops block, so maybe this is the team of lucky shots that were coming alive later. Regardless, Slippery still alive, still with the showstopper. I was gonna say Jakey alive with the thrash, but they've been dropped by the lurk that they were aware of, and now the 4v2. Well, it'll be interesting to see if they decide to invest the showstopper when there's so many players still alive and so spread out.
I mean, you just got to see really how this thing plays out. I mean, Lance, they found themselves such a solid start, already knocked down so many players just without any kind of hesitation or even resistance is what we're really looking for out of Fanshawe. And they provided it so far, but this may be the first round they have to go ahead and kind of just cut their losses and look to just retreat with their tail tucked between their legs, or at least just specifically for Mink. So, got to see what's going to be happening there. You know the next round's going to go underway. It's going to be Lancer getting onto the board with a couple ultimates to kind of back themselves off of, and Fanshawe, I'm sure, are going to use a couple of those in that to see what they can secure for themselves. But Lancer, I mean, seeing how they were kind of getting hit in those first couple rounds, already with a 4-0 start, I was expecting Lancer. I was waiting for that wake-up moment to see that 2-0 team really come to life. And those first 2 shots, good God, I know what their potential can really be now. And I praise Mink for having the kind of mentality to go for that operator to save it, knowing it's a defensive kind of anchor point here for the squad. I'm hoping that isn't kind of a sign of a fall from grace, though, that first round now going in favor of Lancer Gaming, who was favored going into this matchup based on their record, based on their dominance over the Carleton sister teams. But for now, Thrash narrowly missing Jakey so they can live to fight another day off this trapped wire. While the fuel being added to the fire here over towards the B side, towards B main. Showstopper for Showstopper. Neither Raze finding their mark, but Slippery worse for wear in terms of HP. Not worse for wear, though, in terms of frags. The neural theft, though,
confirming information, allowing these players on site to take their fights as they may. And
Oh.
so
One enemy remaining.
almost flips
Spike
it up
down,
completely
B.
on their own for the team. But a 1v1
Teleport's ready.
as the Cosmic Divide is the perfect cover for the operator, the perfect cover for Jakey to get the clutch in that second round for Lancer Gaming.
The push coming through right there. I mean, just a little bit shaky, but I mean, there's nothing you can really kind of at least go for that just seems warranted to a certain degree, especially in a 1v1. Everything feels so kind of nitty gritty. You just got to really go for it at the end of the day. And already, you knew that trademark was up there towards heaven still. You don't really want to give up too much. You're just going ahead, pushing for the angle. But even then, just kind of not waiting at that lane is a little bit wild for me. But boys wanted to go for it. Knew that, okay, I'm sitting here down on the board. I want to go ahead and show my team what I'm made of. Go ahead and pitch in because we're looking pretty good so far, which, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let your team swing. Let them kind of play the game, and you just hold your angles and anchor down as sights as best you can. But sitting so far here with another exec kind of going through a little bit slower, but much more kind of a lot of emphasis pushing up towards that heaven area of the map. You know A's going to be the take here, and with Luke already finding that first pick, you know that the entire side of the map's more than likely clear by now.
I've got your trail.
Yeah. And being able to clear out this much space on the side of Lancer Gaming saves that Rolling Thunder for a post-plant, but may not be able to worry about it if you kill everybody before you plant.
Yep.
Only 2 players now remaining, thanks to Jakey taking care of that flank. Beautifully waiting now. Boyce is in screens for the rotation from the Astra to join them here now in this heaven take attempt. The flash is perfect though for Luke, and unless it blinds them themselves, they can't take the exchange, but the fault line concuss is improved, is even better now. So they're able to find Walk, leaving Boyce now just to go for economy damage. Finds Kaz looking for more. Luke N though wants their clip. They want this multi-frag montage and decide maybe they're better off. Boyce is holding them this angle pretty well versus we can go on a hunting party elsewhere where they may not expect it.
Just looking to go ahead, hold things back towards spawn, see what players want to overextend and just kind of cut them off the block, but that's not really going to be the case here. Boyce holding onto that gun, carrying it on to the next. The biggest thing here I want to say for Fanshawe going forward and seeing what we've noticed in the past couple rounds, at least the last 3 that they've lost here in a row, kind of warrants, yeah, that timeout to come through. Love to see teams kind of have that resilience and have that understanding to say, look, just slow down, take a deep breath, let's figure out what's going on here. And that's what the issue I really want to address is taking that breath, figuring things out, not only just here in between rounds on a timeout basis, but also on a round-to-round basis. They need to slow down and start to think these retakes, because when you give up so much space, you only want to lose about maybe 1 player or maybe 2 players before you really start seeing those trades coming through. And we're seeing Fanshawe just really try to answer immediately onto that site as the take is going through, expecting to kind of cut off Lancer Gaming with those setups for the post plants, and they're not really succeeding in that right. It doesn't really seem like Lancer has a post plant gameplay. It's more so just keep on pushing towards spawn, keep on taking more control of the map until we just overwhelm the entirety of it like a wave. And you really just got to set that line of scrimmage halfway through the map and say, all right, now we go together and we try again.
And I mean, now that the Rolling Thunder's online, it kind of perpetuates that wave that you were talking about, but maybe towards a more directive part of the map. But if you are Fanshawe Fuel, I don't know what you might be talking about. Maybe like the over-rotation that's been occurring. I mean, I believe the one round where they got the B site clutch was because they had kind of left that Pseudo Sentinel, specifically the Astra Walk, had gone in a CT. So then they all had to reflood back in when a Neural Theft was online, when, you know, the Razes were dueling with their showstoppers. But for now, it looks like it's going to be a different type of Raze duel. This time, a Mosh and a Judge here. Gonna clash, but Kaz still comes out on top, barely 16 HP, so probably gonna try and pair back up with the Sky, which they're successful with, but Mink right there to punish, to ensure that it does not become a deeper issue. I want them to retreat though now. There's 3 people about to swarm if they solo swing this, and that ultimate is priceless.
Yeah, Mink really just cannot give up their life here, considered, I mean, what's at stake. You already knew the Lancer Gaming player has gotten a couple or a little bit of their health will diminish, and it's gonna be that Sky, thankfully, because everybody else can just go ahead and get it healed off. But knowing that, well, there was players back towards mid, you know that, okay, nobody's really overextended yet. Let's at least have a player back towards A. That's where you got what's just kind of holding things down, making sure to kind of be, I can be that solo guy who holds out on this. And even then, the breach still being towards that upper mid, you know that the rotation is there. This is a little bit risky, I want to say, from Lancer Gaming. Understanding the breach is there. It's more likely going to be 2 players here, especially that trademark going off. They want to take the site with the number advantage, quite frankly, the side of Fanshaw considered. It's still a 3v2, but regardless, it's still numbers nonetheless. Have all 3 players set up here now. You know there's no time for a rotate at this point in the game. You get all 3 players set up to come and get things done with that Rolling Thunder being employed and still no players really there on site to capitalize off of it. You're just delaying as much as you can.
I mean, the timer had 18 seconds left on it, so not enough time. But on the side of Fanshaw Fuel, a little bit of a flood and rushed because, as you mentioned, they wanted just to deny the spike plant, but that isolates the players, isolates Walk in the 1v3. And Jakey, who has been on top of things here, showing that they might have the Jakey dip over the Fanshaw Fuel counterpart as they quickly climb up the leaderboard and are now sitting on a 9-4.
This is what we're having to look at here. I mean, already, I wouldn't say Fanshaw haven't gotten too big for their shoes, but still, just kind of as things start off this week, they probably had that illusion of being bigger than what they really are. The snowball effect is they just kind of keep on rolling, and they're saying 4-0 start. This is outstanding. We got to keep this thing going. Just can't keep on running them over. But some teams just don't really fall victim to momentum, quite frankly. And Lancer Gaming, looking at their tenacity over the course of the season so far, they don't seem to be one of those teams. Sure, you can look at it for Icebox. We're on a completely different map. We are looking to kind of keep things even. So with them having the rifles in hand, two of those rounds for Fanshaw were pistol rounds, keep in mind. Or at least an advantage off of that. You're looking at rifle rounds now, and it is all Lancer from what we can tell so far until you finally switch.
You sure? I mean, these surprise eco strategies have been Fanshaw Fuel's kind of forte. And now they have Spike. They thought they had Spike down, and they were holding on to this mid control. But again, it's Jakey kind of open up the round, open up the site, and knowing there's been no forward pressure from Rams or the A site thanks to that spike can, it should be relatively safe passage. They probably assumed that was an eco round all in on the side of Fanshaw Fuel, and they can beat them there on the terms of the rotation. Now, Mink, the question is, do they challenge out of this dark cover alone? No. They have Raze. They have Slippery there in their back pocket.
Spike planted.
Just gonna kind of wait for the rest of the team. Loving this play. Wait for the Astra to show up and kind of get things done. But already with that from the shadows going,
you have to know.
They're going to expect it to some degree, but they know if anything, this is the time to press W. We have an Omen behind us, not in front of us. He's not on Spike. We're going to have to deal with him later. And, well, if it's Luke, it could be the best thing ever, or it could be the worst thing. It comes down to how hard are he hitting these shots. And still barely going ahead and scraping across. You got to take those shots, or you face the consequences of Fanshaw. Regardless of death, they still find themselves at least another round off the back of an eco.
Hey, pros don't fake. That has been proven now by Walk. You heard it here at NECC Week 3 of the Champions League. And, I mean, the fact that Luke N was hitting the shots too on to Walk, the initial ones, and they still didn't get off after taking half of their damage away, shows that they had nerves of steel. Because I would have been off, like, in a heartbeat. But I do need to praise, you know, that Luke N was able to get back to the site that early after the plan had occurred, after the ultimate had occurred, because you saw their teammates were dropping like flies, and they were even able to catch the breach off guard. Now, though, in the next round, action already unfolding because of this aggressive approach from both teams on ramps.
Just looking to go ahead, all out turf war here going on right towards the likes of A-Man. You're looking to just kind of get whatever you can in terms of some real estate, or better yet, when you lose that first death, you want to make sure to at least trade it out as best you can. So why not at least find yourself one, back up, or keep going. Throw some curveballs in there where Lancer Gaming isn't going to expect it, because these rifle rounds, as we mentioned earlier, looking good for them, but apparently when they're into egos, they're not all that great. Well, at least from the last round with anything to go by, considering it was barely scratched by with their teeth. Now looking at the stance, looking at 4v3, still very feasible for either side. Just got to be ready for these reads, or just better yet, be ready for a player swinging on you if you're holding an angle.
Yeah. Now the retake coming in 4v2, don't want to chance it, so Thrash going to be invested, but a beautiful aftershock off camera from Vanson there. The perfect counter here, as numbers are quickly even on the 2-on-2, but flash from Mink allows the isolation. In the meantime, though, the distraction causes it to become a breach 1-on-1. Time not in the favor of Fanshaw Fuel, but the frag, the crosshair placement is, and although it costs them a lot, they get the round on the board. They secure at least a tied half before the side swap.
Fanshaw is waking up this week, and I am genuinely loving it so much. I mean, we didn't get to see the kind of the culmination of the rounds and what order and sequence they went in over the past couple of weeks. We only just get the numbers at the end of the day. But I mean, looking at the way they really play this thing, I mean, if this is what we've seen every single week, it is outstanding to know that this is how they are playing the game. They're getting themselves an early lead. They're guaranteeing themselves an even half worst case scenario. When it really comes down to the rest of this game, we talked about these double digits. It talks about getting to that finish line, making sure to finish the job because it's not done just yet. This could be their defensive side, and their attack may be pretty abysmal. So no matter the case, you can't win off one side. You really got to step things up and make sure you get yourself a lead to guarantee.
And now, there it is. 1-for-1 trade. No more duelists, though, for the entry for Lancer Gaming. So a little bit worse for wear. Although no showstopper as well for Fanshaw Fuel. I do like this Cosmic Divide for the retake attempt, though, with Spike kind of being isolated temporarily here in Male. First, clearing out the back end and making sure they can continue this aggression, this expedition here into B Heaven. Not able to spot out much other than the Astra, other than walk here Heaven, but they're prepared for Mink stairs as well. They deal with voice accordingly as well. I don't know how they were flashed, but they were nonetheless. And suddenly, the 2v3 Cosmic Divide might have to come in if they want this round, but it's just, they'd rather take the fights. And Jakey is prepared to take those, take names, and take frags as they are fighting for their team, fighting for Lancer Gaming to get that 6-6.
Yeah, they just want to, even as at the end of this half, they want to make sure to secure themselves the next pistol, to kind of not really look at a 4-0 start. Have to go ahead and claw themselves back from. I mean, this game can be completely different if the pistol round didn't go the direction it did. So that shows the importance, obviously, of the momentum that can really carry on from that, even from the team from like the Fanshaw Fuel, get themselves in a kind of a mental state where they say we can get this game done. But in a round like this, and with another eco, your mental's a little bit scratched because you know that you can't really hold the angles that you wanted to, and even then more so if you push up right towards mid like we saw in that last one, you're going to see that there's nobody there. But it doesn't really come down to the push right through the middle. It comes down to playing scrappy, playing smart, and knowing the positions of these guys. And while you do find yourself an initial 2 bloods, it is very quickly traded off from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, but these retakes on these ecos have been Fanshaw's bread and butter. When they have a Cosmic Divide, when they have a showstopper, that pairing can be lethal. They can get somebody on the spike. They even had the gun upgrades collected here for boys. Here come all the ultimates. The trap wire, though, might be exactly what they need. The perfect pairing again with an aftershock from Benson. And just like that, it is going to be Boyce the Protector arriving here for Walk. They grab another Vandal too to upgrade these weapons. The 1v2 though for Jakey would be a picture perfect considering the impact that they had, but Walk isn't going to have any of it. They claim the lead for Fanshaw Fuel to make sure they are energized before swapping over to their attack path.
I'm just loving the way these two teams are kind of going ahead and duking it out against each other. We're seeing so many utility kills just because of the way they're really playing these things out. These breaches are outstanding with these aftershocks. I mean, we've seen about probably 2 to 4 anywhere in that range so far, or at least damage. I'd say it feels like at least every 2 out of 3 is at least finding some success and just kind of making sure somebody steps out of position or at least gets damaged to some degree by at least one of those bursts and just kind of really puts everybody on their toes. But I think looking at the rest of this and seeing a 7-5 to start things off, Fanshaw Fuel obviously have themselves the leg up, looking really good on the defensive side and make sure to get themselves an early lead. But it also, as you mentioned, came down to those retakes. Can they transition that into making sure they kind of do that as an initial side exec? Because their initial pushes, as we saw, well, good when they were on the ecos, when you're really expecting it now. When it's not an element of surprise, but more of an expectation, is it really going to catch Lancer off to the degree that really puts them in a massive deficit?
Well, for now, looks like here early on in the pistol, it's Lancer Gaming wanting to catch Fanshaw Fuel off guard by luring them into this mid-trap play. But Boyce, the only one at the receiving end of that potentially here, being that lurk player as the solo sentinel, as the chamber with the headhunter who can cause some serious damage. While the real efforts, the real team is headed towards the A site. And it's interesting they don't have the Cypher anchor on that site. They have the Sky playing solo, so they're going to be playing here for retake with all of that initiator, utility. But otherwise, it's a free plan, at least for the pistol.
Well, Sky, I can go ahead and kind of understand if you want to find yourself a guiding light towards A main, get an early read, just kind of playing off that information. You're expecting somebody to be mid, so you just don't burn the bird. But looking at the rest of the team, you got to see what's really going to happen here. With already a player dropping from the side of Lancer Gaming, their retake isn't going to look all that good with no duelists. So knowing that already, though, they find themselves some more kills and success out of the side of Fanshaw Fuel. Jakey just mowing it down there towards ramp. The rest of the team, they're going to be scattered around the map. And even if you look like you're getting over antsy, if you're hitting your shot, nah, you're just confident, you're just winning.
I think what we just saw was Jakey G not liking that I said that Jakey on the opposing side on Lancer Gaming was diffing them. Now they're only a few kills off from trying to combat that KDA, and it does feel like that these last few rounds, Fanshawe Fuel, specifically the lower half of the leaderboard, have starting to pick up their weight, right? They're starting to pull their weight in this game, and it's definitely turned the score around from that kind of 4-4-4 streak trade that these two teams had. 8-5 now. Reminder on Lancer's map pick 2. So this would be huge, but let's see if Boyce is ready for this eco strategy. Flash coming in late, so it's the team flash to prevent the kill for the Rays. A nice little rendezvous out to safety, and once again, they speed things up on this A side, exec.
I mean, it worked last time to some degree, and even in Fanshawe, if you find the same success in terms of the kills, you can make sure to just do it once more. With better guns, heck, it's going to be a lot easier if anything. But it comes down to can you hit the shots. Well, the first blood definitely doesn't go in their direction. You got to look at the rest of the people that can really get done. Shaky G, having all that money, having all that success in the last one, you're able to go ahead and get that Phantom, maybe find some kills and success with it in the meantime, but the rest of the team is not following suit. They are just dropping like flies. And it comes down to the last two remaining players moping around that site, having to play Ring Around the Rosie. But again, with the rifling advantage, it makes those lineups look much more doable.
Yeah, and they're able to collect that hero Phantom as well from JKG. But, I mean, I feel like there was I don't know if it was lack of communication or not enough time to reposition, but Boyce knew that there was a bunch of players hurdling down ramps, and they still were dropping like flies. And now that makes us a little bit weaker of a bonus. You can see some players debating if they want to rebuy in the round or not fully to try and lock in that double digits off of especially this Thrash from Gecko, but looks like they think better of it. The only weapon being purchased, I believe, is that second Bulldog, while we have the Deagle and the pistol to kind of round out this bonus attempt. And once again, A is where they found success. A is where they want to head back to. The only difference is Jakey has their utility here this time.
Looking to not only slow things down, as you mentioned, kind of instead of having Sky over there looking for that early information, they're understanding maybe they're moving a little bit too fast for our own good, and we're not getting all the uses we need out of that. Here, let's get a Cypher there. Let's slow things down. Let's kind of put these guys in their place. And around like this in a third, it's already going to happen anyways. You're going to slow down naturally because of the guns being brought here into the game. Still, you're not going to see any lack of aggression from that defense. It really comes down to if it's warranted or not. And already with an initial player pushing up, you see Craig coming through, and that's one already biting the dust.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like it's that warranted. I feel like Kaz getting punished round after round, finding nothing, or only finding a trade, which, you know, like you said, no duels for the retake has been hurting Lancer Gaming. And once again, looks like they get a frag, they go back to this A site. That is the tried and true method Fanshawe Fuel has been sticking to because they haven't had to change it on the attack just yet. Oh!
30 seconds left.
You're so awkward.
Yeah.
First squad. Regardless, still
Oh,
early
wait,
for the
man.
board. All things looking good so far for the side of Fanshawe Fuels. They know they have full control of the safe side of the map, but even then, you got to look at the setup, you got to look at the post, and even then, you got to look at Lancer Gaming because we talk about these duelists. Talk about once again where you're kind of lacking it. You have the double initiator there, which kind of compensate. But that Cypher, what are they really doing? They're sitting in the back of the map with a camera, just kind of looking to go ahead, hold things down as best they can. And what's that really going to do? Well, it's got to swing eventually. It's got to get ready. It's got to help somebody, and it's just watching a flank. It's everybody else is doing their job. Can't do it to the fullest degree, but util kill once again on a JKG in a 2v1 situation being dwindled down once more. You're getting to the point where this clock is honestly going to be the one thing that kills you.
And if we get a repeat, but the shoes on the other player's foot, I would have cried, but they don't.
Okay.
They don't. Pros don't fake it. If they would, they could have gotten the round. But walk showing they are superior in these clutch situations. But yeah, you mentioned the number of utility kills we've had. I know we're at least at 5. We have like 3 aftershocks, 1 pain shell. I think we've had more than 1 pain shell. I think we have at least 2, and now 1 mosh kill. It's been insane, this utility usage. And at first I was like, oh no, this dark cover from Lucan is going to completely split up this plan, right? JKG was more trying to use that Thrash off site, or if they wanted to go for Spike, right? And so them dividing them meant that they didn't have that protector, they didn't have Mink there. So what do? They reposition. Mink pushes up to play that crossfire, to play this joint utility, and it's a perfect bait and a perfect play to completely clothesline that ramp's control. Now though, it looks like they think there might have been a response, and correctly so, since 4 players were looking to push out A main. So the entire stack is now towards the B side, a free site at that. The only concern here is the Mink alone mid when there is a force coming in through vents, a force coming in through sewers, and they take one with them here, but that's still a weapon given over to complement the Zerl theft.
You know, once again, I mean, we're seeing these first bloods though coming through, being kind of death, I would say, to some degree for the side of Lancer Gaming. Once again, that duel's being out of the game, not really having that star player, that star retake that you really need to make with you because they're pushing a little bit too early, kind of pushing that gas pedal and burning out their entire tank right from the get-go. So Fanshot Fuel still kind of holding things down, knowing they're in the post, but once again, this has been their strong suit, whether it be retakes, whether it be holds. They've looked outstanding in it so far. Because their angle holding is just not god tier, but it is amazing to watch. And even then, they have an understanding of the clock. They're the ones that stuck in the last round because why not? Have the advantage of that point, at least mentally, just kind of stick around, wait for that thing to go off and see the black void fill up your screen as you find one more round on the board. 11-5 is the showing so far, and I gotta say, if anybody had money on this, we'd all be losing.
Oh, no, definitely. I mean, I brought up the idea, I guess, that earworm that Lancer Gaming can be inconsistent, you know, flipping from 13-4 a team to getting 13-4 by the same team a map later. Now, my question is that's what's happening here? Are they about to get 13-5 and then 13-5 and send us into a map 3? Or as you mentioned, have we just all placed our chips on the wrong side and are about to be broke? But regardless, this map isn't over just yet. I mean, we've seen 11-3 comebacks before in Valorant, so nothing is impossible here. But with, you know, money dwindling, a thrash on the line, and strategies for Fanshaw Fuel being pretty much executed flawlessly this half, it does look a little hopeless, especially when Lancer Gaming didn't even take a timeout.
I'm just excited to see whether or not we see, once again, Soray's die right off the start of the round. I mean, we're looking pretty good so far. We've waited about close to 30 seconds now. Nothing's really happened just yet, so we'll see what that looks like on a retake. That is if we even see one come underway. Wingman going on the site, being backed up by a thrash, so you know you got a little bit of coverage. You got all of his buddies working together in unison to make sure to get the job done and get that clock ticking. So here we go, 5v5, going ahead, everything out on the table. Let's see what ends up coming out on top.
Yeah, I want to say they recollected Thrash as well. So that's why you see that Gecko, like, kind of protected by a squad. Get down, Mr. President, there in main, while Slippery does the dirty work here on site. But it's actually a premature Thrash. Nobody was on the site just yet, recognizing it was a possible element. And now they have a double-pronged assault as a distraction. So now, as the utility dwindles away from delaying the initial flood in, they have Lucan on Spike. The spray's coming through and landing perfectly. Jakey G, good for the collect, good for the map point, and stunned, they lose their life as a result.
Yeah, just going ahead, basking in the glorious light that is the spike going off, understanding that I did that. Not only did I plant it, but I held it pretty darn well after the fact as well. And even then, it deserved to go ahead and bask in a little bit of that glory. You know, you got an extra bit of money to work with here, considering that you're now sitting at 12-5. You have not only a buy for this round, but your entire team has a buy for the next worst case. And, well, you can just go ahead and take that hit at the end of the day. Why not? Just go ahead and really look at this standing and be happy of what you've accomplished so far, at least in this series. It may not last long. We don't really know. But, I mean, I'm sure that Fanshaw want to make sure that this ball keeps on rolling. So, still, relatively early here for the half because, well, it's been 5 in a row here for Fanshaw Fuel, and they just keep on rolling. But do they roll into the Cypher trap? Well, to some degree, a gun barrel, I would say, is a pretty deadly trap in its own right.
Yeah, but, I mean, without even any indicator, Mink just perfect on the timing for the Cypher cage. Doesn't allow them to get out of dodge. And doesn't allow Zobez the same thing. Mink has tried to close things out on their own. Rolling Thunder even invested a perfect timing for Jakey G. And before a true-to-life retake can get started, the round is over. The map is over. Jakey G proving that Gecko is a viable pick for Split in my eyes. I'm going to send this VOD as proof, Mick, to my friends.
Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and save it as well for Fanshaw, because if we see them go back to what we saw during those first couple weeks, so help me God, it's going to be like, look, you had everything available for you. You can keep this thing going. This season, everything up to this point can mean absolutely nothing. You could go ahead and maybe fly under the radar against some kind of middle-of-the-road teams, just to make sure to absolutely come in flying like a Millennium Falcon, just ready to go ahead and just lay out the carpet for who you really need to succeed. So looking already here for this map, what we saw in Split, and seeing the way they kind of played that game. This map is very, very aggressive. It's a very quick pace, but it has a lot of verticality to it. While we can't really say we saw that being maximized because not the mid control wasn't really present, I want to say super, super often. While you did see that Ray's dying a lot during that second half and using that middle avenue of the map for it, I want to say it's still, everything was relegated to the side. So I feel like this map, to some degree, the way it played out is going to be very, very similar to just how Bind generally plays, which doesn't really fare too well for Lancer. And even then, we can also double down on the fact that this was also their map pick, and this is what we saw.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're flying in the dark for Buy. Neither of these
Yeah.
teams have played it so far in the Champions League. And I feel like you mentioned, since Kaz as a solo duelist has been consistently getting first blooded on these aggressive attempts, I can see, a double duelist composition working for the side of Lancer Gaming.
No.
Have they tried that before? Not really. But, maybe there's a first time for everything. Maybe they're hearing me, I guess in the future with delay, saying to, pick a double duelist. But I think that could be the recipe for success. Now, on the side of Fanshawe Fuel, I feel like they're going to run a fairly similar composition. I mean, I could see a Gecko, it's fine. I could see another Chamber because it's fine. I mean, my only question is, are they going to still play the Astra? Are they going to pull out like a Viper or an Omen? Or they're probably just solo controller Brim? Like, they seem to go off meta and are okay with that, but it's still working. So for now, though, we are going to jump to a break, and we will see what these comps are, what these teams are looking like when we come back.
Battle between Fanshawe College and, well, Windsor, University of Windsor continues here going into map number 2 with one already done and dusted behind us. And with Fanshawe Fuel surprisingly being up here in this series, we still got another map to see how things go, and or whether or not we just kind of keep this thing rolling and maybe go right back to Ascent where it feels like, well, quite frankly, what is a week of Valorant without Ascent?
That is true, but I had this epiphany, Mick, this realization during the break,
Lay it
and
on.
maybe the reason that Lancer Gaming is no longer undefeated on Split. They swapped Luke N and Kaz. Luke N is normally the duelist. They're normally on the Rays on the Jet. And as you saw, they were not. And we said over time and time again, Kaz was getting first blooded. Kaz was bad at timing. Maybe it's because they're adapting to a new role
Maybe?
for crying out loud. So I'm wondering then if we're correct on buying that we might see a different duelist or multiple duelists because they are performing these role swaps. They're trying out different roles. Now, if this week is any indicator, maybe they should go back to the roles they were playing since they were undefeated and dominating before. But like you mentioned, buying Fanshawe's pick is what we got to get through first to make that determining factor.
We mentioned it even then during the last map. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it seems like the roles was kind of something that was. Because, I mean, Lucan, we were talking about Lucan. I remember specifically on multiple occasions just being an absolute fragger, almost kind of like seeming like they were typically used to that duelist role. But, I mean, even then as an initiator, and even then maybe sometimes as a sentinel, if you know that Split's pretty aggressive and you just hold on side. I mean, you can fit a duelist into literally anything just because, well, they had to go through that chamber meta where every single duelist player had to be playing on chamber. And then, even then, the initiator just kind of fits them to some degree. And that's why you see the shifts of players going from there, going right back. But looking at the setups, you mentioned Lucan usually being that raise. And, well, there you go. Right back to the tried and true, getting right back in their form. You mentioned that double duelist. And before we got to break, I was going to talk about it a little bit. But you mentioned the kind of versatility of bind and like kind of how a lot of things start to open up here because you can still put the Astra back down, you can still kind of play the chamber here, knowing how good he is. Bind just kind of feels like the new Ascent to a certain degree with the diversity of picks we see because teams I feel like just get so comfortable here they can really won't run whenever. And this is the map that we've seen Yoru now kind of come back into play and see its resurrection to a certain degree. So seeing it being played here again, I'm going to be really excited to watch it once more.
And I mean, I didn't say this, but the thought crossed my mind. I was like, with how much Jakey was fragging out on Split, I was like, they could be the second duelist. But then I was like, but they're so confident and comfortable on the Cypher, on the Sentinel, and that's what they always play. I wouldn't want to break that. But them coming in, you know, playing the other, we'll see if it works out. But for now, the first indication is boys fighting Lucan. So are we gonna have a duelist difference? Or we will have to wait and see. But early teleportation plays here potentially coming out. 2 players on the B site here for Lancer Gaming about to try and pinch these players off of this incendiary and realizing that they have to aggress in the site. They have to aggress in this Yoru clone and this Brimstone back site, but Kaz making quick work of them and forcing another rotation now.
And a rescue mission as well. Funny enough. Saw the rotation, everybody
Spike, yeah.
teleporter saying, come on, bring the spike! And if they're the one in the back of the line, woof, but Slippery, living up to the name, slipping right into the other side of the map, coming onto a flank, and well, you're saying, hey, I'm still here, guys. Give me some backup. I'll go ahead and plant this spike. Yours eventually going to swing out, or TP. There's going to be something going on here, but there's 3 of us. One of them just start shooting.
They don't get to. They do neither, Mick. They don't even get to make the decision for them because Slippery has. I mean, they were probably contemplating their decisions, like which one is actually going to have a better outcome since they had no flashes, they had no clone left since it's obviously a pistol. But regardless, I mean, it's going to take time for this new composition to land where they want it to. So I'm going to hope to see that development as the rounds progress. I mean, Kaz already, I'm not going to lie, looking a little bit more comfortable on the Yoru. But for now, it does look like a full investment minus a full hero rifle on the side of Fanshawe Fuel.
And I always like kind of looking at the underdogs of these maps and kind of see how they go across and kind of transition. And boys on that chamber in the last game, I want to say, I mean, obviously did their job to a certain degree, but wasn't really fragging as they should, always kind of staying alive until the end, and always kind of feeling like they just have to have that lasting impression that carries over into the next. Just kind of is always there, always lingering somewhere. And while a chamber, you can find some effect out of that, sure, you still have to play that duelist role for a retake if you're the last alive, and at least when you need to go for those attempts. But being a Viper, this makes the perfect sense. That literally just kind of is so on brand, but we'll see whether it actually transitions and finds new life for Fanjoff Fuel to kind of double down here and really get themselves going. But they don't really have as much life to start off this round as they found themselves the first death, and Lancer Gaming able to kind of extend up a little bit and understand that, well, that A main is a little bit more open.
But not too open, considering Boyce is ready there, catching Kaz with the utility out. And that does mean the exec here is going to come into fruition.
Thanks, Wings.
You know, they're kind of the Viper on the other side on their own island. And they've been drowned here out at sea. So it's literally just going to be Boyce asked to deliver here yet again on the other side of a Judge. Going to probably entry off of Lucan's utility or this Brem smoke. Here comes the distraction. The Judge follow-up. So that's a Spectre handed over. With players low, a 3v3 looks feasible.
Again, first and third. Not for it to be long. Not really going to get too much there, considering that everybody else is going to be rushing right through that smoke, right into the lineup of somebody else, and that last player going for the longest lineup has the shortest range gun. Not going to do too much in that situation. We now see a Thrash being available here on the field with all those players going through. Even in the kills of JTG, able to kind of culminate that as well. And, well, now getting yourself something to work with here on round number 3. A couple guns to carry over, the Bulldog and the Guardian. Not really a Bulldog and an Outlaw, but I got to say, personally, I think a Guardian's a little bit better because it's still one shot to the head, and it still has a lot more bullets left over where you don't have to reload as much. You can go ahead and find yourself in a 1v5 scenario, and all slim to none, still completely possible. So anything's clicking, go ahead, count things down. Round starting, going underway. You see a pretty good push coming through to kind of go ahead and take over that B long control going on with that guiding light giving you the information to let you know, okay, somebody is going to be out there towards Fountain. And knowing the Thrash is here as well, it's pretty much a gimme today. They're going over here.
Yeah, but I was expecting Jakey to go huge here from the backside, from the unknown. And although they can't finish the job, they have left their mark. A 1v3 now for Walk. No information about where this Yoru is playing. No one's about a TP fake or if they actually get crashed out to the safety of their team. And even those teleporters aren't safe indicators with a Yoru alive. Dimensional Drift online if things get dicey as well, but they look like they just want to take the fight out right from this off-angle position. But Walk just drops lower in HP. Gun getting kind of pulled out, and it's quickly taken care of by Lucan.
Love the setups there coming from the side of that defense. I mean, as you mentioned, Jakey has to really step in that situation. Did exactly that, sitting on top right towards the middle of the site. The Thrash can only hit one player, and there's near 3 over there. So you're saying, okay, while we do have a free kill on somebody, we invested in Ultimate just to get that one. Everything else just kind of went ahead and collapsed underneath us, and it created, well, Lancer Gaming to have themselves an outstanding hold. A couple of guns to carry over, but still relatively expensive to some degree, knowing only 2 carried over into this next one. So I'm liking the kind of the blood that's being shed between these two teams. It's looking even. It's looking really aggressive. It's looking like each team really wants it. And we're getting more regular Valorant, considering it's, well, round number 3, and nobody's has 0 rounds on the board.
Oh, but frag after frag. Kaz showing they are right at home here with the Yoru pick. Maybe it's just they're off on the Rays is what they cannot fill the bill for. Are we going to see a Yoru-Son split going forward for this team? That's my prediction. But for now, that means it's going to be that much harder to pose a post plant here. And with players divided as much as they are, it does mean have to isolate these players, hopefully on the side of Lancer Gaming. You can see Boyce trying to group a bit more with this guy in Shower while finding a frag for their efforts along the way. And it is Mink, it is Jakey crunching down. Danson's position known as well, pinned in the corner, but they're just dumping utility. There's not much coordination because the snakebite doesn't land, so Mink just has to do the hero's work, hero's journey, and they will reach Promised Land, able to grab that frag, even things back out to a mirrored 2-on-2.
A lot of utility you can swing through, but swinging through that snake bite, making yourself vulnerable. It's old. But does it really trade off too much. Isn't too much of an actual back hole because you still have everybody else playing around site on the gunfight. You're in a 2v2 looking for the retake on the side of Lancer Gaming. Look at the players that are probably sitting on triple stack. You made the call earlier. You knew a player was there. You knew the spike was kind of more towards the center of the map. Even then, you don't really know what else is going on here. So quick peeks, quick shots going off. Needing a double swing to come through and just kind of capitalize off the fact of the numbers. Makes another easy round here for Fanshawe. Still close in terms of how many players are alive towards the end, but still, nonetheless, with these rounds being so close on both sides of how many players are remaining, it shows that anything can be doable, but when the numbers really come down to mattering most, it just comes down to who can play their life a little bit better.
Once again, making a very successful round out of what looked a little dicey. Like I said, the players being divided, low on HP, low on utility, and it really was Mink, like you said, just staying alive as long as they could until the frags were in a advantageous position. But for now, looks like a round for Lancer Gaming. A little unorthodox strategy that could catch these Fountain players off guard, or this Brimstone here in Link, but long-range weapon from Jakey G should be able to make quick work of it. No, and recollect this Dizzy, so it's worth the investment there as well. And Jakey realizing they'll have an easier time with vulnerability on their side, but advantage not enough to pull the frag over to their side. So 5v2 now. Fear not, Kaz is alive. They have the dimensional drift, but only a classic here with nobody falling on Fanshawe fuel. Best they can collect here is a Stinger, maybe a Deagle, to stage this turnaround.
Next weapon they're going to run to is going to be on site. No deaths going there inside Hookah. So, what you got? What you got? Plain and simple. Nothing really else to work with. Even then, can't really blame Fanshawe fuel for just saying we can kind of push up to spawn off the back of this. Wait for that clock to tick down a little more. So, have a player sitting back in spawn, or at least better yet, defender side spawn. Maybe two. Have one player sitting on site, one player back pretty long, make the angles. Nobody's overextending or pushing for a retake here. And just let them kill themselves as they slip through the cracks. I mean, you can tap it, but look at that. Hold it down, incendiary, just secure the round. Easy peasy here for Landshaw Patrol. So, I mean, again, over and over and over again, we are seeing them look outstanding. Like, this is literally a new team we're dealing with.
No, completely. And finally, I mean, I don't think we saw any of these over on Split. Only timeout coming out from Fanshawe Fuel. So they realize that they need to take a breather. They need to consider a change here. Because as you mentioned, Fanshawe Fuel is not the team they were expecting to have this many issues with, especially after going against powerhouses like the Carlton squads. And, I mean, they haven't even had to pull out these ultimates yet for Fanshawe Fuel.
Just easy going. I mean, they're just playing their cards right. These rounds are going in their advantage over and over again, seemingly. They just always kind of have the utility available to them. They always kind of pop in the right spot. And Fanshawe, I could tell, I mean, they're just kind of popping them out in the open, and they're not really being punished for it. Not because they can't, but more so just because Lancer Gaming, they're putting themselves in positions where they want to be taking these aggressive fights. It kind of feels like they're trying to restore themselves to their quote-unquote former glory of their past couple weeks. You got to understand that, I mean, you got to give respect where it's due. This Fanshawe Fuel Squad, we said they look completely different. And I mean, while sure you're inside the game and it's kind of hard to go ahead and notice that, especially looking to the past couple of weeks of VOD reviews, and I'm sure just kind of go ahead and culminating all these plans, on a week-to-week basis, they're doing the same exact thing. And they're going to make those adjustments. And they have definitely brought them. And they have definitely showed the impact of those here today. I mean, already going ahead, find themselves a good stance. The only round they lost was when they made sure that, obviously, it was a kind of flip around round where they were working with the force buy, and the other team was doing full rifles. So they still cut 3 of those out from you. You're letting them take these fights. You're letting them win them better yet, because, well, they actually have set up a utility available to them when they are taking them. But already a little bit of a mow down going back towards spawn. Lancer Gaming, it seems like the best shot they got to get themselves maybe a second.
Yeah. But still, Seekers and Showstopper online for Fanshawe Fuel. A nice rotation as well that Mink is able to be on top of. Suddenly, they've paved the way into this A site. The Seekers force them to get back, and they get caught in the crossfire of them trying to destroy the cabbage. So, 1v3. Slippery has to get aggressive, has to isolate these fights before the players flood back in off of a plant. Able to maybe slip into CT here. They need to look back, though, because Jakey is there, frag, to get, as you mentioned, that second round for Lancer Gaming following a timeout.
A little bit of an investment just to get there, but I mean, you couldn't really care less. I mean, it comes to the point where, I mean, you found yourself a timeout. You already went for the biggest investment. I mean, you can get multiple ultimates within a half, but you can only get one timeout, and they made sure that's the one that really counts. So it looks for them to go ahead and get themselves on the board, double their rounds, but they're still dealing with half of what Fanshawe feels got to work with. It's still relatively early on. It's first half. You know that right here for an even exchange to kind of go ahead and make sure you get this table turning back in their advantage. Fanshawe Fuel, the ultimate right off the get-go. I didn't expect both right here at the start, but you knew that one was coming along, but you didn't know that another one was going to get shut down.
And the response, though, from Lancer Gaming, the adjustment is just as quick. Somehow, boys?
No way.
Boys? If I didn't get that frag, I would have cried, but it's more saddening that these sky smokes are going to prevent them from getting even more here. They thought they had controls over Shower. That's been dashed away. Thrash has been recollected. So the plant coming in with the 4v4, and suddenly Fanshawe Fuel even has a post-plant strategy, which is this early, apparently, Thrash. Come in to take players out of the retake, which, you know, diminishes the amount of utility available. But Cass says I can do it alone with the reinforcements coming in. So from Shower, they won't even have to.
Last player standing.
Big investments coming through as well. I mean, they want to push all the way back into the defender side spawn, which you really can't blame them too much. They got to worry about that spike. We're trying to push, overextend that line of scrimmage back towards the enemy side spawn, and they really just paid the price for it. That Thrash going back towards spawn, out of recovery reach, and obviously, I mean, out of tradable reach, I would say is a better thing, because you can't really recover that second time there. You're looking for some relative effect on site, because, I mean, that lets you know, okay, if a player's retreating, you're not really getting too much off of that. But the player on site, that lineup that Mink was going to have to take against that Yoru, fighting Kaz in that situation, that's the top frag of the team. If you shut that guy down, your chances of winning a round go up substantially, and even then, the mental boost of seeing that Yoru light up in the top right of your screen lets you know that I can take a lot more fights a little more comfortably, knowing that they're not the ones that are really warming themselves up. As looking for somewhat of an exchange once again, we see that Lancer Gaming, the retakes have been outstanding so far, and they didn't really have to expend too much in that last one to get there, knowing that they have 4 ultimates now, just kind of ready to pop whatever they want.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously still undetected, Fanshawe Fuel has gained very deep A control, but they've done nothing to address Showers, which proved to be an issue last round, minus Boyce's heroic plays to re-clear it. Now, even with the gate crash there, they can create a pinch play in an instant, but they're just torn. They're just visiting, all right? This is like the jail center in the Monopoly board. They're not interacting with the A side at all. They're just passing through for now. The B side, the real objective here. I thought for a second Sky was watching CT, which scared me because I don't know how they expect this. How do they expect this?
Well,
what?
You got a Yoru up in a dimensional drift, going through the entirety of the back
There's
of the
nothing
map.
though.
I don't really expect the Vipers. They don't like them to push a Viper. That just kind of leaves everybody saying, all right, cool, you guys are on site, but you're on our side of the field. Let's see what this attacking side feels like for Fanshawe Fuel. And better yet, let's see what it looks like for Lancer, because this is going to be an early taste of that medicine and just slam metal to metal.
Yeah, and that is all these ultimates being thrown into the mix. An early orbital strike, too, from Fanshawe Fuel means they have no post-plant strategy as player after player is falling here. Lucan with the tap, orbital strike coming out as well. So a 3v1 with the Bucky for Boyce. Incendiary misses, leaving a gap, but 3 bullets left. They have to hit hard, and that's exactly what they will do. Fanta not on. They can't get the last, and there's not enough time. There's no time.
Well,
Boyce has done it.
Right. Holy Bucky!
What a thrifty.
What an outstanding play. I mean, you never expect a Viper spit from that kind of angle going right back into Hall. And I mean, knowing that that's not an angle that you're typically used to swinging, quite frankly. You can just hold down spawn. At that point, you're playing defense on the defensive side. In the post play, you're saying everything's set up for me. It's like an uphill battle, and right just put me right at the top.
And I mean, that just shows how insane that some of these rounds can be if you don't maintain multiple ladders of map control. I mean, yes, you have this really strong lockdown of Shower that they're repeating, but then you give up all this control that can be taken advantage of. U-Haul, backside, a rotation of B that lost them that last round. And now, trying to go around to get Boyce, but the action's unfolding on B site, and they're even caught lacking there. So all these frags going in favor of Fanshawe Fuel, and realizing that they like that 3-person pressure in to shower. Ooh, it's an open B site, but not an open TP. Fansen gets the frag, gets the gun upgrade here. So see what they do with these now fully equipped weapons.
Questioning, dude, you got a sheriff there. Why are you chasing me? Leave me alone. The rest of my team is on site. I'm just the post plant guy. I'm just the green guy. I throw stuff out, I delay, and that's about it. I mean, did you see what happened last round? But still, round like this with so many players alive, Fanshawe Fuel, they don't really need a Viper alive doing anything, quite frankly. You got so much prowess, you got so much power behind you, you just can't throw it. And well, they definitely did not do that. Maybe swinging one by one was a little bit sketchy, but still, when you know that the shots are done, it only takes 2 bullets to get the kill and find yourself one more. So a guaranteed even half here for Fanshawe Fuel. An outstanding start once again for what we see from them on their own map, replicating what we've seen. Today, Fanshawe, while we could say resurrection, we could say new team, I want to say consistency is really the key word they are highlighting for themselves right now, because it's over and over and over again. They're showing resilience, they're showing tenacity, and they're just keeping it going, and I see it on a round-to-round basis.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even spin consistency on its head there for Lancer Gaming, saying that's something that they lack. I mean, you get these star moments from players like Kaz, from players like Jakey, but not everybody playing at the same caliber is costing them in these clutch rounds. And I do like the changes as well that Fanshawe Fuel is making, right? They're aware that they like the shower control, so they either avoid it or they put Boyce in a way to contest it. Now as well, they're sending an initiator and a duelist there to make sure it's getting cleared out. And it just feels like Lancer's Gaming's adjustment aren't landing anywhere. I mean, even now this Yoru Sky outside of B main is finding nothing because they're just playing it so slow for Fanshawe Fuel.
I know Lancer's kind of getting a little bit antsy here, and Fanshawe, I mean, they found themselves so many rounds consistently. They're at the point now where the ball's in their court. I mean, and we're seeing Lancer Gaming being the ones trying to take those shots. It's like a game of dodgeball to where all the balls are on Fanshawe Fuel's side, and Lancer Gaming just kind of has to catch one before they can really start throwing. They don't want to take the outs here, and they know that Fanshawe is not going to miss.
30 seconds left.
Speaking of shots, Lancer is at the point now to where you say, when you give us the opportunity, we're not going to do that either. But with some good even trades across the board, and the spike down, better yet, setting this line, setting this territory, drawing that line in the sand is going to be very important here, because we saw it early when they tried to overextend and push back towards that side. Just play it slow, play in your position, work on your side of the map, but don't move too quickly. You want to take these fights on your terms. It just seems like you're kind of willing to do that, but maybe Mink can compensate for it.
I mean, Mink, if we're talking about consistency, most consistent player here on Bind. Jakey tried to get it to half with only 2 HP. They're able to get off, but time not in their favor. Walk in a great position to ensure they can't ninja either. I don't think there's enough time. Is there? There is. Whoa!
You got like half a second after that bubble pop.
You just had to jiggle it. I mean, how does Jakey get the timing not only on the incendiary survival, but then on the spike defuse? I mean, we just were praising Mink and how insane they've been. 13-7, almost a 2 KDA now. And then you get the round robbed away like that after your hero play. That's got to hurt the mental.
Even though I'm kind of with you, just go ahead, you play for the audible there, wait maybe a second and a half tops, and then swing afterward. But knowing that even then, it's knowing it was literally a bit under a second, that was the difference there. You just gotta let it take a little bit longer. Unfortunate there, so inside of Fanshawe, but what's unfortunate also is better yet for Sobez. Can't really fight, can't really protect themselves, because, well, you were kind of doing some T-Rex hands real quick. Meanwhile, everybody else is gunning you down and rushing right through to get to your spawn, and better yet, your site. Put that spike down once more.
Now, I mean, Kaz, you know, you do have a get out of jail free card, but the rest of your team doesn't. So, falling victim to the Thrash, now placing them in a 2v3 retake where Kaz is at half HP. They're gonna have to rely heavily on this Brimstone utility as well. I don't know how I feel about this, this wall. So I'm glad it's been kind of implemented, but quite literally a staring contest between Mink and this Brimstone as the sky smoke fades. Mink coming out on top here. So Kaz in the position of a 1v3, 3 different angles being held by these 3 different players, and they don't clear them in the correct order. Mink with the timing, with another 3K,
Last round before
and they
the
will
switch.
secure a lead before the sides swap.
Regardless, the advantage is going to be at the end of the half here for the side of Fanshawe Fuel. And you keep on talking about that get out of jail free card, that jail space on the board. And Fanshawe Fuel, I mean, while Lancer Gaming, I can say they're probably the ones that are doing with the jail card because it's not really doing too much for them. They're kind of skipping over it here for the majority of the game. They're not having to pay any tolls or for any rent or any railroads. They're still just kind of just chilling. They're just making progress and waiting to put themselves on the board. They're dodging a lot of mines in the meantime. But we see Fanshawe Fuel, they're passing the go slot. It seems like every single round, not only are they just kind of making that progress, but they're getting paid over and over and over again. They're just making this progress in stride. So in a round like this, where the majority of the teams are ready to go ahead and kind of answer for this, where Lancer Gaming may have a legitimate fight to take and win, better yet, with these lineups that are available to them, still the majority of the team is sitting right there by that teleporter, and they can make that call at any point they feel.
Right there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I need to see like over rotation from Lancer Gaming, so they have like a heavier retake attempt, because I want to say most of these players are dying before the spike even goes down. And yes, they're trying to keep deeper map control. Yes, they were expecting Voice this time to lurk up along toxic screen, but Voice again is finding themselves being this excellent lurk player, clearing out these common angles, being that backdoor option. And I'm about to see, I think, a mass exodus through this teleporter because of the ground gain by Voice. Only issue is, here's the response. Rem utility, orbital strike off of the data gathered by this dimensional drift. Great clones, great flashes now to create a double-pronged assault. They only have a Bucky to answer for. Luke N saying a Stinger is enough, but Slippery showing that Vandal trumps them all. Not only do they get the frag with the gun, but the showstopper follow-up as well. They're on for the ace, and Jakey will be the one to deny it here again. The only one countering the frag potential of anybody on Fanshawe Fuel. Now another 1v2 for them to have to clutch out. We've seen them do it before. Can they give us a repeat?
They did it in a 1v1. And they weren't up against double controller, just absolutely delaying the play game. But when you see that spike going ahead and being touched, and it's rising, and somebody's around the corner, it's an easy spray down. I mean, you've narrowed that window of margin of error to kind of being a lot more limited than what you'd expect otherwise, just kind of being inside that toxic floor. But 8-4 here for the half. Better stance to what we saw on the split of a map where it ended off abysmal for the likes of Lancer Gaming. So knowing that now it's not even 7-5 anymore, it's 8-4, you got even more work to put in just to kind of go ahead and bring this game back to its knees, not even on standing feet just yet. So I want to say for Lancer, it's going to be a tough task for him, but knowing that Kaz has been playing this duelist role on the defense and still having a lot of relative success, I would say here on the attacking side, you're expecting Kaz to really kind of kick into high gear, really kind of compensate for their performance so far. And even then, you're expecting Luca to kind of finally get back into those shoes and say, now I can set the pace of the game. I can go fast. And if I got a dude flashing behind me, I'm going to be fine 10 times over.
Yeah. Now, once again, maybe test if they clear out these other parts of the map. Voice trying to get the timing, the wraparound with the rest of the squad here. And these are the kind of moves that I wanted to see from Lancer last half. Ooh, the unexpected. But Jakey expects the unexpected, able to grab two before falling themselves. But they gathered all the information that Lancer Gaming needs to flip the script, to flip the map, and now pressure into the CT here. The only issue is they've given up a lot of site control, so they're going to have to use a lot of utility to fight back into it. Looks like the Yaru equipment is in place. We'll see what happens as the Poison Orb follows the Flood in. A 2v4 on the docket. Strike that Slippery, almost slipping away with a Ninja fuse, but after it is hashed, the Cavalry arrives in a very clean four-person surviving pistol.
Wee bit stressful, but still you have all that insurance there, the incendiary on the spike. Everybody goes just going to check it because they heard it. We've seen players slip through the cracks like that before. They hear the spike, they think it's just, okay, it was somebody else. We've seen a death go through somewhere. Maybe they got off of it. But still, when you're in that kind of number, you can just throw players at the problem and just kind of come out on top. So, knowing it was a pistol round, given this advantage, at least here to Lancer Gaming for this half specifically, to get themselves one. A little bit earlier. Good for him. Yeah, make sure to capitalize off the back of this because we've seen Fanshawe Fuel's ecos before. And good God, we know anything. You can't mess all of your laurels on rounds like these because you can still make it hurt, even with a classic.
And now they've gotten those weapons in hand. This 3v3 looking feasible. I mean, a Sky Online could have a regrowth here for a Boyce. But I feel like they're trying the same thing here again that they just did. And without the spike getting planted on the B site, I love this awareness to not overheat, to fall back, realizing that they know they're playing the objective, not for kills. And they've dodged a bullet in that regard. But leaving the Rays here means they have that audio cue indication for the duo now in U-Haul to rotate back if they need to.
Things coming through. Lancer Gaming going ahead and trying to get a read of whether or not players are back in that spawn. Trying to have an idea of saying more than likely they're probably going to be just sitting back there naturally. They've already made sure to
30 seconds left.
Their pressure back towards spawn. You know you're grounded here on this B side, and that's best case scenario, quite frankly. You don't know what kind of corners are hiding. You finally get vision. You understand what you're dealing with. What kind of players are sitting in what kinds of spots. It's slippery once again, holding up to their names, slipping through the cracks, but not staying alive to get the job done.
Scout destroyed.
No. So 2v3 for the remaining members. Boyce with the elected Guardian here. Gonna be a hard threat to deal with. I'm not sure about the strategy here of what they're attacking.
My God!
But, you know, Mink proving me wrong immediately as the words leave my mouth. I mean, not that they're able to kind of push up that far and get out unscathed. I mean, that definitely is deserving of the Thrifty title.
I mean, still understanding that, okay, don't touch the spike. They got a Sky line. More than likely have a guiding line available because they haven't popped one recently. The region has gone ahead and gone through already. So they're more than likely either just A, wrapping us, which we should be dead by now, or B, they are waiting for an audible to go ahead and get their setup and make their swing play. And saying, well, I'm a Sky, I'm an initiator, just beat him to the cut. Better initiator wins that fight. And it most definitely does. Well played around there from Fanshaw Fuel. A huge wraparound, just understanding how that round was within their grasp and how they played it was just so perfect to a T that they deserved every single last bit of it. But now, we're looking at Lancer Gaming. Sure, they deserve that loss, but do they deserve a series loss? And look at their performance so far, I wouldn't say to this kind of degree just yet, so they got to give us a little bit more of a show here.
Toxic Screen giving them the perfect stage for this performance, though. But unlike how Lancer Gaming didn't address it on their defensive half, you can see Fanshaw Fuel in the differences, using utility to flush them out or attempt to flush them out of this U-Haul position before it's turned on their head. Slippery in a great position as well to punish, but now lead to support now that the position's been revealed. Doesn't matter though, the crunch coming in, the better weapons, landing some frags. 3v2 with the Viper on a lifeline, but this is Jakey alive that we are talking about. And a Bucky for Kaz. We saw the Bucky's impact last round. We'll see if it lands again, but again, Jakey just literally HP getting halved after HP getting halved. Can't even get the plant, but Kaz is a classic of all time. If they win this fight against, if they win the fight against Mink with a classic, about to say.
And then my biggest thing is looking as we could be hitting the home stretch here.
Waste is there.
Round coming their way here for Fanshaw Fuel. Let's go through. This is the double-digit kind of 10-foot chokehold that they have witnessed on a week-to-week basis. I mean, they've already seen it a couple times by now, and I'm sure kind of daunted them. But even now at a point like this, seeing what happened in that last map, you're just chilling. Oh my God. What an outstanding snake bite going through, at least getting a little bit of damage off there. You know this player has a bug. You just can't clear things. You gotta look at every angle. And you gotta make sure to trade that off.
You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Thrifty 2K with the Bucky for Thrifty 2K with the Bucky. And, I mean, Kaz says, all right, Mink, if you can do it, I guess I can do it. Just so well played. And, I mean, I don't want to say that's on Mink, because Mink is 19 and 10, and I couldn't do what they've been doing, but those shots with the Vandal were rough. I mean, Kaz gave them a decent amount of time. But regardless, that kind of writes the economy a little bit. I mean, look at how much money Kaz has in their pocket after collecting that Vandal. Should be able to buy it for their team the next round if they have to. On the other side of things, though, a singular hero rifle for Fanshaw Fuel in the hands of we'll have to see, or sorry, in the hands of one of the players, and we'll have to see if it can serve its purpose. But for now, I do like the challenge here in the showers, but Sky Utility providing 0 support, so Kaz is just dropping one after another, and Walk isn't willing to find the same fate.
I mean, to win around, it's one of those ranked game situations where you got to assess the field and know who your threats are, and just kind of say, all right, we play around the map and try to just stay away from this guy. And well, right now that's Kaz. That's the player that we just saw, obviously, go ahead and be a catalyst to that last Thrifty and actually execute it. But even then more so, just kind of being a consistent factor in this game, just being that top tracker for the side of Lancer Gaming, being an absolute utter nuisance. So, I mean, you got to shut this guy down, and you just got to kind of play away from him. If you see your utility, don't give up the space, but call for reinforcements and make sure you can at least kind of surmount to a trade at minimum.
Now, you can see that Luke N is not done fighting for this flawless round.
30 seconds
2v5, as they should be able to get their way in the B site. Mink about to get sandwiched, but great prioritization will award them at least one to give Walk a fighting chance, but it's only a Sheriff, and Lancer Gaming taking no chances here. It's a rotation to A with enough time,
10
per
seconds
se,
left.
and obviously a safe passage because the Viper has cleared out all of it.
Spike
The only saving
planted.
grace is that rotation does give a Vandal to Walk here. So, we'll see what they can do with this upgrade.
Well, half armor, feasible. Be difficult nonetheless, though. Looking at the setup, Mike just went down. All 4 players are more than likely going to be on site, or at least pushing back into spawn. So, I mean, Walk, you have every right to go ahead, check Heaven a little bit, make sure to swing these halls as slow as possible. Just kind of take more time on this, because you're expecting to lose this round regardless. You found this upgrade off the back of a teammate, and you can say, all right, so long as I get nothing, or if I get everything, it's all good. Try to get some damage, maybe get a couple kills, and if you don't beat yourself up about it. Go ahead, get back up, go right into the next one. It's only a 2-round differential. You got time still on the board to get something going here.
We do. And 7-9, I mean, we saw the Fanshawe Fuel timeout when Lancer Gaming went on a run. So I'm curious to see if it's... I think it'll happen after this round, right? Like, you typically see it like when they're going into an eco, so they can think of an eco or a thrifty strat and the follow-up rifle round. You can have a rifle round no matter what, whether you win or lose the round. And I think 9-8 is not a bad scoreline to have one. So now it's just kind of getting through this round. And I would say maybe even trying to save your season, save your Thrash. And when these ultimates and when you see Kaz flooding on Voice, it is a good indication they wouldn't have time to use it, but that's where the Thrash comes in, able to find Manson off teleportation from Walken. Now multiple players teleporting to try and reinforce this crunch play. And 3v2, if they win this round, they might not need the timeout, but 2v2, Voice low, so it's again this mirror matchup of the Viper and Sky. They're gonna have to retake against the Viper's pit.
It just comes down to audibles, and if they're not here on site immediately ready for it, I mean, it is what it is. By the Viper's pit, though, fairly easily, you do have these things available, and not only did they just kind of go ahead and take that avenue, they go over the truck. So they give you a direct line of sight, a direct, perfectly straight access to understand where these players might be. So no one's more than likely going to be sitting around on these crates, and Mink, well, who else to nail that shot? The boys to go ahead and read that flank, get that protection, and find that 10th round here for Fanshawe Fuel. They didn't find themselves much of a chokehold on that 10th round. We still have yet to see if that comes to life, but for 9, it stuck them out there for a second.
I know, yeah, beautiful retake there. Now, them being on the defensive half have that Viper's pit as an option to kind of create a pressure point on the map, kind of a magnet in the opposite direction to force them where they want them to go, hopefully towards this stack, I would say, on the A site. But that's exactly where Lancer Gaming looks like they are headed. My hope here is that we're going to see Fanshawe Fuel not make the same mistakes that were made by that 3-stack in shower for the state of Lancer Gaming. But even then, it looks like we're about to have a war shower instead. It's not just one person late lurking up, late pressuring. And we'll see if these players are ready to deal with it. Utility usage a little bit early. Both paint shells getting traded. Flash at the ready. We'll see what the answers are. I mean, Orbital Strike, actually.
Good investments here, understanding everything at stake already. I mean, you knew that earlier on in that first half, we mentioned the kind of shower control that was being so important and had so much emphasis on it. but even more so, that transitions over to the other side as well. I mean, shower control is shower control. If a team wants it, they're going to fight for it on both sides of the field. So when you know that Fanshawe Fuel, they have the advantage, they have the ultimate, they have the gun, that's when they say, screw it, we'll take those fights every day of the week. Who is it that you're running into? Well, right now it's going to be Kaz, and you don't read Sobaz in that corner. That's a problem. You got to make sure to clear everything, and you can't just willy-nilly run in and think you can take those fights, regardless of the gun in hand.
Or the bazooka in hand, too, I guess.
Yeah, any weapon, really.
But yeah, Mink is not done. Mink's not done addressing the U-Haul kind of hold here.
Of course.
But the repercussion is Soba's staying alive as they get Kaz
left.
back up to full HP here. So a 4v3. No ground really gained by either side, but Kaz taking out the star player here for Bind is huge unless Jakey has something to say about it. They should have known they were close.
Well
they had taken out the wingman. And with 15 seconds left, all they have to do is play a spoiler here. They can play spoiler, but only 2 bullets left. I mean, they're just gonna let the plan happen. This is like a worst case scenario in my mind.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I'm swinging for death there. Just trying to get that spike off. You give Boyce enough time to go ahead and get on to site. You're playing for the 1v1, then the spike is down. You're just playing clock at that point. But already, still JKG, add the read. You got the Viper's Pit. And this is a very ballsy play to come through to kind of expect this to be that cash-in that's going to work out for you.
I'm just more concerned that JKG has 11 bullets right now total in their gun. But the lineup, and that makes quick work of that retake strategy. And once again, Lancer Gaming does not go down without a fight here on this second map. They know it'll tarnish their record that is currently undefeated. And I'm surprised that we're not seeing a Fanshawe Fuel timeout right now, to be completely honest. But I know some of these collegiate teams like to take their later timeouts when they're either tied or, you know, even if they're kind of up against the wall. And since they're up to Fanshawe Fuel thinking that, you know, a thrifty strategy, they're at least going to throw their heads against the wall, which is AK, run it down A short. Why not? If you hit your shots, you hit your shots. Like, scratching a lottery ticket.
And even then, I mean, this is the round to do it, right? I mean, when we thought about going for timeout, better to take the timeout after this round, going into the rifle round, and just go ahead and speed up this round. Speed up the eco and just see if it gives yourself anything, whether kind of taking a shot in the dark. Does it really hurt you at the end of the day? It's the best thing you can really work for here. The rest of the team probably just going to be going ahead, talking a little bit as we see boys trying to dismount something and immediately getting shut down. This will be the point where you kind of want to take a timeout if things just didn't really work out for you. Because you understand, pistol rounds, no big deal. It's going to be a loss. Our ecos have looked good, but when they don't kind of purchase across the board, if they go pure sheriffs, you're just kind of chalking it up. Saying, all right, did we really get a read of what was going on there? No, they just kind of mowed us down. We didn't get any time to kind of talk or discuss that. I would have liked the boys just kind of stayed across the map and then kind of use that as a timeout to a certain degree. But even then, understandably so, that 10-7 round was just very iffy. The 18th round was really hard for them. Because, I mean, you expended the showstopper, didn't check that corner. It got no effect whatsoever. You couldn't even fire it. The Viper's Pit, you throw it out. Expecting to kind of go ahead and cross the line with that, maybe get the clutch done. The 2v2, find success there, but you line up, you get slammed right inside of it with a player who's been sitting in it on 1 HP. So that just hurts, quite frankly. I mean, that's really all it dwindles down to, is it hurts to see that 2 big impact plays in such a small map, things that cover so much area, whether it be damage or whether it just be delay, just really surmount to literally nothing collectively. So now on a point like this, you're saying we're right back to square one, whether that be in the buys. Sure, some of us don't really have a full purchase coming through, and for something like this, we have no ultimates at all. And Lancer Gaming, they have 2 of their own, 2 very big AoEs, and they're on the attacking side. So you got to make sure these rounds are won before the post plan if you really want to have a shot.
And it looks like even after a timeout, Lancer Gaming showing no signs of slowing down through toxic screen with the showstopper. Boyce has the intuition to get off the site, realizing it's not worth the 1-for-1 trade. So it's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake for the first time in a really long time, when, as you put it, the cards are pretty even, minus the light shields on Fanshawe Fuel's side, minus Banson here with the double post-plant strategy of the incendiary paired with the orbital strike. Question is, are they going to be able to address him in Hookah, take care of the first hurdle? Luke N in that off, angle position. But even then, there's like the 4 players off site right now. And that is a concern in its own right. They're just playing at the clock beautifully.
still has sniffed out for a second there, but Mink pushing all the way
Beautiful
through.
gate
Has
crash.
T-Ping, well, the way behind. You got to get that read, and with the players there, nobody's
Molly.
really tapping this.
It's a Molly.
That's
There was a Molly.
another round, yeah. I mean, that's just done for. Ansem, the one player remaining at the end of that, invest in the orbital strike. Couldn't care less, quite frankly. That makes it an even game, and still knowing you have a Viper and a Brim, you can just play the delay game. That's what sucks about this map. Literally, that's why I can't stand playing this map in ranked games, because you know that every single time you're saying, I don't care who else lives. If the spike is down, there's a Brim and a Viper available. If it's either one of them, quite frankly, a Viper you have a little bit better chances. But a Brim Incendiary, you're just kind of calling it donezo.
I mean, even worse, right? You have to worry about Kaz. Like, if it's any
Exactly.
other duelist, like areas you've already cleared, oh, you don't have to worry about that. You've made forward progress on that site. Kaz, though, ripping away with a gate crash clouded by the auditory mess that is an orbital strike, and suddenly you have that backstep opportunity that just steals away lives, steals away even more time before those post-plant measures are expended. Regardless, though, looks like without that showstopper, they don't want to go for as explosive of an approach. Instead, slowing things down a little bit here, which, you know, I don't think has worked for them in the past. But then again, Fanshawe Fuel has been sitting on 10 for a while, so they might be getting antsy, just like Slippery is. And suddenly the first blood has been given away. And I want to say that was the hero rifle, too.
It'd be quite bold for the hero rifle to be wearing a cape and just get caught up in something. Going right into the spawn. Nobody can really get a hold of it anymore, or at least doesn't want to try, knowing it was Kaz to knock that player off. We talked about giving those players their respect. No Kaz was blasting towards showers. All right, until we see him anywhere else, let's avoid showers. And now see the dimensional drift go
30
back
seconds
here over to his B side. No player's going to make that wrap around. You're just playing an orbital VSAT as you're just mowing players down back and forth. But still, Fanshawe Fuel with 2 players remaining at least.
planted.
That's even getting that spike down, going for post plant. And with Kaz being alive, that guy, let's be real, surmounts to probably at least 2 or 3 players around. So,
What?
I mean, gotta get that guy out of the game.
But this is also the clutch duo we're talking about, Boyce
Yeah.
and Mink. This is, I believe, their 3rd time being the last 2 alive here for the squad. And if there's anybody that can do it, it is them. But like you said, Kaz alive finds Mink, so 1v3 for Boyce. And I mean, I said it, this is the duo to do it, trying to
Oh my
run
gosh.
away. Anson escaping into Elbow, but that incendiary has already been expended. Boyce tries to get by to get to the half. And it's just beautiful timing from Benson. This time to add a clutch to their name. To pull ahead, to the lead on the side of Lancer Gaming.
So unfortunate for Boyce. He's saying, why would he swing that? I wouldn't swing that. Who swings that? And, well, Hanson swings that. Especially whenever it's the game kind of on the line here. And more importantly, a lead on the line, because, well, it's 1 more round to go. I mean, still, get yourself to that match point scenario is not the end-all, be-all, but still, it's definitely going to elongate this game here for Fanshawe Fuel, because, I mean, while they had all the fuel available to them early in this game, their tank is looking to run a little bit dry here. We talked about how difficult it was for them to just go ahead and reach 9 in the first place. They get to that 9, now reach 10. 10 to 11 is seeming just as tumultuous. It seems just as difficult. And that double-digit checkpoint chokehold for them, it may actually prove to be real.
No, completely. But Sky, Thrash could be what's needed to break the spell. Going in more as a trailblazer here. Gather information. And not much is granted. So now the party wants to try and recollect Thrash somehow. But they also don't want to overaggress and give up that U-Haul control, which has been an issue in the past. And equally prepared, just trying to wait out the timer on that Thrash, because they know it can be an issue, is the side of Lancer Gaming. And I mean, time has not ever been an issue for Lancer Gaming. Even with 45 seconds left, this is when the site take begins pretty effortlessly. With 4 players on site,
Got your trail.
3.5 as the race is in CT. It's going to be their tallest fill yet to fill. Lone already expended as well. Seeker is now all destroyed, and the responsive Seekers coming in. They fall to Kaz, who's
30
delivering, but they're
seconds
low
left.
HP.
God.
And it's just player after player falling for Fanshawe Fuel untraded.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's just
Spike
swing
down
after
A.
swing. I mean, honestly, these players who are
My
expecting
ult's
not
ready.
to aggress, still just going ahead and just piling themselves onto the dog pile.
Spike planted.
Walk being the last one remaining, as being literally one shot. I mean, so long as you saw a barrel get anything off this guy, it seems feasible, but problem is, you gotta look at the other 2 players remaining. You got a Viper to Brimstone already sitting up on the back of the map getting ready for a post plant. I mean, it's just like, well, what are you to do?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
You gotta throw yourself into the fray. Maybe hope the mollies miss their marks, but like you mentioned, they don't even need the mollies. Jakey's been on top of it. I've seen Sentinels that swap over to this pseudo Sentinel struggle. Jakey proving that they are not one of them. 12 points now for Lancer Gaming. This is either going to be a comeback or a guaranteed ticket into overtime here if Fanshawe Steel suddenly gets their act together, suddenly pulls these 2 rounds together. But the economy is looking dire.
Well, Fanshawe is definitely one of those teams to where you look at the economy, and so long as it's nothing but sheriffs, you still believe they have a chance to some degree. And looking at the amount of eco rounds they've surmounted over the course of the series thus far has been amazing, and I think honestly they perform a little bit better when they're in these eco situations. They make the game still just kind of just as close as what it will with the rifle, but I think they use their brain a little bit more. They're saying, okay, we can't rely on our aim, we got to set ourselves up for success in these rounds, and that's supposed to be the case across the entire game, and I feel like they've kind of lost that scope of vision as they've got themselves closer to closing this thing out. Because I feel like, I mean, no offense to them, they're kind of foreign to success so far. So now that they're kind of actually understanding that we could win this series, you can't let things slip away from you thinking that, okay, it's a gentleman's agreement that we kind of close up shop right here. No, you got 3 more rounds to go. It's the final countdown, literally, and you can't be losing first players like this to really get
And I mean, what better option for not losing players than the Dimensional Drift Online to gather safe information for the team that the B site has nobody home, minus this Brimstone ready to brave the sky of smoke, but they think better of it here, trying to regroup with the team, trying to make this a 4-person effort. And I mean, the fact that the sky is this far off site does grant them a 4-on-4 of its own kind, but again, this post plant has been so strong with all this utility.
Open up the sky.
Oh,
Nice.
Wingman!
That's
Wingman.
it. That's good.
Wait,
Wow.
Jakey is alive. Yeah, you're right. Jakey G finding one after another, and the stars align. Mink with a classic headshot allows them to get the spike, allows them now to put themselves in a position 1 round away from bringing this to OT. The hopes of a 2-0 still alive.
That's the first time we've actually seen that in this series so far. Or not this series, but this map. Is AKG kind of being alive for that post plant, being able to get that wingman off. Imagine what kind of impact that would have if we get that every single round, where that's just an extra body kind of playing here in the game. And you're just playing, once again, the same exact kind of situation you were doing the attacking side. Play delay at that point. You don't have to keep wingman alive, but at least do it long enough for him to get half. You just touch the other half, because that utility, you can, as we've already seen, suck up half of the spike while sitting in the middle of an incendiary.
Now, looks like we might see a bit heavier of a duel. Slippery having to slip away with that gun barrel showing, but they decide to double down on the aggression instead. Showstopper in, they drop their gun, and that might cost them a huge opportunity this round. Numbers advantage equated, and Mink at least here in a position to potentially punish, but great geometry lesson here from Jakey to put them at bay here in U time and time again. I mean, shield's been stripped away, HP's been stripped away, Voice's position revealed by the gun collection. Like, at least these kind of snake fights are trying to force the battle into Mink, but so is delivering when this team needs it here. And there's really no more utility to use. Corner not cleared again, might be the final nail in the coffin, might send us to Ascent, as it's now a 3v1 for Boyce. The clone seals
Attackers
it.
win.
Fake out, and what a turnaround. What a 8-4 comeback out of Lancer Gaming, Mick.
9-3, I mean, it doesn't even have to be that. 8-4 still, you can just get the job done just as easily. I mean, it just comes down to these teams and what kind of their own checkpoints and chokeholds are. And, well, I mean, even then, not just hitting all those double digits, starting to kind of go through that final countdown situation. Better yet, just getting there in the first place. I think you have a chance there if it didn't take you so long to get to round number 10. But it was that 9-round point that was just seeming so difficult for them to hit the number 10. It was pulled off by what? It was pulled off by like an eco round that they finally got themselves to that point. Okay, we hit 10. It was a difficult round nonetheless. It wasn't just one of those easy outright rifle rounds that we typically see teams just kind of go back and forth on. So it's these points to where it's for the Fuel, what do you really do in a situation like this? Because it looks like, as I said earlier, the tank is running a little bit empty for them. They had themselves a great start on this map, and I wouldn't say it was a gradual decline, but it kind of snuck up on you just like they did in the first map. We were saying, we got to get this thing together. We're going to win a couple more rounds here. We're just going to squeeze at these final bits. And, well, when you look at the attacking side, it's the Brimstone, it's the Viper, and most importantly, it's Kaz. This dude is constantly making sure to where he's saying, sure, I get kills easily, but that intimidation factor is enough to delay the round enough for my Brimstone and Viper to just kind of go ahead and clean things up, or just delay long enough, because I don't even have to really fight. So long as I get one kill, they know I'm close enough to fight more of them. They think I'm going to swing them. And I can just go ahead and TP right back to my spawn, be just talking with my teammates and chatting up a storm, having a great old time, and they are sweating in their britches, understanding whether or not if I'm even still back there, just trying to hold them off a little longer.
Hmm. I mean, for me, yes, mental barrier getting that double digits was an issue for Fanshawe Fuel, but it was more they cracked the code on how to retake effectively when they had that kind of deep of a util pool for the post plant. If they had done that like 2 or 3 rounds prior, that would have been a very different game, a very different outcome. But we are going to go to Ascent where the sides will be starting out the same as on Bind. So, as you mentioned, it can't be a collegiate Monday night of Valorant action without a mix. So, stick around and we'll be back to bring you map 3 right after the break.
In the spirit of Valentine's Day, what's a better duo than Collegiate Valorant and Ascent? I don't know if I can think of any better couple in the world because, well, it's a Monday night, it's an ECC, and we're getting right back into it. The University of Windsor versus, oh man, I just can't. I'm at the point where it's just like my brain is rotting or gonna keep on going. But Fanshawe College, they're there. They're here, kind of. Maybe not anymore. It's just after that last map where they had themselves a lead for so long and they just couldn't pull it out. You get to a map like this where everybody's supposed to know it, but do you have the mental to kind of really go ahead and follow through with it?
Yeah, no, the only issue is another duo that is a match made in heaven is the standard Ascent composition and Ascent, which is where, my mind bogs down because it's the same thing, nothing new, nothing reinvented.
Yeah.
And after we get out of a map like Bind, where it was teams and compositions we weren't sure what we were going to see for, and even getting to see that double duelist, I'm just praying because I know what the composition Fanshawe Fuel runs is. I'm hoping Lancer Gaming has something up their sleeve, but I know the players will be getting ready to get into Agent Select as we explained to you Ascent. But I mean, what is there more to talk about? It's an open book. It's been figured out by most collegiate teams, and I think the only thing that I'm going to be keeping an eye on is how aggressive Kaz is. Because yes, the Yoder kit allows them to get out of dodge safely with the gate crash, so they can fix those over aggressions. But when you're a Jet and you're gone with your tailwind on Ascent, if assuming Kaz is going to be on the duelist, mind you, and not Luke N, then it's a completely different scenario. Other than that, though, then the juxtaposition question is, if Luke N is on the Jet, what role is Kaz going to play? Are they going to be the KO, the Sova, the Omen? I mean, they play Omen on Split and Sunset, but that doesn't necessarily mean they will be here for Ascent. So let's get that question answered. As I said before, Fanshawe Fuel starting out on the attack, Lancer Gaming on the defense, and wow, a composition I totally was not expecting.
So
and
innovative.
yeah, it looks like Kaz is going to be on the Jet.
It makes sense, but I mean, you just gotta have somebody to kind of put a leash on them. I mean, of Ascent, it gets to that point to where, as you said, I mean, it's an open book. I mean, you mentioned most college teams knowing it. Well, every college team should know it at this point, quite frankly. I mean, it's tricklenomics. It goes down the ladder. And even then, I mean, that's a high school at this point, and even they know this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's to the point where we could give this to a sample size of middle schoolers. They know this map. And elementary schoolers are probably learning it as we speak. But, I mean, still, it's the thing where it's always the same. It's fine though. It's fine. It's fine. It's at least a decider. It's not the first. Nobody picked it. Because usually we get the collegiate special where a team picks this map and then loses it. But that's just with the other maps rather than this one.
Yeah, I missed the decider, so makes sense here. Kaz, we talked about it, that over-aggression could be their undoing, but this round it provides the first blood, shutting down the counter duelist, which we knew was an issue on Split. It weakens your entry or your retake into a site. Now Luken trying to bat through the dark cover here on the A site, but it's Kaz again, the perfect rotation, the perfect frag. They're on par for an ace at this point, but the right clicks don't have anything to say about it. Paranoia not well placed in that regard, and just the rest of the players coming to Kaz's aid to get the defuse, to get the pistol here for Lancer Gaming.
Round number one, a duelist initially dying right off the get-go, and you don't really have too much of an entry. You still find yourself some leeway on site, though. Can't let that happen. We saw how it worked for Lancer Gaming on Split, and, well, we saw what happened when they fixed that exact problem. Saying, okay, well, our duelist always died first. Let's just switch who is playing the duelist. Put them on more of a leash or just let them go absolutely insane. And there it is. Kaz once again waking up, showing once again that, well, momentum can matter. It can do wonders, but it's still going to be on the same player, and it's going to be on the same role, more importantly, allowing that aggression to still have a catalyst, have a kit to back it up, and have a team to really set them up and boost them to that pedestal they so much deserve.
And now, I love this eco strategy. They know Kaz likes to get aggressive mid, so maybe they're expecting to have a trap play on them here when there's 4 players combat it, but just the alarm bot waiting on the other side of this go around. So they get pretty safe passage into the B site. Paranoia as well, forcing both players back into CT so they can't punish with better weapons. Missed timing as well from the owl throw. Provides walk, not one, but two frags off the distraction. Mink is able to steal frag away. So suddenly a 4v3 here. But once again, better weapons for these 3 players for Lancer Gaming. Low HP for 2 of the squad as well. And with no heals to be seen, it is what it is here in terms of HP. Let's see if they can hold on for dear life as the clock ticks away. Oh.
Easy picking so far, at least.
Last
Especially
player
the silver
standing.
platter, but the problem is Walk is still alive on site. Double dink with Sheriff to play with. Still, Fanshop Fuel showing that they are not done just yet. A round once more. When the odds are stacked against them, they show up and they come to play. But it's again these early rounds, and you're saying, well, where was that last map when it mattered most? What happened to the ecos that you just kind of so consistently found on Split? Where was all of this on Bind? And no, but maybe they found it again. We have a lot more game to go to really find that out.
This is true. And because that was an anti-eco that they just won, Fanshaw Fuel picking up some hero rifles here. We'll see how they're able to leverage them, because if they don't and they lose this, that would be another counter 30 thrown right back in their face. It would be not a way to start building up that kind of reserve of rounds. They know they need it once they hit that double barrier like they did on Vine, but for now, they're trying to overcome this Omen KO duo. The shock darts ensuring that they can't push onward, can't challenge the dark cover. So for now, it's just silence until they decide to follow through on this site hit.
Slow and steady is the name of the game so far. Just waiting for anybody to kind of overextend themselves. Maybe hand over a free kill. See if the first blood is more kind of provided than fought for. But you're in a deciding game right now, and nothing's really going to give itself up, or at least shouldn't. And so far, good job from both sides. You passed the vibe check. Don't go crazy. Don't do anything unnecessary. Don't get belligerent. Just kind of play the game as it should be. Work together. See if anything can be revealed here in the meantime. But now, the attackers, your time may be coming to an end.
30 seconds
30 seconds
left.
left on the clock. You got to choose a side. And well, with that knife going right towards A, you know that's probably where the hits.
But this is also where Lancer Gaming's stack is, and they're just trying to buy down the clock. Paranoia hitting the flashpoint follow-up as well, but only one frag going in
10 seconds
favor
left.
of Lancer Gaming. So
Spike
4v2 now. A little high-low action because they haven't cleared out Hell, but in the meantime, Slippery does just that. So Jakey gets their clutch Sentinel, but this much utility is still on the table with the weapons against them, and with only 50 HP. What more can they find? At this point, they have to wage. Do they want to give the old Torbs over for a chance of damaging their economy? The answer is yes. They're willing to brave the threshold, but Jakey G, the protector of voice there, they get a second round on the board and keep those bigger weapons to bring in now.
Kind of a crazy trade there. I mean, I can understand maybe a KJ going for it and kind of understand that, well, my lockdown is the most expensive ultimate in the game, so I can try to go for a little bit more. Maybe as a trade-off here or there, but even then, doesn't really work out too well, and you don't really find too much considering you have that Sheriff, and you're looking at 3 players with better guns than you. So, holding that A main area of the map, not going to really work out too well for Lancer Gaming, at least for that retake, but even then, they also didn't really have all the full rifles they wanted compared to Fanshaw Fuel. So, all things considered, I mean, looking here in the early stages, we do obviously have Sobez DCing here for a little bit as we wait for them to get back into the lobby. Things are going to start to unravel here pretty early on, especially if we see Kaz actually sticking to this operator. That is absolutely wild, in my opinion. I mean, sure, you want to go ahead and kind of cover up these long lanes of the map, but look at what Kaz has done so far. This is going to be a very, very impactful round right here to let you know either this is how this guy's going to keep on playing for the rest of the game, or this is going to go ahead and kind of be a very, very quick lesson to learn to say, look, we're kind of frying on the Vandal. Why are we swapping things up? Because you don't have as much retake potential now, and quite frankly, you were the catalyst for every single push we had inside the last game. You have to make sure your initiators are really up to the task. Make sure to fill those shoes in place of you when you're gone.
Yes. And, I mean, it could fix the issue we saw on Split, where if they do over-aggress, then they kind of are dead too early on, because you can always hand the operator off and still be that re-entry force on a retake. I guess that still removes a number, but you at least get to leverage that jet kit to its fullest capabilities. They're also only 2 frags away, or an orb or 2 away from the knives. So that's a great insurance policy so that, as you mentioned, they aren't taken out of the game. So the question will be, do they try and aggress for an orb, a main, off of the operator and a KO in their pocket? Do they just hope the frags go their way and save it going forward? And that's where my kind of attention is going to be. Because as you mentioned, it is a huge investment. And when the money isn't looking as clean as it could be, compared to the side of Fanshawe Fuel, then if you lose this round, that's a third and likely a fourth for the side of Fanshawe College. But regardless here, looks like we do have Sobez back in the game, so the action's going to start resuming here with that KJ Sova duo re-intact on this B site. And I was wondering, I was going to say, if they're going for the off, they might as well go for the Odin here.
Oh.
And what everyone knows, this is just the confirmed Clayton special at this point.
Big investment coming through, coming from both ends of the spectrum or period of the scoreboard. It's out of Lancer Gaming here, but I mean, going to be pretty big nonetheless whenever you impact in the round. It really comes down to the start here. No shroud towards the middle of the map. No crazy kind of overextensions. When you have all this expensive weaponry in your hands, that's really going to put the leash on Lancer Gaming on this defense. They're not going to overextend. They understand if anybody dies, you're saying that's one less gun that the operator's going to have to fill the shoes for. So just let me make first contact. And if anything goes astray, make sure it happens on site.
Yeah, but it's utility from the Omen not allowing any first contact to be made just yet. I do like this read on the side of Lancer Gaming, though, placing the operator and an insurance policy here with a KO on this angle. Gonna be the paranoia, though, to barely miss. The response to suppression. No frags found, and they're not done challenging it either. Make, though, they don't even need to hit Kaz. They're hit as collateral, quite literally, in that duel. So a 5v2 now. And walk want some action for themselves. The off angle achieved, but they decide off that flash it's not worth the trouble. As we said, an expensive round, an expensive investment leads to a likelier save.
Round like this where Lancer Gaming really could afford too much, to where if you see this round fall, it's almost 2 rounds worth of buys for Fanshawe Fuel. So that's why you can see Lancer Gaming going ahead and just saying, you know what, let's cut our losses. Let's not get crazy here. Let's just kind of hold somewhere around the map, hold on to what we got, because that Odin, that KJ set up, everything's still kind of sitting relatively cozy towards that B side of the map. But you can now say we can just allocate more players towards A, triple it down again. And sure, we're not going to have the biggest guns in the world, but we still got a chance. Still got a shot. We can still just kind of hold things, or even more so just make that swap up where you have the Odin over towards B main, creating that stall, forcing a rotate, or that hero rifle of KJ to kind of go off on A. But I think they're going to go for that 3-2 split once more, but instead go for the reverse where Sova's playing towards that A site and KJ is going to stick to their gun.
We've seen our fair share of Bucky's on bind, Mick, so we'll see if Banson can add their name to the hall of Bucky baddies, but it's interesting that they're going for this aggressive play off of one of those hero rifles here into tiles, but you said expensive gambles have they have fruitful bounties, and if they had followed through, they would have found the KJ and the Sova on the other side, but also would have found the rotaties, Boyce and Walk now joining them here in that line of defense. Still worried about a mid presence, but realizing here very soon nothing may come out of it. So the advance towards B continues.
Placing swarm grenade.
Towards this B side, mentioned the Sova, how important it would be to kind of go ahead and pull these players, or at least delay them through that wall with that Odin still in play, but that's not going to be the case here. From the shadows, going ahead, hitting that back of boathouse, and funneling the rest of the team to go right through this B main area, but with nothing really stopping them too much, no real guns in their way. It's a very, very easy hill to go ahead and climb over, or just really more of a wall. So, getting it a 4v5 for the retake, they are just knocking players down because nobody really comes from any other direction rather than just right from spawn. It makes it an easy, flawless, and easy cleanup here for Fanshawe Field to get themselves a 4.
Whew. I mean, I did like the plans that Lancer Gaming was trying to make. It was more just the discipline and the timing from Fanshawe Fuel not syncing with that strategy, and then even reflanking on their own. And I mean, my eyes definitely were on that TP play in CT from the Omen. That definitely helps out as well. Kind of isolate players and goes in 4-1 favor. Now, you can see here, Kaz, they had forged up the rifle last round. because they have the blades now. They're going to try and fake out here, trying to gather information on the mid area with Jet while they fake a main, trying to deposit this Omen into Wine. But I think that counter KO knife is what drew the Jet here towards the A site.
Oh, once again, looking for these overextensions, the kind of slow play we saw with no catalyst towards the center of the map for a split attempt here. Know that it's going to be directly just a lot of blood being shed right here towards A main, where you already have 2 players allocated, and even the possibility of maybe Wine, if you find that first kill, still going to slow things down to some degree. You could have somebody just still kind of sitting in the midst. That knife's going to reveal enough to let you know shots are being named, players are here,
Ooh.
and even though the paranoia doesn't land, the bullet sure as heck do for Banson there.
Yeah, I was about to say, they look like they were acting like they were paranoid, but mention does not land, so JKG trying to open up another avenue here with the 1-for-1 trade means it is a blocked passage, so 1v4 going Kaz's way there essentially in mid because they wanted to go tree, and that's exactly where Kaz was ready to shut them out, shut them down. Excellent investment from the Blades there, gets their economy back up. Surprised we don't get to see the operator make a resurgence, but I'm expecting it in the next round if Kaz does die. They continue this win streak that they're going to start trying to build after that 4 rounds in a row from Fanshawe Fuel. But for Fanshawe Fuel, like I said, ultimates at the ready, lockdown, Hunter's Fury, padded wallets because of their streak. And looks like they want to take that ultimate to the B site, but Killjoy's so low from the spray already that it's going to be dangerous if Sobez decides to stick out this assault here with the Odin.
Oh, lockdown, going to go ahead and force players off here. Looking to kind of get it. Let's go ahead and get that Odin off the side. That's Sobez. Kind of stuck to the blender just to get away from it, but already still big investments coming through just to go ahead and create that space for yourself. So Fanshawe, they're going to make an investment in a round like this. They got to make a read. They got to go ahead and understand that Jakey is inside Boathouse, and they sure as heck didn't do it, but they make quick work of them to go ahead and say, look, this round can't be for nothing, because good God, if you press 2 X's at least, you don't end up winning that round. Woo! It's going to be a pretty tough repeat of what we saw in Bind.
Oh, definitely. Now, all the weapons, all the utility coming in through this dark cover, but Jakey lurking there and logged, as you said, and making easy work of it. And, I mean, I feel like they really needed to flood in a little bit faster so that Jakey wasn't on an island after getting those initial frags. Like, it's like the cat's out of the bag, right? You have to start being able to support them in some way before they get refragged, before they get traded by a player like Slippery. And I mean, I love that the Odin was able to kind of provide that scare tactic to create that pocket for Jakey, but you can't follow up on it, you lose another round, and suddenly you are down 3 rounds. You're back to light shields across the board, even Sobez having to go for the Guardian because of that heavier Odin investment. Because of that, looks like a more straight fire hit coming out from Fanshawe Fuel. You know, they're starting to feel the momentum, starting to realize that they're draining the bank here for Lancer Gaming. And it looks like the Omen's really the only one in position to punish, likely trying to play actually for control of Tree with this lockdown. And there it is, before Spike even gets planted.
Using it as a little bit of a delay, maybe going ahead, kind of forcing that Spike to go somewhere else, or at least buying a couple more seconds on the field. Forcing these players back towards the middle of the map if they want to go for a double down, but still having a player waiting, not surrounding that kill for the back end of it is a little bit unfortunate there for the side of Lancer, because that was a play of a lifetime. You could have found maybe 1, 2, 3 off the back of it, because you already have the player set up towards that A side if you see a double down, but with that not working, no real pressure being exerted, you understand that they can kind of have that free real estate towards their side of the field now. Hit whatever site they want. We're right back to square one. It has to be committed this time, considering how much time is left on the clock. So this makes an easy rotation call for the rest of the Fanshawe Field to go ahead and follow up. But for Lancer Gaming, better yet to just make sure they say if we hit 1 shot, it really matters here.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
but Banson's gonna hit more than 1 shot. They hit 2. Jakey and Jazzy complementing with 1 of their own. They have stopped the Fanshawe Fuel train in its tracks. And this is now where you should be able to see the advantages in terms of the economy, in terms of the buy. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Ultimate's still kind of in Fanshawe Fuel's favor. Null Command, Blade Storm. And that now kind of allows a split play, right? You can use the Null Command to sell a site while you go towards the other, but Kaz, aware, aggressive again in the right places at the right times.
I mean, Kaz being kind of that catalyst once more, waking up, showing their impact in a game like this. But, I mean, still in that last round, finding 2. Blade Storm, not really being the most important thing in the world, considering, I mean, you were just kind of doing what you got to do. The Blade Storm is going to be more of an eco tool here for this Fanshawe Fuel. You can already tell whether or not whether a Blade Storm will be kind of used for ego, or whether it'll be used for eco from either team. And already, I mean, Kaz is that guy where you're saying ego already, and I mean, still success in the rifle so far with not necessarily being on sight. You're going to really kind of dictate and reevaluate where this is going to be coming from, because you had a lot of players looking back towards spawn, and now you at least have a 3-2 split. So I like to look at this. You're waiting for all that utility to come back online and help you for that retake, especially when Kaz is at the head of it.
The only one with another ego to match that of Kaz is the opposite duelist, Slippery. They paved their way into the site, but only 30 HP after their efforts. They're still the one to challenge on the reload, but simultaneously Voice falls, and suddenly we are 1 round separating based on that flawless. And I'm going to say it, Fanshawe Fuel, I think those reserves have been diminished at this rate. I mean, they're not going to have too much in terms of weaponry. The blades will at least be online, but other than that, I mean, I would not be opposed to a timeout right now from Fanshawe Fuel.
Yep. I'm with you 110%. I mean, Fanshawe Fuel, once again, we mean, this team, they literally live up to their school name. They have fuel in the tank, and then when they burn it out, I mean, you got to see these points where they start to refuel a little bit. I mean, they got to stop at a gas station. They get to get themselves pumped right back up. And it feels like these points where they get to the full buy rounds over and over again, I'm just not really impressed with it. I like their eco rounds more than I like their full buy rounds, because I see the actual just kind of mental that goes into these kinds of rounds. I like the pacing of them a little bit more. So I like the executions. I like the kind of standstill understanding and just kind of grasp of little bits of information and culminating all of that into a singular plan and hit onto a site instead of just kind of the outright push. Because I'm not going to say they don't have the gunning prowess that Lancer Gaming has, but just seeing that kind of the way they set everything up, it doesn't feel perfect. It doesn't feel concrete. It feels like there's some wrinkles there. And I got to say, Lancer Gaming, they've been outstanding in understanding where those wrinkles are and really just slipping through the cracks there.
Oh, and here, as we see the timeout expire, we view the menace themselves, Kaz, who's been throwing issues at Fanshawe Fuel round after round. Like you said, slipping into those cracks, taking advantage of the positions, and there's the fragmented buy we spoke of. I mean, it looks like they're going to try and force it coming out of that timeout, having a plan maybe to right the sinking ship. That is their lead. But, I mean, what is the answer? It looks like they want to just go more directly towards mid here. This time, no tree players, but it looks like Kaz was in a position to challenge it, was ready, expectant of this to be Tile's pressure. Now, an opportunity for Slippery to get their limelight here against Kaz, narrowly avoiding the support Sova utility. Positing themselves in this corner, but the flash is beautiful. They check the corner, but don't get the response from the gun, and with all the knives gone, Kaz just is unleashed. There's not much now to challenge them in this round. I mean, yes, you have Jack G top mid and a swarm grenade in their face, but that might be enough. I'm being called a liar.
Yeah, kind of wild that battle still pursues, but understand you have numbers. I mean, kind of crazy that the timeout that we're seeing and the curveball being thrown afterwards is just going to be right down the middle. Understandable to a certain degree that Lancer could read that, and I mean, there's nothing really else available for you. Where, sure, timeouts don't really have to call for innovation. They don't have to call for adaptation. It can always just be a little bit of a resting point. Check point for your team to just say, look, go ahead and
30
try
seconds
this
left.
again. Iron things out once more, but still, it's not really the case so far. Or retake trying to go underway, or not even a retake, just a delay, trying to go ahead and be executed from the spawn side, right from the B spawn. And I mean, the 1v3 scenario, you're gonna spray, you see the bullet trails, you understand exactly where they are for an easy little cleanup here for Lancer Gaming. So Fanshawe not really finding all the most use out of that last timeout, and Lancer Gaming saying, you know what, we appreciate one of our own because we knew you were gonna go mid. It was the easiest read of our lives, and we honestly just talked about the rest of the game.
No, they just took a breather, you know. They're like, all right, Kaz, just keep killing. And with a sturdy buy below them, I'm not surprised that we see Kaz able to lean into the operator. I was about to say Kazerator because, you know, they might as well own that weapon at this point. 11-6. We'll see what they can find here on B main, but it looks like it's another mid effort that's going to come out. And they don't have support to break the Killjoy turret either, so they might be clued into the operator if they decide to fully invest into that peak. But for now, once again, they liked the mid pressure that they had in the previous round. Obviously, just some shots stripping away the opportunity, so they're willing to try here again.
Well, moving up the mid, at least 2, 3 of these players. 2 for Catwalk, 1 for possibly Market. See the investment of the smoke. They understand that the player's there. The alarm bot, give them the call to go ahead and throw one of those bubbles up. Still. Around the map. Slow and steady we go. Couple rifles in the hands of Fanshaw Fuel. Big ultimate in that lockdown. Still a counter waiting in that Hunter's Fury, so you're just kind of you're forcing an opportunity to kind of take them out of the game more than that attack play. Still, good trade being made towards Wine. It lets you know this A hit may go through. Knowing there's 40 seconds, you're gonna go. It needs to be now, and they're already on.
Yeah, and amazing utility to not only pin down Benson, but ensure that Sobez is not able to support them there from heaven, not able to bail them out. So a 4v3 here. It does have the Hunter's Fury online, does have the Blades online if they want throw those into the mix to make sure that that operator, again, isn't tying down the squad, but can't really see yet. You know, there is the operator still. Didn't abandon it for a Vandal, but I mean, when this dark cover is allowing them to apply consistent pressure, it's like one player subs in, tags in here. Now with no tailwind, no get out of jail free card either. They're just leaning into Jakey to get frag after frag. Almost a 360 attempt though on to walk required, and this duo is able to get the job done, able to secure a 6th
round
and
in the half.
I still wouldn't even be surprised if we see a 6-6 half here.
I mean, it's still expected, right? I mean, that's kind of the baseline. When you look at this map, you're expecting teams to hit 6-6 a minimum. And on this map, anything more, it just kind of shows, like, those definitive, this team is better. But, I mean, to this game, it's a lot more important. It matters, I'd say, a lot more than what you typically see just because of how it plays out. This map, everybody knows it. It comes under the adaptations, and if you kind of do that on a round-to-round basis, it's going to mean a lot here. Oh my god, that was... Yeah, I know you didn't mean to go in that direction. That's wild.
Yeah, and once again, the duelist is out. But once again,
Yes.
that's the cost of these high-risk, high-reward plays. Might lose your life, might lose a round. But 4-on-4, I'm expecting them to not try and invest this lockdown to take the site, but it might just be the safer bet in this situation because I mean, they don't know where they think that Sova's on B site, so Hunter's Fury may not reach far enough as they try and rotate over to get close enough to deny it. And it's gonna come in, but it's a little bit too late. The damage has been done, the site's been taken. You see Lucan trying to deny, but they're detained. So they're dropped. Now it's 3v2. Jakey's close enough, but they have to wait for the rotation now. That was slowed down because of that Hunter's Fury investment. This last round of the half, you're going to at least try it. Jakey was close last round. Now they have somebody without an operator to tie them down. So my eyes are on Walk to see if they can stop this attempt before it occurs. But it's Jakey G, actually. The Killjoy diff potentially. I think the Killjoy diff, the Jakey did.
What?
And a 3K to secure the lead before the half.
This little double swing there to go ahead and top things off as
Switching
well. From an
sides.
angle you're not really expecting too much as well. I mean, just go ahead and deviate that attention somewhere. And shot fuel, obviously got a little bit left here to work with, but I mean, it comes down to that consistency that we saw earlier on, or at least during the, funny enough, the entire first half of the series. Like the entirety of that first map, then the first half of the second map, and then kind of just really dwindled down from there. So, I mean, they got a name in this half. For sure, they got a good couple, but it really comes down to increasing their odds, putting more and more in there, and just kind of showing that they're not falling asleep at the wheel. Because seeing how they're playing this, their shines of success are really good. They're really shining. It's a needle in a haystack. It's a diamond in the rough. But at Lantern Gaming, they're just kind of seeming a little more concrete. While sure, they're not pretty at the end of the day. They're looking strong just overall, and you can tell that, I mean, they are just really polished just across the field and kind of can be used in anything. But a pistol round, this is where things get rough once more. They get really scratchy. They get really down and dirty. You're seeing where you can really just kind of manage something. To go ahead and get a first blood there from the side of Lancer Gaming once more towards that B main area. You know, you had that real estate. You know that you had that control. And honestly, you don't even have to use it because, well, everybody else is going right towards market. They're just trying to see if anybody wants to extend a play for a trade. They can cut them off in the meantime.
But that's the one thing about Lancer Gaming is they're decisive, right, in these plays. I mean, they've taken this mid control without much contest. The question is, can they finish off what they've started? The nice little suppression there, so Slippery isn't feeling confident enough to take the fight, to take the exchange, but even then, Jakey G is on the other side of the site, ready to challenge through this swarm grenade. They get the timing off the flash, the right click's coming through, but out of bullets. Jakey finally shuts them down, but damage is done. It's a 2v3 with Jakey so low. This should be
30 seconds
around
left.
4 and Shaw Fuel, unless Benson has something to say about it. Look.
Cover going out.
Really comes down to timing here. Already throwing out the smoke. They have the timing here. Nobody's going to push through.
Remaining.
And one by one, knock them down, or at least 2, and back up. I did my job. I got 2. There's 2 more on site. I just got to knock this guy down. I'm going to make a rotation eventually, or I may just double down from that spot, but with a little bit of an idea where they're coming from, with that recon dart just sniffing out Slippery, you're not slipping out anywhere. You are just going to have to take these fights, and you're going to have to make sure to take them quick, because that clock is ticking. You can't hold market all day. You got to push for that spike eventually, and, well, there's Sobej playing ring around the rosy with you, saying, win or lose, that clock's got you.
It does, and that is around in a tied game here. I am lying to you because I did not see that the point already went in favor of Lancer Gaming and was expecting it to go up to 7-7 on the scoreboard, but 7-6 pistol on the round is huge regardless for Lancer Gaming, because now they can get these weapons online and fight towards that 7-7. But we've seen these thrifty counterplays, these kind of out of the blue kind of ideas that come from their IGL, and they are creative enough to kind of surprise the side of Lancer Gaming. We'll see if that's happening here, especially when there's a 5-stack now flooding towards Kaz, who is sporting a Marshall of all things, but with the recon and intel not gathering anything, actually a full rotation from both squads here, right? They realize that the force coming and barreling at them on the A site, so you rotate towards B, but with no information. You also see the forces of Fanshaw Fuel rotating over. So Stinger Squad, Sheriff Squad, you name it, it is here. Nice suppression as well to ensure that they can't punish too effectively, but there's a little bit of a division here on the retake. Better weapons trying to make it work for them. One after another after another.
Oh my
They got through
God.
the pistols for Lancer Gaming to come out on top.
Over and over. I mean, just making sure this thing stays as even as humanly possible. I mean, just finally, once again, hitting that 2-round kind of start. That's nice to see. We're ironing things out. We're making sure not to deviate or do anything crazy. We're seeing the typical Valorant action. And you know what that means? If we go ahead and see a 2-round start, we're expecting the third to go in the opposite direction. We're hoping this kind of goes back and forth, and we see rifles out of everybody in round 4. Who honestly knows? I mean, these two teams, the way they've been really going at it, it feels like they're kind of making exchanges with each other. Not really trading rounds, not sandbagging anything, but it kind of feels like, make this one interesting. And you know what? I got you. We will. The next one is just saying, well, we made the last one interesting. It's your turn. And that just does not happen. Saying, appreciate the free round. We'll go into the next one. We'll make it worth it. And now singing a point like this, fighting for mid control, that's something that Fanshaw didn't really do too much because it didn't work out for him. They wanted to go for the A execs. They wanted to go for the B fights. They wanted to take these early picks and just kind of wait for somebody to overextend over these big walls and corners. But now, moving at the middle, Lancer's about to teach Fanshaw how to really play the center of the map.
And Sobes trying to steal away in the middle of the map, pave the rotation point over to the A site. But equally matched, Fanshaw Fuel here have 3 in heaven ready to hopefully flood back in, but Walk steals one off, trims one off the top here, gets out of dodge and scathe. And my only concern here is that Jet is late to the party, so we're gonna be leaning into these 3 more so with the timer taken away. And information collected as well, so they can reposition accordingly. Now mollies are even on the spike, so a post-plant strategy in place. They're definitely taking their time for Fanshaw Fuel, which is scary.
it just comes down to here. I mean, with playing of time, Fanshaw here a very, very easy way. There's just not too much they really had to give, quite frankly. No one they had the rifle advantage. They just kind of threw bodies at the problem. And you saw them really take the hit for that. No one, I mean, only remaining with 2 players at the end of it. It's kind of been the norm for the entire series. And knowing that Lancer Gaming can pull that off after only really having Bulldogs and Spectres, it's a good look for them. You're expecting in the next round, you're saying, okay, we should have something, right? Knowing everybody has full rifles, we should be able to kind of mow down those last 2 players, or more importantly, just kind of knock them off right in the get-go. But this is where we're going to have to see Kaz really step things up, because Jakey, being that top fragger for that entire first half, or not for the entirety of it, but kind of taking it there towards the late at the end, Kaz is who you're really saying, okay, now it's your time to step up once more. Sobez, you don't really have your opportunity on the defense. I understand you're Sova. You're supposed to spray through a wall with a note. That's your job. Hate to tell you, but that's your label. It's given to you. You kind of have to do it. But everybody else now, you're saying, all right, this is where you're supposed to kick into high gear. This is where these executes are going to have to look clean. This is where we're going to have to flash and get the recon darts to really start synergizing and overwhelm these sites and let Kaz really get set up. And not having that Yoru, I don't know how that's really going to go. We saw the aggression on the defense. We saw the operator pushes. We saw that very unfortunate W press with the tailwind rather than when you want to move backwards. We're not really going to forget that, Kaz, as much as I hate to say it. You got to understand, or really, where do you want to take these hits? And are you going to do it correctly? Because you're so across the map. Sure, that's going to fake something out for you, but you already have control of the middle of the map from Fanshaw saying, it's a fake. They're more than likely going to be towards that A side.
Yeah, I mean, I was concerned that the rotation was going to be right into Slippery there. With Slippery is going to try and isolate this Sova, knowing that the B site's a fake. But I think that's why we're seeing reservation on the lockdown. And now even a rotation, so the A is actually going to be the fake. But my concern here is I believe Spike is going to be down on tiles by the end of this round.
30 seconds
if
left.
Slippery has their way. And with less than 30 seconds left, they think B is clear because of where this Sova is. Jakey has the discipline to check, and they cross over unscathed. So mad dash now here. And even with Slippery dealt with, they should be secure to plant. And suddenly, this is a winnable round by Lancer Gaming,
10 seconds
despite the indecision. And
Spike
it's just
planted.
one player after another for Lancer Gaming winning these individual duels. Now, 4v3. 2 players here at CT. Voice trying to apply pressure elsewhere, draw attention for those CT players. Some utility already being baited out as well to kind of appease that CT pressure to force Mink out of that recon collection. And it's just shredding them to pieces here. And they haven't even addressed Lucan, who's main, so it's, I mean, Ming, 26 HP, not much they can do, except, no, yeah, nothing much they can do. That's the end of it. We're tied 8 yet again.
Answer once more. I mean, it's Ascent. What can you really expect too much of? Just besides these teams going ahead and dishing it out back and forth, back and forth. But this is the point where we actually get to see Lancer Gaming maybe find themselves a lead, considering the buys aren't going to go in Fanshaw Fuel's advantage too much. Looking at the economy, obviously Jakey G being at the top of the leaderboard, not even having a Vandal to work with, and just kind of hanging off the back of that Sheriff. It comes down to holding down the site, and you're playing towards the A area of the map, not B. You're not looking towards this back boathouse kind of line up, headshot, easy one shot. Range you're working with. You're kind of going out towards the open. You're working around your utility, and you're hucking yourself right up against that wall as soon as the round starts. And, well, Knife's going to go ahead and force you to move back a little bit. Right back to your crate, your little cozy home that is that A site. But will it force you all the way back to your spawn? Because, well, you're eventually going to learn that that may have been where you need to stand. Looking that Lancer Gaming was just doing this to scare you off. Get you to back up. Give yourself a little bit of real estate so that Omen can kind of just sit around. You just wait it out on site. And, well, once again, they're going to go possibly right up the middle of the map because they've been doing a much better job of taking control of it.
Yes, and that indication of that better job is the thoroughness, right? Slippery forced it out of their corner that they really wanted to take advantage of by that drone. Now they're flashed as well because of the coordination with the KO, but Mink able to bail them out, completely stall out the pressure, so the repivot is in towards Tree. We're gonna have to see if Bansing can go huge here. We're gonna turn away for Tree push. Instead, they turn away from themselves, and it's still not enough to get the frag on Voice, who now becomes an issue here. A main
Spike
would
planted.
rather play their life. They'd rather not get flooded by these last remaining players, who each, by the way,
You
have
should run.
ultimates to work with here. So the first in, second's going to be sat on here potentially, but Slippery is willing to challenge it. Turret the wrong way as well, so there's no way they can destroy it because of the safety of Generator. I like Sobiz's attempt. I like Minkus' attempt, but now it's 2v2 where your KO's this low,
enemy
and you've given
remaining.
Soba the chance to get off site. I didn't even realize that Slippery was detained!
I mean, it's just an awkward situation here for Slippery. Not understanding things there, barely kind of getting past it. Trying to go ahead and get right back on site. Spike is taking it by the time you even get on site. Yeah, you're just running it down, really. You're looking for an opportunity, but it's not going to present itself. And, well, you're hoping for a little bit of leeway, or at least some fights to take. You just take the first spot, and it's just not going to be the case. Lancer Gaming, we knew that round was more than likely going to be theirs. But still, remember, at the end of the round, you still have 2 players remaining. It is just the fact that we are, no matter what, able to go ahead and cut off a majority of the squad, but just not finish the job. It's by a narrow margin on every single one, to where you got to, I would say, bring a little bit more warranted aggression that's set up. Just find that extra player on site. To maybe find that one player and cut off the rotate or cut off the retake, at least one body there, because we're missing that every single time.
They are, but what hasn't been missing is this initiator utility. Although it lands, Jakey and Kaz are too clean this half. They are online. They are taking names. The only one contesting is the other Jakey here, deciding if it's worth it in a 2v4 to invest this lockdown. And I mean, when you're 1 round trailing, it does become a huge question. I love, though, the late round lurk around from the Sova, but the alarm bot's there, so that'll play spoiler, potentially, yeah. So, I mean, at this point, you consider, like, trying to find a handle over that Guardian and saving, but even then, I don't think Sobaz or the rest of the team wants this to occur. They're ready for their exit picks challenge back out of the site. And I was gonna say it's beautiful, but Jakey G
One enemy remaining.
dashing the economy a little bit before Sobaz can bail them out from spawn.
Cleaning up. You can see the confidence just being completely different now from the side of Lancer Gaming. They're going to kind of go ahead and close everything up. Understand that this series has been long and tumultuous for them, but I mean, is at this point now where you're saying, all right, it's time to go ahead and close the garage door. Let's get this thing under wrap, because I mean, you can just see that the way they're pushing these sites, the way they're executing, they just know that they have the advantage, kind of closing off and ending the entirety of the day on this attacking side, saying, as long as we can go ahead and push it fast, I don't know if they can really match our speed now. It's a game of stamina to a certain degree, and so long as you can just kind of speed up and hit that finish line first, they can't meet that. And still, Slippery, try to go ahead, bring that same amount of speed here off the kick at the start of a round. Can't really do too much considering that you got enough players that have Vandals and rifles just kind of mowing you down for the back of spawn. And that overextension from the defense won't really surmount too much. As you see in 11, I mean, that double-digit chokehold that we saw really just haunt Fanshaw on that last map. It doesn't even touch Lancer Gaming because it's an app.
Now, the 3v2, and comparing the ultimates on the board. I mean, at this point, it does feel like Jakey G is trying to drag the rest of the team with them towards that victory. But 1 round away, Lancer Gaming is from securing a 12th series point here for a reverse sweep attempt. And I mean, Slippery did pick up the operator, but they haven't been able to find the same impact here as Kaz. The read's just falling flat here a little bit. But I think this is going to be a good indication how this round goes. Kaz and Jakey G about to clash. And these two are kind of the star players, one our eyes have been on for each team for a reason. Jakey G walking away with the frag, now forcing Spike out of mid, forcing a replacement player to try and take that duel. I mean, if you know where Jakey G is, I feel like you should be avoiding it. But Sobaz seems to be confident. Let's see if that confidence is punished.
Well, I mean, even then, it's just more so the kind of the numbers disadvantage you're already looking at across the whole. I mean, you know that Jakey G's there, and it's the same situation as Kaz typically. You saw the shoulder. So that's an easy, at least, kind of pseudo-prove that underway. But you don't know about the second player. But you get somebody just kind of going ahead, watching and saying, we need to execute on this site. The closed door, light going down. You have time, you have opportunity, you don't really have numbers, and you don't have utility either because of the dual commands. This is a good call coming out from the side of Fanshaw, just kind of go ahead and get aggressive, but it may be too aggressive considering the band system would have knocked down 2 players back towards tree. We're looking back towards side. No one has an operator, and no one has a Phantom. You expect the operator to slam you at a distance like that, but no, sir, the Phantom is what does it. Winning that fight once more.
You're kidding.
Vance and swinging once. Not
Why do
ready
you
for the
swing while
second.
you're reloading? Why do you swing while you're reloading is the question. But the answer is, I guess they want to give a round over to Fanshaw Fuel. They want to make sure they have a chance at a comeback. I mean, 11-9. Like, they knew they were off the spike, right? I feel like they heard it.
You know, I couldn't remember really whether or not. Well, they like jiggled it to some degree. Was it really there? Like, okay, they're gonna go back. I mean, the spike was just planted. You had all the time in the world. Just gonna go ahead and keep jiggling that. Still have at least half, and by the time, say if they do stick it, the reload goes through.
Suppressing.
Just into the night nerves starting to haunt these players, I'm guessing.
It's getting late here on East Coast, but main player that was the hero on the last map, opening things up here. But it's quickly wrestled back. They had to deal with Walk next here in boat. I don't know if they'll be expecting the judge, and they clearly do not. Vance in the first victim, and they just throw themselves after it, one after another, and now reinforcements arrive. Now Sobis is in a 1v3 with an operator even staring them down here, quite literally, as the headshot follows through. And now Fanshaw Fuel is the one to reach double digits themselves. One round again, separating these two teams.
Hit the boathouse. Welcome to the doghouse. I mean, a couple kills going through there, making it easy, sleazy there for the likes of Fanshaw Fuel. But I mean, knowing that, well, Lancer Gaming could have literally closed out that game. I mean, that could have worked out perfectly for them in that last round. But I mean, just because they didn't end up winning it, because they just didn't take their fights when necessary, they lost a couple early bloods, just kind of thinking the momentum was going to carry in. There's going to be adjustments eventually. You need to kind of, I would say, slow down for the start of the tournament, but afterwards everything else may be warranted. But speaking of speed, it's not really favored. There's a lot of questionable things going on here. But you may find yourself a utility kill to compensate for it. So, I mean, there's something.
One enemy remains.
But I mean, you can't let the Ares be hitting shots like this, just like you can't be letting a Guardian, which Jakey provided one, quickly traded by a Slippery with the operator, and we're tied here again. I was messaging Boyce because Boyce said sorry we threw map 2, but they definitely are trying to make up for it now, trying not to, you know, throw map 3 here, trying to give us a close game, and trying to ensure this doesn't go to OT, which, you know, if it does, then I may have a few words for Boyce. No, I'm joking. But Mink keeping the Ares here, I think, is the funniest choice. I mean, I think they've been just as lethal with that weapon as some of these others in the game. And you can see clearly Lancer Gaming wants nothing to do with it here, avoiding the B site like a plague, heading towards the A site. But Fanshaw Fuel's response is to rotate quickly over there.
It's just one of those things where we're just questioning everything by Lancer right now. I mean, no offense to this team. I mean, I get rolled 10 times out of 10 by them if I'm facing them, but still, it's just these small little things here where it's not gameplay errors that's going on right now. It's fundamental error. It's little things that are just taking place in these gunfights where you're saying, don't swing into this, or you need to understand that, okay, that player was called and you can't let that happen, and you don't need to be swinging while completely running and not stopping and thinking that the site's going to be clear. It's just the small things that just kind of feels like Valorant on its base you would already know, and it's kind of looking a little sloppy to some degree. But regardless, Fanshaw Fuel, they'll take it. They will turn this inch into a mile. They'll appreciate every last thing you give them because they did the same exact thing on Bind. So now it's what we're saying. It's not locking things up. It's not ending games. It's bringing equilibrium. And it comes down to these kinds of really, really nitty-gritty spots where you're saying, this is now a tie game. Sure, the buys aren't all there for Lancer Gaming, but you still manage to get yourself a first blood. You know an operator is sitting somewhere around this map so you don't overextend. Set up for post and wait for them to swing into you.
Oh, swing into them does occur. Not patient enough to wait for the team to destroy the turret. I like Sobez with these utility. I like the lockdown as well here, but The response met, the aggression met by Kaz, but only in areas on the other side of it. So a 3v2 here now. Gonna be the shorty follow-up attempted here by Slippery, but Voice trying to bait these players back towards the site. Jakey makes quick work of them. The knife battle ensues, knowing they can't get the round, and Kaz jet diffing on all levels, even the base one of Knife Fight.
Match point.
And that's really what it comes down to right there. Just going ahead before the day wrapped up, I'm sure we were all kind of wondering what that would look like to some degree between the two duelists. So they had to settle that, had to make sure the law was laid down. But the Lancer game, they'd be pulling that round out once more. Pie's not really all there, but they couldn't really care less. They still make it work. It's really good look for them, but still, Slippery now looking to kind of maybe buy that op, maybe buy guns for somebody else, because you know that you're going to have an arsenal as best you can across the entire field. No ultimates available. Hunter's Fear for the side of Lancer Gaming. I mean, they have all the cards playing here in their favor. They just have to do it. Have to finish. It's one last opportunity. Otherwise, you get to the point where, womp womp, you go again.
You do, but Slippery trying to be the hero that is needed. Quickly shut down, though. I was going to compliment Mink for upgrading from the Ares to the Odin, but hasn't found too much of an impact here just yet, as Spike is on the rotation again through tree to A site. It's usually uncontested unless JKG has something to say about it, but they are the one on the B site this round. So Sobez making quick work of a Voice. Now a 4v3 unfolding in the late round as Plant will go through. Nothing in position to contest it just yet. Paranoia catching Jakey off. Swarm Grenade, though, drawing the attention further on them. They need to make quick work of them here before... I mean, they need to, like, not focus too much on Jakey here.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Jakey G, like, they're putting all the pressure on them to get towards this site. Nice rotation A main, but it'll be a later issue to deal with now. Know where Kaz is. They give the solo fights to every single player. And just like that, no overtime, robbed away again from Shanshaw Fuel. And the series will be taken 2-1 for the side of Windsor to remain undefeated.
Yeah, keeping things rolling along after a very long road to get here, obviously. But I mean, knowing that there at the end, it felt like both teams here just kind of going ahead and looking to get things wrapped up. I mean, obviously we saw Fanshawe try to go ahead and kind of get things put together, but it was more so just by Windsor and those Lancer Gaming guys to just kind of bring it together. We saw it on bind, and at that point, you kind of have an expectation to meet because you're the 2-0 team, and as much as that hurts to say, or at least from your perspective, knowing that you lost that first map to such a degree, you're kind of saying we need to close this thing out. So you got to meet the same exact pressure that you saw during that entire map of Split, and know that it ended on a scent in such a means. I wouldn't say is really, obviously, more of a success for Fanshawe because, well, they were able to just really manipulate that and show the weaknesses of Lancer Gaming here today. But also just for Lancer Gaming because the rest of the season is going to go underway. We still got the majority of the season to go. And you just showed a lot of weaknesses showing that this team...
I was about to say, yeah.
While they looked great, don't get me wrong.
On paper,
Fanshawe isn't really, as you mentioned, on paper, all that outstanding. They can come in week 3. They can really come in hitting, don't get me wrong, but still here... whether or not we're actually going to see this on a week-to-week basis, this could have been more of a kind of a rock, paper, scissors setup where we see that Split obviously isn't looking too good for him. But still, if Icebox doesn't look good for you, if Split doesn't look good for you, one of those has to be fixed marginally. And 13-5, 13-4, they both have an equal amount of work to be put in there. And it's something that you can't ban both those maps right off the rip. One of them are going to be selected at this point.
And that's the thing I feel like for Fanshawe Fuel or the Redbirds, and to make sure that they don't start giving up hope, is that I do think that they're workshopping maps in between weeks. When I was doing my research, I saw there was a 13-0 on Lotus on Voices history with the rest of this team. I don't know if it was a scrim, an official for another tournament. That's the same map that they were, 13-9. 13-10 on in weeks 1 and 2, and it shows that they themselves are also working on these maps that aren't their strong suits. So I hope we get to see a resurgence of a game like this where it was a tooth and nail fought for on these last 2 maps, because the dominance from Split still is in my mind for the Redbirds. But Regardless, Mick, that brings our coverage of the Champions League to a close tonight, but that does not bring the NECC coverage to a close for tonight. We have two amazing casters coming up, Sam and Vincent, to bring you some Valorant Legends action, which is actually 1 week ahead in week 4, where you'll see SJSU Blue versus the Demigods. So you'll want to stick around for that action, but Mick, is there anything else you would like to say?
I think we can go ahead and wrap this thing up, send everybody on their way, and welcome to new casters and a thing as we keep Monday night action for Valorant here on NECC. Keep on rolling. Us two, we'll catch you next.
It is time for week 4 of NECC Valorant. Hello, everyone. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me is Vincent. And Vincent, we have a spectacular tonight as we step into the Legends division. By goodness gracious, is it living up to the name of Legend with SJSU Blue going up against the Demigods?
Yeah, listen, it's been tough sometimes for us to get some of these Legends games on stream, but we have a banger of a match. This is actually a rematch, by the way, Sam. If you didn't know, this was a matchup from CVAL West just a night ago where Demigods were the ones who lost out to this SJSU Blue. But the other reason this is such a cool matchup is because both of these teams have sort of been kings of the West in the collegiate Valorant space
Right.
at one time or another, but not at the same time. And, it was SJSU at the beginning, Demigods kind of took their place, and then SJSU has been on a climb back up and is up there now, where Demigods have had a bit of a struggle. I think it's so cool to see these teams meeting once again in the same 2-day period as well.
It really is crazy to think about. And then on top of that, with what you just said there, with them both occupying the top spot. But of course, when you reach the top, well, see, you got to struggle. It takes a lot to hold on to that crown. And with that back and forth that we've been having between these two teams, well, tonight is just another instance of that back and forth that's going to be happening. Now, really big topic point, right? That rematch that is happening tonight. Yesterday was basically just need to wipe it from the brains, especially if you're the Demigods. It was a
Oh, yeah.
really close matchup, 2-1, but still, you go into tonight, you're able to retool things, right, Vincent? You're able to come up with different strategies and figure out ways to maybe change the storyline this time around. And especially when you think about the map choices that you possibly could be choosing here.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a huge part of it. Before we jump into the veto, though, I think let's talk lineups. SJSU, they come in as, for me, the favorites, especially considering they won that matchup in CVAL just yesterday. And this is the roster they're coming in with, unchanged since last semester, unchanged actually for quite a little while. Khan, Cade, Yuri, Hihim, and John Hammond. There's one big name that you need to be looking out for this squad at SJSU, and that is Cade 3K. When we were talking in the green room, Sam, I said that this guy is almost always going to be walking in as the best player in the freaking server. And that is high praise, but that's because it is consistently Cade stepping up to the plate. You'll often see him just popping in on Reyna because, hey, he can frag. He can frag and make it work. There's that meme. Remember when Reyna first came out, Sam? We were like, well, if you can just get all the kills, Reyna's great. Cade does that in collegiate. He just makes it happen. And I think that's not to take away from any of the rest of the squad, but he's got to be the guy to watch.
Absolutely, and it's high praise, but it's earned praise. And if you're able to bring Reyna into a competition setting and actually use her to her full potential, well, you've gotten all of my love and everything, and then some. It's not easy to be able to make her work, but when you do, she is a force to be reckoned with. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at our next lineup here, moving into the Demigods themselves, where we have Wick, Melvin, T-Salad, Chrome, and Frost. And once again, we were talking in that green room, Vincent, about the couple of players that we really do want to keep an eye on, right? The players that should be able to bring, if they are operating at their peak efficiency tonight, a Demigod win, Melvin and Chrome.
Yeah, and listen, Melvin has been that guy for the Demigods since the Demigods were the Demigods. But Chrome is actually a new addition to the squad this semester, which is one of two new additions. I think it's needs to be mentioned. Koki and Amir, who have been longtime members of the team, out. They're both going to be graduating soon. Just wanted to focus more on the school side of thing, which is totally understandable. It's understandable. And they brought both Chrome and Frost in there. Now, both Melvin and Chrome sort of occupy the same space when it comes to their roles. Both of them are really aggressive or like to play really aggressive and typically are playing on those duelist roles. So there's been some swap ups needed to occur for that reason. But I think that they've done a pretty good job of making that happen. But a lot of that has meant some double duelist or adding a chamber into the mix. So it's going to be interesting. And I think we need to keep an eye on that as we move through.
We're going to be keeping an eye on that, but let's also take an eye at the maps that we're going to be going into for tonight, especially when you think about what happened yesterday, and we have some very big surprises starting us off for the evening here, Vincent. I mean, we're starting off on Icebox, going into Bind, and if we need to go all the way, ending on Lotus. But you can tell the first ban from the Demigods, that Ascent.
Yeah, and that's not a surprise considering they got 13-2'd by SJSU on Ascent yesterday, and SJSU's Ascent has been really good. They even got a 13-0 at DreamHack Atlanta over that Fisher White team, who is a very good team, and big parts of it are still around. Now, the Breeze ban, not so surprising when you're playing against some aim gods like they have over on the Demigod squad. I can understand not wanting to head towards Breeze despite SGSU feeling strong. But what I think is interesting is that we have 2 out of the 3 maps that we saw yesterday, both Icebox and Lotus, coming in with Bind the middle ground. Bind has been a strong map, a very strong map for SGSU. And I don't think it's been all that great for Demigods. I'll have to fact check that. I'm a bit surprised to see Bind through this. Otherwise, no surprises.
Yeah, this is where we're going to be having our battleground. This is where everything we're going to be able to see. I mean, just that 1 day difference, right? If it's going to be able to make that difference here for the Demigods, and maybe a change up of maps, getting rid of Ascent, getting rid of that pain point where they suffered 13-2 against SJSU. And really, you typically want to go for those fights where you're able to, at the very least, walk away knowing that you put up a fight. But that Ascent didn't really come to fruition there. Icebox, completely a potentially different story. The big thing that we are worried about here for the Demigods, and something that SJSU, if they feel confident on, Bind, right? Bind is a place where you can find a lot of that success, and whether or not we still need to be fact checked, if the Demigods don't find themselves in a strong point, if they don't feel like they can press the offense against the SJSU squad, then there might be another stumble like what we had on Ascent.
I actually got the fact check right now. Let's
Ooh.
jump into that. Undefeated this semester is what I'm seeing right now. At least from what has been reported. There's a lot of games that aren't necessarily available for me to see. But it's been dominant otherwise. And outside of a couple of losses at the DreamHack event, both to Fisher Navy, they were, I think that's 10-2 outside of those losses are SJSU on Bind.
My goodness gracious. Okay, well, we got the fact check, and now we got the, by the way, brand new and spiffy agent select. Right? Clean, hot off the presses. And I also hope that you like mirrors, Vincent, because that's exactly what we're going to be getting with Reyna, Jet, KJ, Sova, and Viper.
Yeah, and you know what? I think when you look at what both of these teams have in common, it is that they put a lot of pressure on their individuals, especially on the top end of the game, right? We talked about Cade, but I think there's a general rule that I have with SJSU that is, if 2 out of 3 of these 3 guys show up, that's usually Cade, on Kahim. If 2 out of 3 of those guys show up, then SJSU is going to be looking good. And when 2 out of those 3 guys are on Duelist, well, you're looking at a potentially impressive showing, especially when you're up against the dynamic duo of Melvin and Crow.
We have SJSU Blue on attack. The Demigods are going to be defending against them. Week 4 NECC Valorant Legends Division begins now. And already it's looking like almost a full site, a push, but it's a trade. Pick for a pick. Mid is where all of the action is happening. And Timothy Johnson, well, they are indeed him. But the site is still taken over by SJSU Blue. Haven't planted the spike just yet, but as Kahim makes that happen, the retake looking like it's coming on both sides.
I'm loving that Demigods didn't overcommit there. They got the man advantage and then just held back, right? Play that advantage to the very end. Only now they're looking to get back in there when potentially that flank can get activated, etc. As they've cleared out pretty much the entirety of the back of the site.
Oh my goodness, and there it is, that pinch coming through. K3K needs to look all over the place, but even as good as they are, on 3v1 is going to be hard to win in your pistol round. Defuse is going to come through, and the Demigods taking round number 1.
And I think that this is going to be interesting actually for me, Sam, because I haven't seen a ton of Icebox actually myself. I've been denied a lot of Icebox gameplay ever since it was reintroduced. So I'm excited for that. But secondary to that, I think that this Demigod squad, they were playing up close on Icebox. This was a map that was 13-8 in the game yesterday, and it definitely would have gone both ways. But ultimately it was SJSU who came out on top. Getting that early start for Demigods certainly going to add to their possibilities onto this one. We're seeing a pretty standard amount of purchases. A couple of Sheriffs bought up SJSU, but outside of that, they'll be keeping the econ pretty clean. As looks like we are in a tech pause of some sort for the moment.
It gives us a little bit more time to talk about the great map of Icebox here, Vincent. You know, a couple of changes came through for it, mostly centered on that B side. A window added in kitchen, a little bit of extra pressure that can be added onto the mid side if you're not careful, if you're not keeping cognizant about it. That's actually something too that happened in mid, was what Himothy was able to do to protect it. That took away a lot of the it took away a lot of the assault that I think SJSU Blue was looking to gain. Maybe be able to grab someone out there through mid. You lose your Viper, you've lost any chance of being able to smoke yourself in or being able to use a poison orb. I think started going downhill off the back of those couple of losses towards that mid side. But the Demigods, also, we have the Outlaw in the hands of Faker, right? And that's something that can be very scary.
Good thing to mention, by the way, right now, Melvin is Faker, Timothy Johnson is Chrome, which is sort of fitting, isn't it? You know,
Right.
We just talked about how the importance of those two individuals and how much this Demigods team and rely on them, and that's not to say that the rest of the Demigods are not good. That's certainly not true. It's just whenever you have strength like those two players have, whenever they're able to overwhelm the opposition in the majority of those fights, it's really as simple as, hey, go out and just find some tools and win them. And that happens and works a lot of the time.
What? Wait a minute. All right, we're about to get through this tech pause, Vincent. We've been sitting here trying to figure out what's going on. Now we're good to go. That's all that matters, right? We're able to get into the game now, and the action's finally able to go through in our second round.
They are. And I mean, just sticking together potentially as well. SJSU grouped up for the majority of the squad over here at the east side, or at least trying to take a couple of fights, put those Sheriffs into positions to frag.
Subtly sneaking through, but he can't sneak past. Chrome, the
Spike
3K,
down A.
completely takes away the assault from here. Yuri's trying their best, but in comes the Outlaw. And now left all by themselves. John Hamm.
Valiant attempt, to be fair. Some early signs of what we could be seeing, by the way. Nasty spray transfer that was from Chrome. I mean, I think that is a good example of the mechanics that are at hand in this matchup. And to be fair as well, I feel like we sort of crowned a king of the West, at least through CVal for the moment, but we still need a king here in the NECC for the West side.
That's a very good point. Revenge, the grudge match, another crown potentially to be handed off, to be given to one of these two, or stolen to one of these phenomenal teams. Now we're seeing an adjustment phase, but Melvin is the one with the Vandal in hand. Forced back just for now towards yellow. Slow push. It's K3K. It's the first blood through the box. Not looking towards their left. Melvin's able to do their work. Dismiss out of there. Begin the fight once more. Himothy Johnson up on the high ground. And it's still a pick for a pick, still a trade for a trade, but it's all going in favor of SJSU Blue. K3K just needed a couple of rounds and a Vandal in their hand to start getting the work done.
I mean, are we surprised? 3K from Mr. 3K himself. Yes, I'm going to use that very many times. Just lock in and be ready.
I respect it.
SJSU, though, I mean, they were up against a Bladestorm there, but it was denied entirely. And though the spike hasn't gone down, there's still plenty of time to work with this. Respect as well. Their patience here helps spread Demigods back out, ensures that there's maximum, or at least there should be maximum one player here, unless they just group back up, which hasn't happened.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they can't let Melvin get away with damage here.
Oh my goodness.
That is a massive amount of damage. And what just turned, what was just a 3v1 has now turned into a 1v1. John Hamm so cautious, so paranoid about wherever this may
10
come.
seconds left.
But do they know that it's going to come up behind them? Do they know
Spike planted.
that Frost is right there? A couple of shots,
Oh!
but Frost misses them. John Hamm turns around, saves the day for SJSU Blue, gives them their first win.
Ross is gonna want that one back. That's brutal. We've all been there. But,
I was there 30 minutes ago before we started this, so I'm feeling the pain from Frost.
yeah, no, it's understandable it happens, but it is not when you want it to be. You could have been able to bring that back. I mean, let's be real, Melvin, we talked about him just taking the entire round by storm, picks up a nice trade frag initially, gets back out with the dismiss, and is able to even deny further, and then a double kill there to nearly stop the spike going down. Melvin had it all on his shoulders, and he nearly delivered. Just Frost couldn't take it over the line at the end. A great adjustment from John Hamm, and here we go. SJSU deny the bonus, and they'll have real gun round upcoming.
Talk about giving me a heart attack. Just barely scraping away, literally jumping over the op shot from Timothy Johnson. Now you had to be wondering if you want to continue to apply pressure like this, and of course Melvin does. Timothy Johnson's not going to miss another one of those op shots. Quick leer brings him in for another round, another kill, and another dismiss. As Melvin is just feeling in control, unstoppable tonight. They wanted to go for it again. They finally met their match, but I mean, you're in a 2v4 now. What a way to push back.
And this is where I think a lot of people can be mistaken about Demigods and the way they play, right? They play an utterly insane, aggressive play style, and it's hard to ignore. But there's some rhyme to that madness that we
30
see.
seconds
You know,
left.
just an early shot that comes through, baiting into the operator as well. You know, it's not just aggression for the sake of it. They have a plan and they execute to perfection.
Welcome to my world.
Let's see what perfection may be drawn out of this Viper's pit. Snake bite right on top of the place where they want to actually be able to plant the spike, but the second they heard the noise, let's just get rid of Yuri, then walk right into the Viper's pit itself and get rid of the problem child themselves. SJSU Blue just could not stand up to the Demigods. Small hiccup from the previous round, but now we're looking at a third one for them.
Yeah, that's the real strength of the recon bolt as well. You know, it's just such a really strong counter to any wide open Viper's pit that gets put through, and I do think it's solid enough for John Hamm to go for that commitment. If they could have somehow brought that back, you know, fair enough. But doesn't happen. It'll be the Blade Storm for Cade this time, and it's Timothy Johnson delivering once again on the operator.
Careful of that window. You do have to keep an eye on it. Cade's keeping an eye on everything in front of them too. But you gotta back away. You don't know what else is inside of kitchen. You don't want to be caught sneaking through there. You don't want to be caught by Timothy Johnson either. Feels like they're just taking them so easily, one after another. On him, blinded by the leer. Just the tip of the sheriff. Good enough for Frost to capitalize on that.
Spike down mid.
Now all alone, Cade 3K. They do have the Blade Storm, but they're in a storm of their own.
Actually got the first and only frag as well for SJSU Blue in this round. Sure, spike not in hand, but you know, anything's possible with these blades, especially with Cade having them in his hands. That's a spike somewhat available, but Cade doesn't have that information, doesn't know exactly what is on the cards, and the Owl Drone will give away that Cade's not so interested in the mid push.
Frost knows. They didn't see them trying to approach the spike in mid, so where else could they be? Well, guess what? They're gonna try and surprise Frost. He's gonna ice you out. That's exactly what's gonna be happening here, and it feels like for the Demigods, yeah, last night, well, it's a new night. They're looking to take that crown.
2 ultimates expended as well in the last 2 rounds for SGSU. Neither of them really get the value. I mean, you could make the argument a couple of kills there for Cade does get some value, but you know, not the round-winning utility that you would have hoped for such high-ticket items, right? And as they go into this gun round, they're going to be lacking those big weapons. Of course, that's not necessarily a problem. We've already seen the weaponry come to life on the other side for Demigods.
All right, Melvin. Ooh, even with that Empress, They're trying to make the swing happen, but leered out. Not a thing could be seen, not a thing could be done for SJSU. Blue, phenomenal chance here at being able to take the site, but they gotta make sure that Frost is gonna get away inside of Nez. They're looking over. There's one right there. They go down below, but Yuri protects their Sova at all costs. Look on the other side, seeing if anyone's trying to go up there. G-Salad. Massive mistake that's going to cost them their life. And now all alone, all by themselves. Wick, an unenviable 1v4. The numbers don't lie here, Vincent. Finally for SJSU Blue, get another round.
The nest was empty thanks to Yuri. The bird's all gone. No chance to get back in there whatsoever. That saved the round. Yuri, massive moment from him. Just ensuring as well that even if the planter had gone down, it would have been okay. Yuri got the trade. Yuri doesn't even allow the planter to fall. And a second round on the board. Well, what's important in this round, though, is actually just continuing winning. You can't be reset. Not this quickly. Not if you want to continue to ratchet up the pressure. Speaking of, we got that from Demigods again.
Okay, it's back and forth. The two Reynas are eating. Melvin's gonna try and back away right there. Wanted to stand their ground, wanted to make the play. But Wick may be able to turn things and try their best. T-Salad is in a 1v2, but it's such a potential 1v2 that they can win out on. K doesn't have any health. The spike does go down. On him on the other side of this. Shot goes there. Nerves of steel from T-Salad. Anything less and it would have ended in failure. Spike defused. And what a clutch moment from this player.
I mean, the gun barrel showing. It's just brilliant. T-Salad's loving life off the back of that. And I think an unfortunate situation for SJSU. Just kind of missed the opportunity, but big moves being made. And this is why I was mentioning how important it was to start to put together multiple rounds in a row. If you're disjointed, losing one, winning one, SJSU in the position that they're in, they've got rifles, but they're ultimately going to be in some trouble economically if that continues.
Yeah, we're really going to be looking out for a win here from SJSU Blue if they want to, at the very least, be able to have money to do something in these next coming rounds. And it feels like for the Demigods, they have the idea, they have the plan. They think they're going to be safe from Cloud first, but you never say from Melvin. K3K swinging right back around. Enough damage done to Melvin for them to get the kill. Gun upgrade for them. Spike is planted, but disrupted by the Hunter's Fury. Timothy Johnson on the flank. Him could do nothing to rebuke it. Now with the spike planted, SJSU Blue, again this pinch.
I mean, look at how well they've done at just cutting the numbers. All drone to get information. This is essentially over. Unless they do something crazy. Yeah,
you're getting blasted through the wall. Timothy Johnson's just gonna walk up and rip your head right off your shoulders. For the Demigods, the very least, have secured this first half.
Yeah, I mean, and I just want to talk about the sort of back and forth of the utility of the ultimates there. You know, back in the day, you would really consistently see the Hunter's Fury to deny the lockdown itself. What's interesting is that Demigods didn't bother denying the lockdown. They just denied the spike plant, which essentially denies the whole point of the lockdown without denying the lockdown itself, which I think is kind of cool. It's an interesting shift of mindset, maybe. And honestly, I don't know if it would be fine or the same to just dispatch with the lockdown, but I found it interesting that that's the way they went, and makes you think, you know, just those opposing ultimates kind of going a level deeper.
Yeah, right. And you think about it, the damage that they were able to do, they felt confident enough in themselves because they love going on these flanks. They love trying to take these fights, just like Yuri. They're knowing that someone wants to push up. They know that the Demigods are filled with fury and that they're so bloodthirsty. They may not have gotten any kill, and they did take a smidge of damage from it, but you did stop them from going any further than they already have. And for SJSU Blue, it really just comes down to, Vincent, right now, how they want to take these approaches, because it's 6-2, and they are on the back foot massively.
And I think it's important to note as well the win cons, as dumb as it sounds to make this the win condition, but Melvin and Chrome just playing up to the level that we know they can and dealing with, you know, that trio that we talked about, they're doing that and more in so many of these rounds.
Gate 3K giving a free haircut to their competition. No headshots. Go along with it. Nice placement. Nice be able to take that kill, but not nice in the approach to actually be able to make their escape. But it seems like SGSU Blue are making the shots that they need to. The 1v2, Himothy does have weapons on their side, but the spike is ticking at their feet. And as long as SJSU play together, as long as Con Game can do this, but they're right back to back, and they just give it to Himothy Johnson. And that puts Demigods on their 7th round 1.
That's like the 4th time as well that SJSU have just lined up perfectly for Chrome. He's at 15 and 5.
I
Sam,
can't believe this.
how is he allowed to get away with this? I mean, it's phenomenal to see him playing this well, but SGSU have got to recognize that they need a little bit better spacing right this moment. Like, that's not all that's going on, but it can't keep happening. It has to stop.
This is gonna be the lesson from the coach about spatial awareness. All right, you gotta keep your distance from each other. Otherwise, you're gonna lose 2 rounds just like that. And Himothy Johnson again has the operator. If there's anything that I'm fearing right now in this particular round, it's actually not that Viper's Pit that was set down on A. No, it's the lone Himothy Johnson on B with the op.
I want to note something as well real quick. The B site simply doesn't exist in this dojo. not for the SGSU squad. They did this on the pistol round, and they came back 2nd round. They haven't been back since. This is the first time.
Phenomenal job from Cade. They knew that Himothy didn't have any escape vectors, and so it was take this fight and win, and that they have done, finally giving SJSU Blue potentially their first best opportunity until Melvin walks in. And again, the spike is just being denied the opportunity to even be planted. Finally, it is going to get there, but Melvin is getting away with literal murder.
I mean, post plant, great. They've gotten here for the first time, it feels like forever, but they can't survive.
Out of charges.
Contact with demigods is equivalent to death, to despair. This SJSU squad at the moment, and this is not the SJSU that we're really typical of what we've seen from them. They're a little bit flat right now, and to be honest with you, I don't think they're playing bad. I mean, what do you do when 10 rounds in, like, you have 2 players at 13 and 15 respectively fragged?
You gotta wonder, right? What's going on? Did they VOD review? Did they? It's just been in the span of 1 night, right, Vincent? Not even. They come back with a vengeance and a fury that's igniting 1,000 suns, it feels like. Demigods, they're looking to become more than just Demi. They're looking to become the actual gods themselves. And Icebox is a phenomenal showing of that capabilities. Again, inside of that Lear, but at the very least for SJSU Blue, taking a lot of names, and they've taken away the big problem childs of the Demigods.
That's, I mean, a big find, to be fair. Not just that, but SJSU have really struggled to actually get this opening engagement going their way, right? How many times have they actually had an opening pick? Very rarely. They're not going to get anything further, at least not yet. Demigods struggling in those gunfights, at least keeping it somewhat even, though. You know, split up SJSU are, but it won't matter. John Hamm has cleared all the angles, cleared everything here at B.
You gotta have kind of the realization of where Demigods were. John Hamm, up in Nest, beautifully executed. Onto Wick, now T-Salad. The final remaining piece of this puzzle for SJSU Blue to get their win. T-Salad gets the kill, but at a cost of a lot of their health. They know that they need to clear through the rest, try and fight it out through here. And up through yellow, a surprise for the ages. SJSU Blue finally finding their fight.
Last round before the switch.
So, if SJSU could get to a 4th round here, I'm not calling it quits on them, all right? I think that there is a real possibility that they can still make this comeback to get to that 4th round. Now, 9-3, that's a little bit of a different story, going to be tough. What I do think is important to note is that SJSU have slowed it down a little bit. They know that Demigods want to get up in their face. They know that Melvin and Chrome have both been doing that non-stop, and the first time they've been stopped. Now, it's up to Melvin and Chrome to make some adjustments of their own if they want to continue that forward position. Not this round, at least not as forward as we've been seeing.
No, absolutely not, right? They've been so eager to take all of this space and try to walk away with a pick here or there. Frost pulling out their knife, brings up the weapon just in time. The answer here is always going to be him. Timothy Johnson Khan.
Spike down.
Dismissed to safety, but only has 8 HP. And the spike throughout all of this bloodbath hasn't been planted just yet. The equalizer continues to be these players. For SJSU Blue, a phenomenal chance here inside of the Viper's pit. Khan is racking them up. 3 now for this one player. Timothy Johnson has to navigate inside the jungle that is this Viper's pit.
Khan's been 1 HP this whole time as well. Not from up there, or you won't be accurate, at least not enough to find Khan. That's the quad. Shut him out. In the final round of the half. Phenomenal 2-on-4 clutch there. And, I mean, Khan did the big heavy lifting. John Hamm as well. And lacking Demigods the real utility to better counteract that. We saw the difficulty that they had up against the Sova, for example. We talked about the recon bolt and everything. They didn't have that at their hands. Just had to take the gunfights. We finally see Khan really stepping up, having a really high impact round. Something we hadn't seen yet.
And it's something that they're hopefully going to be able to translate moving into their defensive half. Just the way, though, that they were able to take those final 2 rounds, right? It does give you that hopium for SJSU Blue, that they can make something work for themselves. Potentially on the defense, a much better way of actually being able to make that happen. But first initial contact's going to happen here. A 3K getting dealt damage, but able to dish it back out. Though from this, Demigods going to gain even further and further onto the B side itself. This is going to be the calling card. Wait a minute, what's happening over there on A, though? Look at the Reyna and the KJ about to meet each other. Wick and Khan just at opposite ends.
Question is, does Wick know anything about this? Khan has just been okay to grab the information and then back away slowly but surely, maintaining his life. That's important. An adjustment made. Poked and prodded out at B. Now, a little bit more mid-presence being shown. Ultimately, though, the spike still looking towards the A site, where SJSU are making some early rotations. They're getting a second and now a third player that direction. This could be a good call, but there's still 30 seconds. Still time to go back the other direction if you're Demigods.
30 seconds left.
And it looks like they're going to do just that. It's a double, triple fake, something like that.
And
I don't even know if they knew where they were going.
And they made a little bit of noise, hey, but all of this was just in SJSU Blue into chaos. The Demigods wanted to take up every single last second that they have, and now John Hamm has to be like, all right, I'm going to try and put down the snake bite, but they get it off, but not before Timothy Johnson says, okay. And SJSU Blue, they are falling underneath all of this tension, breaking at the seams from the Demigods themselves.
And I think the one extra little bit that really sold that for Demigods is that they had Wick just still committing over at A. After they had made noise mid, made noise B early, and then they found that little bit of information over at A. That kept the extra player there for the majority of the push. And as much as I kind of understand where John Hamm was coming from, trying to deny the plant with the snake bite, you know, the time was ticking down. Paying for it with his life, just not the move in that scenario. I think he's got to work on, or got to be more aware of just playing to stay alive, especially considering they already had the site.
Here.
Exactly. You factor in just how valuable Viper is on this map, how valuable she is in so many different ways of being able to cut off sightlines, cut off angles. Oh, Khan walked into the alarm bot. I think they're lucky stars for timing. That could have gone in a completely different direction. Walk away. But Wick What's it?
Easily.
What's it?
Yeah, I mean, he's heard him run away, sprint away, in fact, to knife out, no need. Be aware of this, and he knows he's got a timing. It's about if he just catches Khan, and this timing is absurd.
Minute. K3K, then you're walking all over the place. Khan thought they were gonna come away from that alive, but no, not today. Not when the demigods on approach. Melvin and Chrome.
Player standing.
It feels like they're just operating on another peak. They're climbing this mountain. And they are ready to plant their flag. And lone player all by themselves, Kahim, just a sheriff in hand against Chrome's Vandal. Even with 20 HP, they ain't missing.
Okay, we know the drill.
And this is where
Stick to your roles
SJSU
and we'll
are really up against the wall. I'd love to see them maybe take a timeout into this round, actually. That's how important it is. If Demigods were somehow able to win their bonus here, I'd say GG go next a little bit. I mean, you know, it's not over till it's over, but from an observer point of view, it just feels like, how could you make that comeback as SJSU? Regardless, this is the gun round that is really to seal the deal. That first of the second half for SJSU.
Chrome? On top of Tube? Not on top of Tube anymore. There's still Melvin. Khan really tried the best that they could to take out Viper going through mid, but T-Salad a little bit quicker on the approach there. Now, well, you see the demigods just doing what they do best. And it really just feels like last night was just a case study. Yuri's still going to try and fight back as best they can, but SJSU
Last
Blue,
player standing.
now with only one player left, Vincent.
And what more can you ask for John Hamm? This would be just the tallest of mountains to climb. They're not even giving him the time of day. Barely even giving him a swing. It's wait. Very nice shot on the fadeaway as well. Demigods up to 11. That's their bonus. 1 out. Currently, SJSU being shut out in the second half. There's a reason the Demigods went for this map, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been unthinkable, unconscionable to allow for SJSU to get a set again. That was the first map of the series yesterday. And Icebox was a close affair. But clearly, Demigods, they felt that they had a response, and this is it. Crafted and curated, not to the SJSU liking, but the Demigods themselves.
They're just showing us what they're capable of, what they're made of. And Chrome is made of something different. It really does feel like it right now. You can sing the praises of this Demigods team to the high mountains, but I think this goes beyond even what we were expecting, Vincent. And especially the conversations that we were having in the green room. Oh, they see it all over there. Cade scraping by with 26 HP.
Shock Dart,
And the shock dart makes it even worse. 1 HP, Vincent. You stubbed their toe and they're dead.
Actually won. He's not 1 HP like you hear the comment in my rank game. He's 1 for real. On God.
I'm sorry for everyone I ever said that to. But this is legitimately 1. And if you're 1 like that, you just take what you can get. And the
30 seconds
beautiful, they're living up to their name, Faker. They faked them out. They thought it was going in one place, but it was actually a completely different direction. And throughout all of this, A site didn't even matter. Spike planted on B. In the window?
Oh, wait. A little lucky not to get shot in the side of the head, but it doesn't matter at this point. John Hamm felled Yuri. Last man standing and about to be in some real bad situations. Maybe not. Maybe Yuri's got this one figured out.
Maybe
a lot of players, different locations.
Aw, thought you'd try
And that's the
harder.
problem. How many angles do you have to swing to make that go your way? Far too many.
Match point.
You're trying to clear out every single possible angle while a spike is ticking at your feet, Vincent. That would send any player, no matter their caliber, reeling for the fences. The Demigods now on match point. And SJSU Blue, what other option, what other choice do they have but to force it out again?
Yeah, there really isn't much of a choice here, to be fair. And as much as you wanted to see a little bit more from SJSU, shout out Demigods. I mean, they currently just have the 2 best players in the server at the moment.
Wait a minute. Raheem on the other side of this. They get their 1. Little undone, but when you have Melvin inside of an Empress, that has to be a shockwave rippling through SJSU Blue. And knowing how Melvin plays, you have to know how aggressive they want to take these fights. Making this weapon sing, but Melvin is a symphony, a chorus of epic proportions all over. Last chance here. John Hamm, the only opportunity. But guess what happens here, Vincent? When they try to ping for this spike, they're going to be met with KJ utility, but not only that, they're going to be met with not only a Hunter's Fury, but it feels like a Demigod's Fury. And DJ Wick's gonna walk up dead. Okay. It was either gonna be Wick getting rid of them with a Hunter's Fury, but a 13-4 victory for Demigods on Icebox. Vincent, what a way to show up tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you called them a chorus, a symphony even. Well, it was unfortunate, but SJSU, all they could hear was a cacophony of voices all screaming at them and finding those kills. I think that it's really tough to look at a match like that and try and break down the individual pieces. So I'm going to keep it simple with you, Sam. The reality is that I said that Cade typically going to be the best player in the server, in just about every server, and I stand by that statement. Cade played pretty darn well, just not quite as well as Melvin and Chrome. They were the 2 best players in the servers for at least that first map, and unfortunately, it wasn't even close. And that is a huge issue for SJSU, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, who would have thought, right? And then you look to the rest of SJSU Blue. It felt like the cogs were a little rusty tonight, right? You coming off the high of last night's win, you feeling maybe a little too overconfident, and so the Demigods had to put you back in your place and remind them that, yeah, we're still a team that is a force to be reckoned with, and you can't mess around with us. Otherwise, Melvin and Chrome are just gonna run away with the entire map, and that's not even talking about what happened last night on Icebox, right? Last night was a 13-8 affair, but this one was a step up. 13-4 in the Demigods' favor, where SJSU Blue won last night.
Different time.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I think part of it, listen, we can talk about the individual, conversation, because that is absolutely the biggest part of this victory for Demigods. But I also think that if you look at it from the SJSU perspective, they came into this, I don't know if they were really expecting to play Icebox so early. And let me tell you why. I think that in general, they were expecting, and Demigods don't play a lot of bind. That's typically their ban, and that's been the case for a little while. I think they expected to get a sense again, to be allowed to pick into that. And I think the Demigods potentially really surprised them, or even if it wasn't a surprise, it was just enough to knock them off their game, especially if they were game planning coming into thinking, oh, well, we're just going to breeze through, no pun intended, ascent. And then that wasn't the case.
Yeah, they could take whatever loss they were looking for. They could take it on the chin, but as long as they had ascent, they knew that they were at least going to be able to get 1. But then you throw things into chaos. You throw things all up in the air. And now we're looking at some things that are definitely not up in the air here, Vincent. A little bit backwards, though. We got some things a little backwards, but just flip things around in your mind.
Yeah, SJSU on the left there, and Demigods on the right. And again, our storyline coming into this was who was going to be able to step up and be kind of like that it factor of 2 teams that really are reliant on their big, heavy hitters. And the reality is, you look at this head-to-head, this back and forth, who was the biggest, who was the heaviest of the hitters? That's unsurprisingly Melvin. And I think it's really important actually to take a step down and look at Chrome, 23-10. Where is anyone in that same ballpark? It's one thing if you have one guy kind of going out and really smashing home that early pick and everything like that. Well, nobody else was there. And if you look at the first bloods as well, 4-0 in that Reyna head-to-head. And I mentioned it in the game, Sam. That can't happen.
No, it can't. Melvin was was feeling themselves tonight in so many different ways, and the way in how they took space when it came to that A side defense, right? They didn't want to let SJSU Blue get away with anything. At the very least, they wanted to get their one, but of course you're playing Reyna, so pretty easy for them to be able to get out of there. Sure, they got punished for it a couple of times, but those couple of times pale in comparison to how many times they got away with it and how much impact they had off of those early initial frags. You think of an 8-4 half, right? That's easily something that you can claw your way back from, right? We've seen worse across the multitude of this great game of Valorant, but then to be completely shut out in the second half of this, right? You again think of Melvin and the ways that they love to play and the approach that the Demigods took in their attacking half. This was just a phenomenal showing from them, and that just has me eager to see where Bind is going to go.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. We have much more to talk about, but we're going to take a moment to settle down as, I mean, let's be real, SGS2 probably need the same. We're going to give him a second. It's Bind up next after this break.
Icebox was a phenomenal affair, but that ended in a Demigods win 13-4 against SJSU Blue. And what a ringer of a match that it was. But now we look forward to our next map here, Vincent, of Bind. This time the choice of SJSU Blue, and one that they should feel pretty confident on, right?
Yeah, listen, I mentioned that maybe they didn't expect to have Bind on the docket tonight, Sam, but they won't be dissatisfied with that opportunity. This SGSU squad, throughout the entirety of last semester, they dominated on Bind, and up until DreamHack Atlanta, they'd only lost to Northwood and SFU on this map. Now, granted, in DreamHack, they did lose twice on that to Fisher Navy, but that was, you know, the team that won the event. Like, I'm not going to take anything away from them there. What I do think is concerning is Demigods. I actually have never seen this team play Bind because they don't really play a lot of Bind. Now, maybe I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they've been workshopping, but I don't necessarily think so. So, what will we see from Demigods? It's entirely up in the air.
Right, it leaves us with a lot of question mark over our heads. Is this like a secret weapon that they've been holding in their back pocket for any team who dares to try and bring Bind against them? Or is this just a map that they're looking towards, all right, whatever, we'll do our best here, but maybe GG's go next, and we'll really make our reproach back on the final map of Lotus. Of course, though, you know, if you're the Demigods, you're 1-0 right now. You are on that series point against your against SJSU Blue, who took you out last night in a 2-1 spectacular. And so, yeah, I would say if you're wanting to be this Demigods team, Bind, hopefully you have been working on something here, because you just want to close it out now. You don't want to give an opportunity for SJSU Blue to come back.
So, yeah, that's exactly the point, though. And I know I just talked all these points about how scary it is, right, for Demigods. But I'm going to go back and say, what an outrageous amount of momentum that Demigods have coming into this. I don't even necessarily think it matters what map we're going to if they can keep up that level of individual performance. Melvin and Chrome were unstoppable. And as much as I've seen it a million times from this SJSU roster, I've seen them step up and do that. I don't know if we're going to see that here based on that momentum.
And we are on the agent select screen for both of our teams. Only difference here that we have is the Yoru for the Reyna. So K3K wanting to try again to make the impact that they had in the last map rather than on Jet this time, going for the Reyna. And again, Reyna's that agent where if you can make that impact, you can get away with so much here. But this is also, I feel like we're entering into the age of the Yoru, Vince, and we've been seeing a lot of Yoru in different forms of competitive play.
Yeah, I think it's actually in a pretty good spot right now, just to kind of widen that conversation, right? It's good, but not oppressive. It'll be fine, but it's difficult to play.
Wow! Oh, right, speaking... There's no way that T-Cell is just sitting right there, but there's also no way that T-Cell doesn't walk away with anything. And the K3K walked out of there. That was such an aggressive fast push outside of TP. And my word, SJSU Blue at lightning speeds on this pistol round.
That was Demigods getting a taste of their own medicine. That's what everybody else feels when they play this Demigod squad. What SJSU were dealing with. Think about like the A main area over on Icebox. It was consistently just like that. I think that coming out with an aggressive and confident, there's a key word, confident play like that really tells us where SJSU's mindset is. They're not out of this mentally. And I think that's actually one of the strengths of SJSU as a team. They are typically quite a strong team in the mentality.
All right. Shoutburst was a war zone last time around. The Demigods think that it can't possibly happen 2 times in a row. But here comes the dog that may actually prove them wrong. That dog had to have gotten so much information, had to have basically seen them all out of there. And you're really only going to take one player away from B to lean them back over towards this A site. I want to give the Demigods an opportunity to death ball roll in, even with a pair of classics. Oh my goodness, or with a really well-placed sheriff shot from Melvin.
That's going to cause a couple of rotates, and actually gives us an opportunity to mention something as well that we didn't get to touch on in our post game, and that's how incredibly clutch Demigods were on Icebox. Think about how many 1v2s we saw. I think it was 4 to 1, something in that realm of clutches, right?
Yeah.
And that can't continue, right? You gotta be able to at least be like equalizing those numbers a little bit.
Left.
Oh, out through the TP. Khan opens the door right into Melvin. Spike goes down. At the very least, we're seeing something here from the demigods, getting away with a little bit. Gotta get out of there, Chrome. You gotta be hearing all the foot. No way!
Enemy remaining.
That they get away with a double kill on a Sheriff, Vincent. And then Frost fires right back to bring us into a thrifty round. But give it up here. You talked about them needing to be online. Melvin's online, and Vince, Chrome is online, and then some.
I mean, I was talking about clutches. Yeah, they need those, but they really need the anti-eco, like really badly. Those are ones you can't give up. And who is it? I mean, like, let's just anybody raise your hand if you have an idea. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. It's Chrome. It's Melvin. It was Chrome this time to just dumpster them. They walked around. They played that perfectly. SJSU. They were double swinging, and they still lost.
And it was just the flick of a wrist. It felt like, oh, I don't know what's going on with these sheriffs anymore. Someone give me a break, please. This is impossible. It shouldn't have happened, but it keeps happening, Vincent. I'm done for the rest of the night. These sheriff players and the spike at their feet.
This is a guess who moment as well as Kahim, who, I'll say it, was missing over on Icebox. I know that's not the fun or nice thing to say, but he knows it, and he's stepping up right here and now, putting demigods once again on the back foot. They lose a pistol.
Player standing.
He cuts it to single digits. He'll find the final one as well.
And guess what? A sheriff headshot to... I don't know anymore. I thought I had it all figured out in life, Vincent, but apparently a sheriff is the medicine to cure.
It must be. I don't know, like, I thought you had to go, like, to the Fountain of Youth or something, you know, some guru somewhere in order to get that cure, but apparently you just boot up Valorant. Buy a sheriff. It's that simple. We've all been wasting our time elsewhere. Did you see that? The Southern came out of me right there.
I mean, how could you? I mean, it's a sheriff, right? If you're
That's
doing
true.
anything, if you're doing any other accent, then you're doing a disservice to yourself. I don't think Kahim is going to be able to get away with what they did last time around. You can see that there's a lot more pressure from the demigods to make sure that Gardens is cleared out, and for very good reason, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, they will certainly not be leaving that unchecked. Not that they weren't checking it before, by the way. They just couldn't stop Kahim. That is a problem that I have actually seen. Kahim there, this is super random, but I don't know if Kahim just feels really comfortable in that spot. I've seen so many highlights from him in that area. Like right there at Belong. You know, it's partially because he plays the Sky on this map, and you know, that's just where Sky is really strong, but he does own that area of the map.
Not only does it feel like they own it, but they just put up the highest rent property or whatever's going on there and
Jacking
charge
up prices?
Yeah, charge through blood.
30 seconds left.
And then you tried your best
Spike
with the
down
showstopper, but instead your show was the one that got stopped. Melvin, John Hamm a little bit thrown off by the snake bite at their feet, enough for T-Salad to walk through and get the kill there, but now you have Khan looking all over the place. Wick with the
Spike
smokes
down
out.
A.
Now
One
with their
enemy
life
remaining.
open with the spike, still has not been planted.
One enemy
Time is
remaining.
running out. Please, not with these shares.
Oh, they can't. I think they lost it.
They did.
Not enough?
The satchel charge.
What? There's the satchel what knocked him off?
Yeah, the satchel
Oh
pushed him
my
away.
gosh! From the grave? Oh my goodness.
It's the little things right now, Vincent. They're just, I'm falling to my knees in the Walmart parking lot.
I'm not gonna lie. I saw that satchel and I was like, huh, that's interesting. I really thought, well, that's, I mean, okay, I guess.
I'm sure
And it
Melvin's
wins
thinking that's
them-
interesting too.
Like, it wins them the round. I can't believe it. How close these have been.
And T-Salad was set up for the lineups and everything. Thinking that they were gonna be sneaky with it, but this bind map, I've lost the plot. I'm flying by the seat of my pants here. Whatever script is being written,
Dude.
yeah. Give them an Emmy.
Call me a Lewis Hamilton fan. We are hashtag blessed by this game right this moment.
at the very least, Melbourne has found some of their footing. And again, we're talking about that star power, how they're feeling, whether or not they're online. They're a little bit, they're working their way towards it. They are low on the health and the HP. Every single chance they had to try and step onto this B site. And again, look who's alive to tell the tales of everything that happened. Fahim themselves, and for SJSU Blue, 4 wins, 4 rounds.
This is a much more coherent SJSU as well. You know, it did feel like we were watching just an SJSU that was being pulled along by some of their star moments. This is a lot better from them as a whole, as a squad. That another force buy attempt from the demigods. I mean, to be fair, it's been so back and forth, why the hell not? But now they're finally not quite saving. They still have some sheriffs, even a guardian, I believe.
What is this? Con, how much do you want to get away with?
Spike down A.
2. And then some. T-Salad. Trying to make sure. Saw a little smidge of John Hamm. Did not see a little smidge of K3K. Now we're seeing a very similar situation.
Last player standing.
That's not even
dirty.
fair.
That's dirty. Fahim did not just do that.
Fahim needs to send a full apology letter
Done.
to Melvin.
Quick break.
Needs to be in his inbox by 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. Nasty.
And then you think about it too, right? Who pushes that far into into their spawn and bind?
Yeah. And then he's like, oh, hey, look, it's a TP. I'll just hang out.
We're getting a first time out of the night, though, from the demigods. Vincent, and I think one that needs to be had. It is a very pivotal moment for them because this is a do or die situation. This map is running out of their hands, right? At the very least, what we saw from the first half out of SJSU Blue was a 8-4 first half. But this time around, this go around, oof.
It's absurd as well to think about because when you look up at that 5-1 scoreline, Sam, you're just kind of like, wow, SJSU are really just killing it right now. And that is a true statement, but you would be forgiven for not realizing how very close this game is, right? It was an eco win, bought back into another eco win, that one for SJSU. Then it was down to a 1v1, ended in essentially dead time by not being able to get the spike down by a satchel. And from there, that's when the domination started. Just 1 round ago. So, as much as SJSU, on paper, are really ahead, I think Demigods, this time out, allows them to reiterate that this game was not that dominant. It's been
Full speed ahead. This train has no brakes. You're just gonna mow them all down one after another.
Spike down.
SJSU Blue, they come out of that timeout and they do not want to lose any of the momentum that they've been getting through this round. And I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Vincent, after that showing, momentum is all theirs.
Oh yeah, if it wasn't before, it certainly is now. And SJSU, by the way, just doing what I love to do, I think it's just a really solid call. Sometimes can bite you in the butt, but often will give you a win like this, a round like this. And that is just changing something up for the sake of it after a timeout from your opponent, right? Your opponent is worried about figuring out what they've been doing wrong and how to counter what you've been doing. Well, don't give them what you've been doing. Give them something else, something totally different, out of this world. And that's exactly what SJSU did, and it worked beautifully.
Couldn't ask for anything more than that. T-Salad been found out inside of showers. Up comes the Lear. Out comes K3K. Out comes another round 1 for SJSU Blue. 6 now, Vincent. 5 in a row.
And what's so much more brutal about that round loss as well is that wasn't a save, it was a buy. Demigods correctly, time out into their gun round. What gun round? Simply what gun round? And this is why I was so surprised to see Bind. I know we're still early, but I'm really surprised that Demigods were willing to go to Bind here. And this is why.
It's not a surprise anymore, it feels like, right? It's the whole story is being written. T-Salad with a little bit of shots through the wall. Boombots. They're quite going far enough, and so T-Salad's location is safe for now. Over on the other side, we're seeing the Sheriff doing its miraculous work once more. Now the question is going to be begged to be asked, how much more can they get away with this? It's a lot on the shoulders of Melvin. Here comes, oh, that's a beautiful usage. With the orbital laser beam from Wick, the heavens ripped open from above, the gods, demigods showing us that they are still a force to be reckoned with. And for the first time in a very, very long time, spike planted.
And notice Kahim finally evicted from his home there in Garden, right around it, given no notice whatsoever.
Confidence from the star players once more of demigods. You need to be having this. And now John Hamm needs to have a lot of confidence. Maybe something else. 27 HP. What do I tell you when you see the Sheriff on the field? It's a completely different tale that is going to be spun. Finally, for what feels like ages, the demigods have given themselves a lifeline back into Bind.
That tale is particularly interested when the Sheriff is in the hand of Mr. Johnson himself. That Enrique is pulling out all the stops and finding Kahim early on at the B site. Or Demigods finding success. Demigods, fun fact here, they have only won thrifty rounds. No gun rounds. That's it.
That's a phenomenal point to make. And it makes you wonder, is this going to be the round where finally it's going to happen? A phenomenal possibility with Melvin coming out of showers. Pick on the con. They still need to navigate inside the gardens and has been the stomping grounds of SJSU Blue so far. And already, it's looking like the stomping grounds is going to continue. Push forward. The Seeker's going to stall and delay the push through gardens once more. And even on top of that, an extra added boon of the stim beacon being used. Maybe time to dip inside of the teleporter and take your chances over on A. Only one player being John Hamm on there.
Thing to note about that last round as well, Demigods used a lot of their ultimates, and they don't have that many left. Just the Viper's Pit ready to go as they look towards this A site. Have everybody here.
Oh, the timing.
30 seconds left.
Right through. K3K still alive. K3K has popped the Empress. They may be in good. A reload just saved your life. If you're Frost, by the thinnest, the narrowest of margins, are able to plant the spike.
Spike planted.
But Frost is really giving himself a chance here. He knows that there's two coming this way. They lined up for him. They nearly did it again.
Oh my gosh, I was so my heart skipped a beat, Vincent, when we saw that. I was like, is history about to repeat itself?
The stars were aligning for that to be the case, but no, Yuri quick with it that time. An error that doesn't continue to plague SJSU Blue. And you asked a question: Will it stay that way? Will we only see demigods 50 rounds? For now, yes, that is it.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for the demigods. And they even got that early initial frag, right? It was Melvin who was able to do it through showers, but they want to go through gardens, Vincent. And every time they do, they just become fertilizer for it.
Oh, defensive setup.
The
Not
bird
this
missed.
time.
The bird missed. Oh, you had to be feeling the pain out of that. Didn't go far out enough. Blinded yourself and your teammate. And set the demigods up for a lot of success. But it may equalize itself back out if T-Salad's not feeling crispy enough for their aim here.
Yeah, the SGSU have really owned this area of the map. Like, A-Short has been theirs to command.
T-Salad smart enough to hold on for just a second longer, but him is back. Chrome is shining. That orbital strike, stopping the approach for just a second. But inside of Lamp, Pit comes up. And players for SJSU Blue are falling.
Spike planted.
It's Kahim.
Made the error early in this one. Now he's got to rectify that with a big clutch. 1v3.
They gotta go. Vipers That's brilliant way to go about doing it. The Viper is still inside of Lamps, and they still need to get rid of Melvin, but they cannot do it. The demigods are still in it.
Funny thing as well, I think that fake out actually gave a little bit of information away. Because who else is stomping in a 1v3? Like, nobody.
Yeah, exactly.
Except for, you know, the faker.
Hey.
Yeah. But like that's the only person going to be stomping around. I think it actually gave him some information, funnily enough. Food for thought.
Yeah. I mean, if you're inside the Viper's nest, right? You're the Viper, you're not going to be making any noise.
So demigods, they finally got a gun round. Finally.
It's all coming up demigods, and it's coming up even more now. Showers cleared again. It's been so difficult for SJSU Blue to actually hold on to this. But now Kahim, taking a page out of the notebook of the demigods from Icebox, wants to go forth and see what fights they can possibly take in Fountain, but they don't go any more than that. And it's a wise decision, I think, from them. They don't want to give up any more than they have. Oh, just the peak of Yoru's haircut, enough to give out that information there. Frost gives the Seekers to push them forward. Slowed down again, the snake bite gives SJSU Blue some room to breathe. Oof.
He's hanging out a little bit too wide. He had the Viper spit, but won't get a chance to use it. Teleport going back over towards the A side of the map for demigods. Gonna be a perfect call. Showstopper to lead the charge. They were able to get all of the orbs necessary.
That's beautiful.
Spike down.
They had to
A.
have known that Kahim was right there. The callouts, immaculate from the demigods. The spike still not being planted. They pick it up. John Hamm
Spike planted.
has to fight, rotate back around. And it's T-Salad to bring the demigods into another
round in the
round. They've clawed it back pretty cleanly here, Vincent, where things were looking scary, dire, disastrous almost. Not so much anymore.
Yeah, what a time for them to step up to the plate. And I mean, again, it feels like a broken record to say it, but Chrome, you know, having some massive impact in these couple of rounds, really stepping up and showing that Demigod's not out of this bind yet. Use the hit early this time. Yuri will hang on to that. That's over at the A's short side of the map. And a little bit more passive for Demigods. This is the first off.
Wait a minute, the attack off. My goodness. You always have to wonder what could happen there. To be able to survive an operator shot, to have that miss. You know that Melvin is set up there. K3K giving us the leer. Demigods were defaulting. And now the only chance that they have, they can't go through showers. They could try. Melvin's going to clear their way through it, but the Viper's Nest is still set there. Again, they don't want to tempt fate inside of gardens, and so now they feel like the only opportunity where they can get away with something is on A. Maybe if Melvin is able to clear Khan off of U-Haul.
The big maybe, though. Never can get this confirmation. Cade's coming back in, adding a third to the defensive A as they walk into the pit.
30 seconds left.
No. But Khan is still on U-Haul. Khan is still able to strike back, be the tip of the spear. And unfortunately for Melvin, the attack operator, not quite doing what it needs to. But Khan and K3K are doing exactly what SJSU Blue wanted. Bringing them into an 8-4 half. And I'm getting deja vu, but this time replace snow with sand, Vincent.
Yeah, it's not quite as dominant when it comes to the scoreline, but you spread it out between three guys, right? Khan, Cade, Heem. It's those three. We talked at the outset of this game. We were on the desk to begin with. You know, we needed a couple of those three guys to really step up. And Cade came out swinging. Everyone else has really hit the ground running right behind him. Put SJSU into the lead by a factor of 2. Now the pistol round for Demigods. I wouldn't call it a must-win, but keep this one reasonably close. That's what they'll be looking forward to. SJSU set up for the A-take.
I'm hearing sheriff shots, and you know when you hear sheriff shots, it ripples fear throughout everyone. A site completely toppled over, but SJSU Blue doesn't really care to want to try and fight it out. They're looking back over towards B, where the only one is Frost. So they actually kind of read it right.
Spike down.
A sacrifice in the form of Kahim, but again, the damage is being done. Spike is being planted. They are being surrounded on all sides. It's just another question on if the Brim can get away with anything.
Ross does well to get out with a flag there. Single one. With a massive win. Now they're in trouble. They're both in the same position, essentially, right outside this tube.
Gotta be hearing the footsteps. Quick ping of the Spike. They know they need to clear out Garden. But again, this Garden is proving to be such a difficult position. It doesn't matter, it feels like, for which team. Whoever's in control of it is in control of Bind. But Demigods, very important round, a very important pistol round. You don't think of it like that, right, Vincent? You said, right, it's not necessary, but it feels like the pieces are starting to fall together if the Demigods can convert this round.
Exactly. Beyond that as well, you know, big shout out. I mentioned Frost. Massive for him to just get a kill out of that one so far out in the open. But his Wick on the flank, that was where expectations really kind of faltered for SJSU. They weren't expecting somebody to be so quick on rotation, not from long.
Ooh, Chrome, you want to push up there so fast. You're supported by Wick on the back end. A flash may slow you down for the moment, but it's never going to slow down the pressure that you're getting. Their feet are blown up. Wick is jumping all over the place, dodging bullets as best they can. She can only dodge those sheriff shots for so long. I can't believe it. If another round is going to be won off the back of this sheriff, I will lose my mind. But oh no. Oh my goodness. Vincent, we had the same idea.
Hey, just about made that possible, man. And that was an eco. Nearly another thrifty. That would have been the fourth thrifty round of the game. I think both SJSUs and Demigods. Instead, Demigods stay alive, but just barely. The bigger problem for them is they lost all those weapons. And it was really a loss they could have gone without in more ways than one. First of all, they were just so aggressive, and they kind of were chasing after something that had already been lost. Once they got the trade, they should have just held back. Instead, push forward just like this.
They're eager. They wanted to grab the orb, but SJSU Blue was not going to give them that opportunity. It could be a little scary if you're Yuri for everyone on the other side of that. And, well, sometimes nightmares are real. The nightmares are a sheriff. I know I've been hammering that weapon home, it feels like, so many times tonight. But you do have Kahim, and it feels like Kahim's home is in the desert sands of Bind. And they are not letting Hookah fall. Not as long as they are standing inside of there. SJSU Blue not going down. They are going to find their 9th round.
Kahim is the B-side bouncer. No one shall enter without his say-so. It's been the story for the majority of this map.
Cutting through.
An important round as well for SJSU to win. One that, you know, you expect them to come away with, considering the lack of investment from the Demigods. They barely had any money. You know, lost 4 in the anti-eco, but that goes back to SJSU making sure to continue to pick up the pressure on an eco around themselves. You know, with just a sheriff or 2 in hand, Cade's delivering 2, 3 frags each.
It's feeling like they're SJSU Blue off the back of that might be feeling unstoppable, and especially the way that you initiated into that early round. Frost can't let the same mistake happen again. They can't let this orb be their death. Smidge of damage from the snake bite makes you vulnerable, but no one pushed up quick enough to really do anything here. The poison orb slowing it all down. Khan, though, through Hookah, they play their cards correctly, may be able to get rid of Melvin, but it all just all just comes down to that. The cards have been played, all on the table. Con had the full house for us, or whatever is good enough for poker. I don't actually know, but get the kill. They're gonna make the rotate.
Well, whatever it was, single pair or full house, you've got it. Man advantage, and it's really up to Wick. He's on a solo hold at the moment. There's a fast flank going to be coming in sooner rather than later, and Wick holds on to that orbital just a little too long.
A little too long, and now their head is gone. Chrome is still going to trade it out, but the spike not being planted just yet. They're making sure to get rid of these nuisance players. And up on the flank, thought they had it all on lockdown, but K3K making sure to look behind them. Brings SJSU Blue into the double digits.
So unfortunate. That orbital strike just mistimed a little bit. If it was a bit earlier, maybe then Wick would have had a few moments to get back into position, and it would have delayed SJSU a bit more. Instead, they weren't really delayed, and at the time they realized the site was mostly empty, that was when they were thinking, okay, well, Demigod's certainly on the flank there. It'll be Demigod's onto the defensive eco.
Frost has to be hearing all of those footsteps, doesn't even need to use their flash. Very valuable to be able to hold on to them as long as they can. The new changes taking away the ability for them to recharge. Oh, in goes Con. Just a little bit of damage, but Melvin's feet burned off solid. Felt like they were playing Kovacs for a second. This sheriff shot is not hitting clean for Frost at all. We're looking for one more opportunity, but opportunities are ripped away. SJSU Blue. One more to go before match point.
It's too bad Frost wasn't also playing Kovacs. Man, that was a round that could have been another one of those crazy sheriff, we yell at the screen moments, but just falls by the wayside. SJSU, you mentioned it, they are coming up on the point of no return, where Demigods will have no more mistakes to give.
Wow.
Off the rip. No one shall enter showers.
They really wanted to clear that out there. Clearing it out is gonna cost them a lot, though. Con stuck inside of the snake bite, poison coursing through their veins, and it's just util at this point. That is annihilating SJSU Blue. Sometimes it's all just about relying on reliable the aim, but how reliable is John Hamm feeling? They need to walk all the way to showers. They need to take on a 3v1. They need to plant the spike. They have a minute to make it happen, Vincent, but that's a lot of ifs.
Well, good news is the guiding light doesn't actually gather information. Doesn't change the fact, though, that you've got this position locked down. Looked at high and low angle. Give confirmation. There it is. The Demigods stopping the bleeding. They've staunched it, sure. There's still a wound there, but they're no longer on the brink of death.
They put the Rite Aid Band-Aid on it.
You know, there's people who don't know what that is. Watching this stream. I just want you to realize that.
Did I just date myself? Am I
You
old?
did.
No? Oh,
Hey,
gosh.
I got you, but
Thank you, thank you.
we can be old together.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
This is it for me. It's Jover. All right. I'll see you. All right.
Yeah, gotta hold it back.
And our producer is telling us that he's Canadian, doesn't understand anything.
That's a real place.
Supposedly. It's just Top Hat, right?
That's what I've heard.
Okay.
These are jokes. Just jokes.
This is I guess enough Canada slander.
For no reason, by the way. None whatsoever. God, how's he so deep? I mean, I've been slandering Canada, so I didn't notice. He's gotten so far forward.
So far forward. Put away back into the spawn room, but SJSU Blue, throughout all of this talk of Canada, is able to bring themselves into match point. The Demigods staring defeat in the face on the map of Bind, but honestly, Vincent, whatever goes in this direction, if SJSU Blue takes it here, this is still a showing from the Demigods that you know, with what we know about Bind, which was nothing, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the reality is the Demigods
I got you,
aren't playing a
Sakai.
bad game of Bind per se, but it's clear that SJSU's experience is really coming to the forefront, showing out and showing what they had to offer. They're going back to the same thing. There's a fast take out towards A, up short before, and they're doing it again. How many assists did Cade get there? There's 3 players in assistance to Cade's frag.
Oh, and then they're gonna do them dirty. Walk inside of the TP. Frost in mid-rotation now needs to come all the way back around. Hit by the flashbang. The shots needed to ring true. When Yuri's are the only ones that can. T-Salad hand their weapon out. A mistake that will ring through. This is JSU Blue 13-7 brings us to a 1-1 series.
We go again. I mean, it is that same situation as yesterday. 3 maps, the requirement. And, you know, we go back to what our expectations were kind of coming into Bind. We were asking the question, okay, so SJSU on Icebox, they didn't have the big heavy hitters kind of coming to the forefront. We saw something from Cade, but Kahim especially was pretty darn slow to get started and stayed that way. That changed on Bind alongside a whole lot, where we saw a lot, I think, from Chrome, but a bit of a slowdown from Melvin when it came to Bind.
Yeah, and you're trying to shoulder that burden on you, right? And you look at Chrome topping the stats for the Demigods. Then you look over at the other side of Khan, who is performing even better, just a smidge more when you think about it. But then the rest of the stats are telling the whole story here. Melvin on the Yoru just fell back behind so much. And the pieces were, you just weren't able to lift the rest of the team up if you are Chrome. And in a totally, completely different tale for SJSU Blue, it felt like everyone had their part that was being played. And you look at John Hamm, right? With that 198 ACS, they weren't fragging out, they weren't getting as many kills, but they were still doing their job. They were still landing some really smart orbital strikes that helped to bring SJSU Blue into so many different ways. And when we're talking about the cogs being rusty, well, maybe they were just frosty and Bind's Desert Sun defrosted it.
Hey, that certainly could be the case. And there's one key stat that I want to point out right here, and that's the 7 first bloods, right, for Khan. Up against, listen, a well-played game from Chrome, but in comparison, it's not even a real comparison. And that's where, yeah, the numbers seem close, but the impact of those numbers are crazy different. And that's where I think Khan really stepped up. And the other side of it is, you know, as much as, listen, I gotta play both sides here. I mentioned Kahim not quite stepping up. The Yoru really didn't find its footing for me at all. I didn't find any situation where I was like, wow, that the Yoru play did something that a Reyna wouldn't have done, or that a Raze wouldn't have been able to handle, or a Jet, or, you know, insert other duelist carry type of role there. And that's not to say that it was poorly played. It needed to have incredible impact, and it was just kind of meh.
Yeah, meh, indeed. I couldn't agree with you more, Vincent. So we are going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere, because this is a 1-1 series. One more map to go. Is SJSU Blue going to continue their dominance over the Demigods, or the Demigods step up and enter into the Pantheon against the opponents that took them down last night? We'll find out all that and more after this break. Listen, week number 4 of NECC Valorant is just firing on all cylinders. The match of the week living up to its name. SJSU Blue, the Demigods, 1-1. Icebox going in the way of the Demigods, Bind going in the way of SJSU Blue. And now, for the final chance for both of these teams, it all ends here, Vincent, on Lotus.
That it does. And what's so exciting about this, I think for the Demigods specifically, is Lotus is where they found success last night. That's where, despite Icebox not going their way, that is where they were at their best. And now they win Icebox. Sure, Bind was a bit of a tough opposition for them, but now they head towards the final and only now three-site map in Lotus. And I think that there's two things kind of coming into my head coming into this, Sam. The first is we saw the troublesome trio of Khan, Fahim, Cade. Those guys, they were unstoppable on Bind. We need to see them bleed once again, and we need to see that true dynamic duo who turned a bit more into a solo in that last map come back to the duo ship. Chrome and Melvin, these two guys need to be firing on all cylinders.
They absolutely do. And then we talked a little bit about the Melvin agent choice of Yoru. Obviously, we won't be seeing it here, but now they get to play into their strengths more here on Lotus, a place where they feel more comfortable on, right? This was the one map of the 2-1 series last night that the Demigods were able to win against. And so just need to transfer that energy back onto here and take back the crown that was stolen from you by SJSU Blue if you're the Demigods. There's so many different opportunities here on Lotus for them to be able to succeed, right? And you think about the way that, or what we got out of Chrome on that Raze, the Bind map that they were playing well, right? They obviously weren't playing as great as Khan, but still should be able to get a lot of that same success from Bind and put it into here on Lotus.
Yeah, I think so. But there is some question marks for me about Lotus for Demigods. Even though they were able to win it just last night, I mentioned how those adjustments coming into this semester where Chrome comes in has some crossover when it comes to the agents that they like to play and the roles and everything like that. That comes to a head on Lotus specifically. It worked for them last night, but it does create some questions. For example, Melvin has been playing on the chamber here. There's been no Killjoy because of that, and they've been playing with the Fade. Now, that's not necessarily a problem, but it is certainly not a composition that we see very often anymore. Chamber on Lotus, I mean, there was some experimentation when the map first came out, but we've pretty much set in that that's just not the way to go at this point, and the KJ has been really important. The lack of that KJ is something to question for Demigods, and I think that that's maybe a way that if the SJSU squad have gone back and kind of looked over that previous game yesterday, if they've had some time, they might find some spaces to exploit.
And that's always the big topic when you talk about the chamber that you bring out here onto Lotus, because at that point you're really going to have to rely on Melvin being online, right? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. They need to make that chamber work. Otherwise, whatever site they're going to be defending, most likely C, is just going to collapse in on itself, and you're really just going to be looking towards them trying to struggle against stemming the onslaught and the tide of this SJSU Blue attack that we know that they can have. And that's not even just mentioning what they're going to be looking like on defense as well, and how the Demigods are going to approach their own attack and the ways that they're going to be able to push back against them, right? The chamber always brings a lot of sort of alarm bells, right? It can go, it's kind of a coin flip, right? And it all really does come down to, once again, the skill of the player, kind of like what we get out of Reyna.
Yeah, a little bit. And it's also, right, Melvin is clearly being put into this chamber role to utilize it. I'm not going to say entirely like we used to see chamber, where it kind of took a backseat as, its actual role in the game and was more of a duelist. I think Melvin has been playing it that way, at least from what I saw, and it makes sense based on the way Melvin likes to take these gunfights. That being said, you do lose out a little bit. You do lose out on the potential that KJ would have had, and on, if Melvin's going to be taking those really aggressive fights. Remember, Melvin taking aggressive fights was what made Icebox so dominant. Can he do that on the chamber? I've seen the answer be yes before. I've also seen it be a problem, because if then Melvin loses that fight early in a round, you no longer have your Sentinel utility, and that's a big part of it.
It's the running theme of the night, right? It's Melvin and Chrome needing to be playing at their absolute peak to take down and take on SJSU Blue. I mean, they did a phenomenal job, I would say, out of Bind. It was still a 13-7 map that we got out of, and when you look towards what we got out of Icebox, right, that being 13-4, the masterclass showing that we got from the demigods, it all just comes down to on whether or not these players are really feeling themselves tonight. And again, looking at the composition for SJSU Blue of what they brought out last night, right, it's nothing atypical that we would see out of a Lotus composition, except for the Reyna. But I mean, Cade has been putting in the work on the Reyna, and Cade did give us a really good Reyna out of Bind. Not so much Icebox again. So it just all comes back around to, right, Vincent? What are these players feeling? Are they feeling themselves on Lotus? Are they feeling the pressure that can either crumble them or turn them into diamonds?
That's the question. We've put demigods up on a little bit of a pedestal based on their performances last night on this map. As we jump towards the agent selection, you have to ask about SJSU. They are going to run it back, as are the demigods. I like it. I like that they're running it back. Despite the big questions that I asked about the chamber, we know what Melvin can do on it. It's just a matter of who's going to be the better today. And you have to bet on yourself, right? And that's what demigods do as a squad. They bet on themselves. They bet on this dynamic duo of Melvin and Chrome. And I think that has served them well, could continue to do so here as they try and repeat in this Lotus win.
I like that Melvin chose chamber. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that this shows the key word that you said, confidence. You're betting on yourself. You are ready to take the fight to SJSU Blue. You won last night, and by the fury of the gods themselves, you are going to do it again here. But for both of these teams, this is the end of the road. Lotus is where it all comes to a head.
Here we go. SJSU starting out on the defensive side as well. Early utility to take root as per what I think is going to be the usual arrangement for them. Meanwhile, the B hit comes in. Demigods getting on the B site. That's the easy part. Holding it is the tough one.
Oh my gosh. Bet on yourself again, Faker. Maybe take out a lottery ticket right now. They just walked right up through A. No one from the demigods fall. A flawless first round. And one that you need after Bind.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, you said it, Melvin. He's done it again, and the guy that we saw maybe a little bit lackluster on Bind as well, it's so much better to see him, number one, being confident, but then getting a confidence boost around like that. Puts SJSU in a bit of a tough spot. I mean, and just to put some additional context together here as we head into an eco, you know, demigods very much have been the team to beat when it comes to this map, obviously based on their performances yesterday, but this is not a bad map for this part. They've been good here. It's been back and forth, but good overall, with some pretty massive wins last semester over the course of the entirety of it. I think they were like 8-5 overall. Like, they played a lot of Lotus.
You're right on that line. The big thing here, right, when thinking about Lotus, what lessons could they take away last night against their opponent? And how much are you able to transplant them into tonight? Not counting SJSU Blue out of anything just yet. If there's anything that this team has proven to us, is that they are very capable in situations where it should have been a shut and closed case. They surrounded themselves on C. They're waiting for someone to walk in. I don't think they were oh no! That was so close for Melvin. They get
left.
2 kills. Now they've given Cade, the raid boss themselves, a phantom. How much more can they get out of it though? Could be the real question with everyone peeking down them. Got rid of one raid boss, but the second one, Chrome,
player
walked right in.
This should be
Spike planted.
the end of days, kind as well to collect something more. Okay, Con. Showing that maybe getting a little too far forward will be punished with death. Fun fact, by the way, I just looked it up. Outside of that game last night, it looks like in officials, SJSU haven't dropped the Lotus. That includes the CECC qualifier and then CVAL.
So an anomaly that we got last night out of SJSU Blue.
Very much.
The demigods are... They don't want to make that an anomaly. They want to make that a trend here, Vincent. And so far, they've been doing just that. The usual weapons are going back into the hands of the players who lost them. We have Chrome with the Vandal once more. But this time around, SJSU Blue, that's a fast rotate out of them. They're
Really
thinking
quick.
that something is going towards B, but it feels like both teams are not confident in the attack or the strategies that they're wanting to make.
It is a bit of a gamble, but I don't hate this either. They really showed a lot of presence out towards A, and whilst that presence hasn't been respected, notice the Viper still hanging out over towards Rebel. I think that's a well-found aggressive maneuver. The defensive Spartan squad. Looking like it's not A or B, though. Out to C.
Satchel denied. They're gonna have a second opportunity to get their way in. The alarm
30
bot
seconds left.
going to find them out, and a small amount of damage from the swarm grenades. You're relying a lot here. If you're Chrome,
Player
the
standing.
aim.
Spike down.
They
C.
eventually got the kill, but at the cost of so much damage that when they took the swing onto John Hamm, it was all taken away. And now for poor Melvin all by themselves.
10 seconds left.
Let's go up against K3K, and K3K not wanting to give the demigods a bonus. Gonna stomp that for now and give SJSU Blue their first round.
It's rare to see the disparity between victory and defeat so minuscule, right? That one missed shot. It's not that he missed it. It's that the opportunity for the rest of the squad for SJSU to come in whilst that shot was being missed. That one moment is really what sold SJSU the victory in that round. Would have been a potentially great lurk there from Melvin, but then when you're solo, it's no longer a lurk. It's a hunt. And not for you, but for SJSU.
The demigods are trying to figure out what approach they can make here. Really sneaking on by Melvin. Khan had the angle on it for just a moment. Now, Kahim recognizing the pressure that's about to be applied onto C. If Chrome just fires through the smoke. Okay. All right. The Kahim may have been at just a smidge enough that Chrome found them. That's still a massive first pick.
Really is. And can't undersell how big that is. Refrag from John Hamm, just fighting that so aggressively, you wouldn't have expected it. Particularly not the Smokes player. Cause a massive rotation out for Demigods. They're heading the other way. Fury have some support. Nano Swarm stalling out the push for the moment. A little change, though, as the adjustment back to B comes in. Swift and fast,
left.
the Demigods are making decisions. It's the right one in this case. They have a free site and a plant.
Spike
to boot.
planted.
These decisions have to be made at the drop of a hat like that. They're all on the correct sides. And we have John Hamm and Melvin on opposite sides of that door. Any players feeling crazy enough to want to actually try and open it. Melvin knows that someone is over there. Door opens, slower rotation of it. John Hamm, slow attack on trying to get that kill. K3K is going to be caught inside of a nightmare of their own. Executive decision being made now to save what they have.
Yeah, and while they're being hunted, Melvin's not having any of the save business, none of that nonsense. It looks like that will be Cade getting out alive. Not enough time, really, for Melvin to safely try and find the hiding spot. But a massive round from Demigods. They able to solidify it. Losing the bonus isn't that big a deal, especially not with how close the anti-eco was. Winning the gun round, though, that's huge. Now, granted, SJSU, they have a surprising amount of cash. They still have 4 rifles. Well, of course, one of those saved over. Drop certainly through. We're going to put pressure on over at A.
Oh. Chrome, not quite as online with it at the moment. Missing some of these shots are costing them a lot, right? And now, without that one duelist to explode their way onto the site, SJSU Blue, they're kind of like ants in their spawn right now, figuring out where to go. Turret's gonna get the information that someone is leaning towards B, and now that's when they start collapsing towards in this direction. But for the Demigods, you're still kind of reeling from losing out on Chrome.
Melvin's gonna just try and find an opening pick here. It's important that he just gets a frag, or at least provides some presence. Needs to be known. Really sell this. The A hit's coming through. That dark cover over at A, that's gonna start to pull the rotations.
It is. And now they're gonna try walk all the way back to C,
30 seconds
Vincent.
left.
That's just gonna go into the KJ util.
And 30 seconds left, now less than that.
Sentry.
And a dark cover in front of them. Oh no.
There's no other choice here except for to either commit to C or B. You can't go
Save.
all the way back to A.
I think they're saving.
I think so too. You're looking at the
seconds
economy for what they've been working with at this point, and even though the Demigods won out in the last round, you have this wiggle room, right, Vincent? You're still up in rounds, and you don't want to put yourself any further back than what you already are. It's all just about making sure you don't get caught in any of these exit frags from K3K.
Really rare to see a 3-man save. I mean, period, actually, in the game of Valorant, but especially on Lotus. Usually you're too committed, or there's always a chance, even in a man disadvantage, if you have the numbers, if, you know, it's a 3-on-4 even. The numbers were too strong in the SJSU favor. Really good job, I think, as well from the Spartans. The way they were managing their rotations. It seemed maybe on one hand that they were really too aggressive with it. What it ultimately allowed them to do is maintain position across the map in various forms, whether that be towards this, you know, A long area or towards C map.
Getting a tour de force out of Melvin. No one's going to go into that. They're not taking any of these any of these angles if they don't have to, because SJSU Blue knows they're going to have to try and survive an operator shot from Melvin themselves. And you can see this. They're trying to identify where their chamber is. They're trying to figure out what's going on here. They know that they're not at C anymore. It's a possibility they may not be at B, but Yuri is still not taking any of that bait. You're gonna have Chrome clearing out everything with a showstopper, but instead of going into this, SJSU Blue, they're gonna play patiently, they're gonna give up the site before fighting for the retake. And it becomes so much more easier outside of this too, because you know where they're gonna be. Beautiful from Khan, exploding onto site just like that. Chrome is out of here, but the spike still has not been planted yet. Right through that. T-Salad sees Khan walking on in, but Kahim has the trade. Now it is up to Melvin to stop them there. Quick shot onto the Seeker, gonna stop them there. Now it's time to just step into the shadows onto C site. Now Melvin has to make the mad dash to support their squad mate.
Ross is so alone right now, and they know exactly where he's located. Oh, I love this move though. Just coming back in front of him. Yuri! How has he gotten away with that? More to deal with for Melvin. He's got multiple angles to defuse incoming. The adjustment. Oh, not enough. Bit of a scary moment. SJSU, they had to deal with some of the worst timings there, and they still come out on top. Love their defensive play. The plan all along, Sam, just sit there, play back. They know that trying to fight against that tour de force is just a losing battle, especially in the mid round. They could have a retake. That's where the plan was to win, and win they did.
And I'm sure for the demigods, they thought that was going to be an easy and shut round, especially with what they committed to it, right, Vincent? They had the tour de force, they had the showstopper, but nothing out of either of those ultimates gave them anything. And so now for the demigods, the Melvin and Chrome superstar duo kind of fizzled out in that previous round. SJSU Blue is not going to be entrapped. And I am telling you right now, Vincent, even at 3-3, this NECC match of the week is delivering on all fronts.
That crown for the West, man. We mentioned it, and it's been tossed back and forth. Currently sitting firmly on SJSU's head, but up for grabs. At least for the moment. And Demigods coming out swinging here on Lotus, but we're quickly equalizing things, seeing SJSU pick up their third round here, second in a row. One thing to note, that 3-man save and then the tour de force being invested as well, that allows Demigods to now be on their third bye in a row.
Yep. So it's
That's
a good
something I don't
decision
know that
on
I
Marv.
really thought about the way that that chamber adds to the overall game plan.
A gift.
At the very least, it gives Demigods a fighting chance to get back into this first half. Get rid of the turret. Fly in with the Prowler, see if you can get a little bit more information. You're hearing everything going on around them. I know someone has to be hiding up there, but the smoke is going to cover Yuri for long enough. Even despite being planted, though, Demigods, they gotta respect JSU Blue.
It's important that Yuri maintain heaven control there, ensure that nobody was that far forward. Now they can maintain and start to push through a lot easier.
Paranoia for Paranoia. Chrome is stuck right here. But the shots just are not connecting for them. SJSU Blue is walking right through all of it. Frost is by themselves. The spike getting closer and closer to ticking away. They have no... right on top of that, they both jump in with just enough time. SJSU Blue now in the lead.
That shit here, mate.
They're first of this entire half, this map as well. SJSU just keeping it really importantly further back on A. Just not investigating, not being too far forward. And I love how Yuri is right against the showstopper, just fully disengaging. Not even giving the opportunity for that showstopper to just randomly find him through the smoke. But then when that's not on the board, when there's a lot more space to work with, he's maintaining position, ensuring that nobody can get up towards heaven, and making the retake so much easier. Oh, it's been beautiful. SJSU, a passive play, now turned aggressive.
What is this? What are you doing, SJSU Blue? 4 players. Frost has to get out of there using the Shadow Step, and they're swinging for the fences. And it's feeling like a home run right now. The battle of the beachhead inside of their own spawn. The Demigods are still not done yet. They still have some of the numbers in their advantage, but again, Chrome just cannot hit anyone on Lotus. Now Melvin with this operator. 3 players inside of spawn.
Not the spot to have an op. I mean, so hard to maneuver your way through. Isolate the first duel, but Kahim is having none of him. None of that whatsoever.
Make sure to follow
Lead
my
added
They'll lead us
5-3, and I mean, okay. I was about to say they're still buying, but no. I think Demigods are forced under their first actual save after 4 rounds straight. Some incredible money management.
It is. But throughout all of that, Vincent, SJSU Blue, we're still coming out the other side of this, the victor. They're still taking this as best they can. And now it's sky up! Right through Melvin's head. It is gone.
He's got to be molding. He's been
With his
there
own
like 3
op.
times.
He's
3 times. And the only time he doesn't have a rifle or an op or anything at all, that's when they swing. It's not playing fair.
No, it's not. It's not. And now you're just walking right through. John Hamm on a tear of a lifetime. A flawless round from SJSU Blue. Right? You think about it, sure, it's a save round from the Demigods, but the Demigods, even in their own save rounds, have been able to, at the very least, get 1, 2, sometimes almost the entire team. Sometimes all of SJSU Blue. That time, nothing.
You know what I've just realized as well? That it was him on the op and he's on Sky.
Yes!
I just assumed, like, we just saw this come out. I was like, oh, it's Yuri. He's been over there. Nope. It's Kahim.
Finally, though, for Chrome. Finally, something is being given. And same for Melvin. The stars that have been a little dim started to gain some of the luster once more. The Demigods have a fantastic opportunity that may not be there anymore with K3K getting away with 1. It's still numbers advantage for the Demigods, but now we're gonna look towards Chrome inside of the showstopper. The timing, you cannot be serious!
And he gets away! Dismissed out of the sight entirely! Melvin can't do anything!
It's back and forth now to 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Melvin!
Oh!
Melvin had to switch to the headhunter real quick. They weren't feeling it with the
Player
operator.
standing.
But Frost,
down,
a very pivotal mistake.
God!
The Ham, the John Ham, the clutch gene inside of them. SJSU Blue. Stop them all in their tracks.
And that's the gene that was missing on Icebox, amongst others, but the Spartans, they're evolving. They're never staying the same. They are connecting. The John Ham clutch, she's popping off. And this is what I meant when I said, you know, typically you're looking for 2 out of 3. Cade, Khan, Kahim. But that's no disrespect to the rest of this SJSU squad when John Ham is stepping into this star role, even on the smokes. You know you have something exciting going for you.
You're gonna see action all over the place. Again, this C-Long is a bloody battlefield, but not as deadly this time around for the Demigods. They get something out of it. Now over here in heaven, Yuri could not get anything off of their sneak attack that they had on the Demigods, and now we're seeing the Nightfall come in, grabbing what I believe to be 3 players, slowed down by the Shakers, but now we're seeing the Melvin Headhunter literally getting all of the heads. Kahim is now alone with the operator that they stole from the body of Melvin. They're not looking to give it back to them. It's time to save, it's time to get out of there.
In fact,
Or just throw it away.
he's done with that thing. May be able to hang on to it, rather. Ah, he'll get away. Safety for Kahim. And so Demigods, here's where you were able to stall out. Stop the bleeding. Seemed like SJSU just kind of running away with things.
Oh my goodness!
Before the switch.
Frost!
The last possible second with a sheriff. That's just the running theme tonight. I'm sorry, Vincent. I hate to take away star power and everything, but I'm floored by these players right now.
Melvin putting up the numbers and showing that this chamber pick, I mean, you know, that's just an aspect of it we didn't talk about. The power of the Headhunter and his ability to be incredibly dynamic with it.
Did they buy the operator too?
I think he's just bought one in. He had one last round, didn't he?
I'm trying to remember. My brain's all cooked right now.
Regardless, they should have had the money.
Yeah, they did. They absolutely had the money.
What is this? Cade just finds the timing, swinging wide.
Just walked into it. Ooh, Frost has to know there's so many on the other side of this.
What?
Not only do they know, they are undeterred and take down 2 of SJSU Blue.
Hold on a second. He's got the tour de force and the op.
He's greedy.
What?
He's so greedy, and he's not even using the tour de force. He's using the operator.
That's something. It's a lockdown. Problem is, this really funnels everybody out towards this long angle, but you got the op here, so it's really no big deal. Melvin's asking open, in fact. Somebody comes that direction.
And then he goes from the operator to the tour de force. You never know what's going on with Melvin. That's what makes him so scary, is the unpredictability. Well, what's not unpredictable, though, is them hitting some of those dangerous shots. And having to try and fire through the Viper's nest, kind of working against them. It doesn't really matter as long as the rest of the team is picking up the slack. That they do. And this first half almost ran away from the demigods, but instead is only 7-5.
That being said, you got to really put this into perspective, okay? That was the pistol round won by demigods, right? Then they close out 2 of the final gun rounds in their favor, and they still just barely able to win out. And this is back to a conversation we started on Bind. How many gun rounds is that? Actually, just 3 gun rounds. It's a bit of a struggle for demigods right now to find success in those big swing moments. They're great on the pistols, but even in some of those gun rounds, where was the biggest impact? It was on the headhunter, the pistol once again. And I don't know if I'm reading in too far, Sam, but that seems to be a worrying sign.
It's a very worrying sign. And again, looking just at the scoreboard, Chrome, they're not doing much right now, it feels like, right? They are fulfilling the role of the duelist. They are making that space. They are bringing their team in there some of the time, right? And there's a lot of those moments where they should have been able to secure at least one, because we know they can. We know they can do it. We saw it on Icebox. We saw it on Bind, that they are just not hitting here on Lotus. And so then we go and step back and look at the whole overarching narrative that the demigods have been giving us in what they are accomplishing with the weapons that they use. Yeah, it's mostly pistols. It's mostly these non-buy rounds where they're getting their success out of. And now,
being Icebox, of course.
Yeah. And now we need to see whether Melvin is going to be able to do that again. But no, pushed off.
What is his sense? How is he? It's like a full 360, like one mouse swipe.
Chrome didn't want to commit further into the swing. It may have saved their life, but definitely going to be looking at the loss of life of their teammate. And the Spartans, they don't want to go too far in to see the smoke scared them away just enough. They're leaning back towards A.
This is where SJSU, I think, have been at their best. When they get an opening pick, they've been really strong at closing that round out, maintaining this advantage. And on a pistol round, that's way easier said than done.
Grenades land on top of Chrome. They land one of the body shots, but now look at them. They're being all surrounded. Flash down, swarm grenades, util dump of the century. And now poor Melvin, their entire team gone. And a 1v5. They had a miraculous first pistol round, but the miracles have all fallen away. Yuri with a 4K SJSU blue. 8-5.
Yuri ice skating away with 4 frags in that pistol round. And again, this is what I mean when I'm talking about the supporting cast for this SJSU squad. Everyone has their opportunities and usually able to deliver when asked. This time, it wasn't even a question, just a statement. We got demigods on the back foot again, and those sheriffs that we've been enjoying talking about so much, well, we're only seeing one of those, plus the headhunter, but a single bullet in the offers. That nerf coming in a little bit more than we had been seeing previously in this round. Costs a whole lot to get those bullets. Oh man, can't even shoot it.
Yeah, they didn't even get to shoot their bullet. They didn't get to shoot their shot. I mean, how could you? You sneak your way all the way over to the other side. The Spartans so cognizant.
Okay.
All right, Frost. You got 30 HP. You have a sheriff. You have people walking in.
Player standing.
You're doing your damage. You're doing the best that you possibly can be doing. And really, if you're the demigods, the amount of damage that you have done to the Spartans is pretty massive. It's not done yet. T-Silent still has a chance, as slim as it may be, Vincent.
With the HP for Khan so low, I mean, maybe he's got more than just a sliver. Thinking more like a slice.
Okay, a slice.
You know?
Yeah, that slice is
1-8? No, 0 out of 8. Can you tell I'm a little hungry?
Yeah, I'm a little hungry too. I'm right there with you, buddy. You said slice, and the first thing my mind went to.
You knew it.
Yeah.
You were on board.
I'm on board.
Damage. You mentioned it. Damage done. Absolutely for demigods. That's something that actually SJSU has been really good at. We hadn't seen too much of from the demigods. They were either winning those ecos or they were just getting rolled. That's a much better showing from them. And it's actually forced SJSU into a weird spot. They're committing a lot of money to this round. It's not really a bonus. It's a full buy.
SJSU Blue just wants to put out dominance. That's all they really care about. That's once again, a statement that they want to make to end and close things out here. Yuri abusing the distance of the Phantom, working massively in their favor. Had that been a Vandal, a body would be littering the ground and Melvin would be grinning from ear to ear. But now for SJSU Blue, it is time to begin the attack once more. Yuri knew. They had the idea. They know what Melvin loves, and they know that they love to be aggressive. But aggression has been punished, and now SJSU Blue is going to get B.
As I mentioned before, though, getting B is kind of the easy part. Hanging on to B, that's the hard part. Team, that's what I planned for a moment there. That little extra time might allow for demigods and base to work with John Hamm going aggressive. Maybe this isn't over.
Might very well not be. T-Silent pinging the alarm bot. Quick snake bite out through elbow. What is this timing? They are literally right next to each other. Yuri is phenomenal at these micro adjustments to save their life inside of smokes. Fahim answered back. SJSU Blue, the bonus, the double digits, everything is on their side.
And that's the coordination and the cohesiveness that SJSU have, a team with a lot of experience together that have really been through it. You know, in a lot of ways, they've been underdogs in a bunch of their situations, teams, and people really just not believing in them. They've really stepped up in the coordination there. You know, as soon as one player's swinging or running out of bullets, there's another swing. It's little bait and switch moments, those bait plays, all of those things coming to a head right there and allowing them victory.
Melvin's trying so hard at being the defense of this C site. They want to push themselves up so far, but can only get so much when you're being blasted by flashes, by util, by everything. And so now we're going to see if they can maybe do it again, but you got to wonder, is the chamber really doing what it needs to be doing?
I don't think the issue is the chamber. I mean, we've seen what Melvin can do with it, but he got caught last round doing it a little bit too much. Now, granted, hey, that's just my opinion. He did die. And those results speak for themselves, unfortunately. This time, tried to get aggressive and it's fallen back.
You
A
should
bit
run.
more of an understandable posture. The lockdown is gonna help clear things out here at C. So, looks like SJSU, yeah, they're thinking about the commitment now. They'll be there.
And they're waiting, of course, for the last possible second. Jumping in right into the firing squad. They are gone, but K3K meets the firing squad and stands tall against them. And massive damage being done to some of the survivors. Melvin hanging on by a thread of HP.
Oh.
Frost thought they were being smart, putting down their smoke and then TPing into it.
One enemy
Kahim had it right then and there. SJSU Blue, one more round before match and series point.
Unstoppable in the second half. That was something that we talked about when it came to bind, right? Really nary a thought of defeat. SJSU there. To this point, we're in the same boat. Demigods onto what could be their final big buy round. Loss here, they'll have some money, but it won't be great. So a win here is imperative. They're pushing forward. Taking space.
And this is big time adjustments as well. They are putting Melvin now on A. This gives them a much better chance, in my opinion, for survival. A lot more rooms to hide in, especially if they're taking down Con. If they're getting the first blood picks that this chamber needs to be doing, makes things so much easier. The rest of this round for the Demigods to answer back. The rotations just need to come in. They do have Heaven control. How much longer are they going to be able to fight up against SJSU Blue once they get the spike planted?
Loving that off angle. Melvin as well. Seekers to lead the charge, but still Cade can't find the connection.
Oof, it's all Yuri. And it's a Yuri world, and it feels like we're just living in it right now. Spike planted for Tree and also for Main. Quick usage of the swarm grenade. John Hamm makes their presence known. Not only do they make it known, they're yelling it at the top of their lungs. When the Demigods had the advantage, like I said, you give SJSU Blue an opening,
Match point.
thin as it may be, Vincent, and they are going to crack it wide open. Now, onto series point.
This is a team effort of massive proportions as well from SJSU. John Hamm and Yuri, the second half from them has been absurd. It all started, Yuri, what was it, a 4K for them in the pistol, if I'm not mistaken? And
Yep.
It's only been uphill from there. John Hamm was really dominating the first half too. And it's crazy because for John Hamm, it's been only in those post plants and clutch moments that he's really been taking the cake. How does Melvin get away with that?
I don't know. How much more can they get away with, though, is going to be the question. They did get enough to have the tour de force when they themselves cannot be the tour de force that they were looking for. Frost is trying to make plays with that judge right back into the smoke. He's their graveyard. K3K. And now with a spike planted, the final remaining members of the Demigods had to put forth a Herculean effort to rip this site away from SJSU Blue. It's starting to begin. The picks are starting to go through. The haunt is there. And now, in a 1v2, this is Kahim's moment to clutch things out. Up on the high ground, they have their vantage point. But Chrome, in a moment where they needed to come through, where the aim needed to be there, was there. But it is still a long road for the Demigods, Vincent.
Some nerves getting to the Spartans, I think there. Some shots don't quite connect that have been connecting the entirety of this matchup. And even in the 1v2, that angle was so good. I thought SJSU still might have it, but a valiant retake effort. As Frost took a lot of the initial push there and might have gone down. By the way, I think old Judge, Frost gets one. Not new Judge.
No. Oh. They're trying to get over. They heard the op shot go off. Ultimates are being expended. Chrome with a showstopper, finding out where the Prowler is going to go. Con is dancing all over everything right now. To say that they are living feels like an understatement.
He is literally doing a moonwalk behind that toxic screen. What?
And then what? He just walked that down. Here comes the showstopper. It's just, it just feels mechanical at this point.
Melvin
gets two, but they can only do so much.
on.
T-Salad,
Spike play.
what have you got for us? Blind, alone, afraid, scared.
Toxins going up.
You gotta go through Khan, K3K, and Kahim, whose praise we could not sing enough of. And now the song has been sung in week 4 of Valorant in ECC, our match of the week going to SJSU Blue.
They had that crown on their head, and Demigod started to reach, started to grab it away, but no. SJSU said, that is ours, and it's here to stay. The crown of the West for the NECC at the very least, staying with them as it did for CVAL last night. That is utterly insane, and what's so incredible there is how we ended. Sprinting, running through a door, and getting the most absurd headshot from Khan. That kind of tells the story of the whole night.
Just run it down, right? What could go wrong? For Khan, nothing. Everything is just going to go right instead. Then it's enough to get the showstopper. Then you pop the showstopper. You blow everything up. Sight's gone. Sight's away. I would say that the stats are unsurprising, though, Ryan, especially when you look at our MVPs for both of the teams.
Oh, yeah.
Melvin was doing as best they could. But again, it's just you look over at SJSU Blue, and it felt like everyone was doing their part.
That and more. I mean, you look at the spread of frags as well. Like 11 for Kahim, who was at the very bottom, and it's 17 up at the top there for K3K. Could have been anyone, I think, to take the cake for the MVP category. Just happened that the numbers were what they were. And when it came down to it as well, you talk about the need for both of those stars to show up for Demigods, right? Most of the time, just 1 out of 2 is enough for them to win. The problem is a team with the cohesiveness, a team with the experience and of the firepower of SJSU, it can't just be one. It has to be both. And that's what we saw in Icebox, and that's what we were missing on both Bind and on Lotus.
This is once again another learning lesson here, though, that can be taken away for the Demigods. SJSU Blue, on the other hand, feeling, I would say, very confident coming out of this 2-1. You've done it twice now against the Demigods, against the former kings themselves. You've held on tightly to your crown. You've rebuked the challenger once more. But not only have you done that, you did it on Lotus, the map where you dropped against them, which is, again, another funny reversal, right, Vincent, when you think of how Icebox went last night to how it went tonight. A lot of interesting things going on, I would say.
Yeah, when it came to this whole series, I think the big question mark was about Bind, and we got our answer. I think that Demigods deserve a huge amount of credit for the adjustments that they made on Icebox, for the fact that they were able to win that out. Ultimately, we come into the final stages of this stream, and I think we're left in awe at what an amazing matchup that we've just been given. And I think congratulations in order once again to this SJSU Blue squad, proving themselves, not that they need to anymore, but they do it time and time again.
They do. They continue to impress. They continue to show up, and they continue to dominate. But like you said, that is going to be it for this stream for tonight, Vincent. But if you are watching, make sure that you go ahead and hit that follow button so you get notifications to when this channel goes live. NECC action happens throughout the week. And if you're interested in Valorant, once again, always on Monday night. But my name is Sam Tonks. Joining me has been Vincent. Of course, a big shout out to our producer, Rare Adam, and our observer, Reach Dat, for their amazing work tonight, making us look as good as possible. We will see all of you on the next broadcast.